Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751, Solving the Problem. Brother has encountered that monster. When the connection was cut off, Kinga's expression immediately became uneasy. How strong that monster is, you can see it by looking up and looking around. Realm and skills are like a joke in front of it, and they can't play much role at all. On the contrary, its power is like arsenic to mortals. There is no way to expel it with powerful magic power, just like a house with leaks everywhere, which is quickly infiltrated. Even the old man in the heavenly court, who controls the most yang power between heaven and earth and the #1 thunder method for breaking evil, can only barely injure the opponent's body with his full strength, and it did not cause too serious impact. Instead, it was the opponent's power that suddenly attacked and severely injured the old man, forming an extremely strong curse on him, which could not be expelled by the thunder method of the heavenly court. If it were not for the old man's strong body and his will far surpassing others, I'm afraid that they would not have entered the demon subduing hall, and everyone would be in trouble. She herself was also hit, and she felt very uncomfortable. The opponent's power was constantly eroding her body. If it weren't for her special soul and her sister protecting her and taking away most of her power, she would not know what would happen now. Now that Lisu was facing that monster, Kinga naturally couldn't stay calm. She was very confident in Lisu. Under the same realm, Kinga dared to pat her chest and said that no one in the world could be stronger than her brother. But the problem was that Lisu was still in the realm of true immortal, and the aura of that monster undoubtedly belonged to the realm of Tai. The gap of a whole realm was too big. What should I do? Kinga was a little panicked, and her hands turned blue from pinching. At this moment, her sister beside her also fell into a coma due to the influence of the human face, and her consciousness was suppressed and trapped in the depths. The situation of other people around was getting worse and worse. The expressions on many people's faces were changing, and they began to be like the faces growing on their bodies, twisted and crazy. For a while, the little girl was so nervous that cold sweats came out. Not long after, with a huge vibration above her head, Kinga became more and more uneasy. She hugged her sister tightly in her arms, praying in her heart that her brother would be fine. For a while, it was like a year, and a few minutes seemed like decades. Kinga. Just when the little girl was at a loss, Lisu's voice rang out. Ah. Her tense heart skipped a beat, and she was shocked. She unconsciously tightened her hands holding Besu, making a creaking sound. She said nervously, "Brother. It's okay, it's solved." Ah. The little girl was stunned, and her eyes widened directly, and she was stunned. "Close your eyes, don't resist." Lisu's voice came over. Although she was so shocked that she forgot to speak, as Lisu's little cotton padded jacket, the little girl was really obedient and opened her mind directly without any defense. The next moment, a ray of sword intent directly pierced into Kinga's soul. The sword moved and rushed to the place where Kinga was attached to the human face. It stabbed and picked it up again. In an instant, the extremely terrifying and unshakable cursed human face froze and was picked up by the sword. Then, the sword intent was lightly exhaled, and with a hiss, the human face melted and turned into a puff of light smoke. Without waiting for Kinga to speak, the sword intent directly followed the soul path between her and Besu and killed them directly. 3 or 4 human faces only had time to let out a wail before they were taken away by Lisu's sword and chopped into pieces on the spot. Then, the sword intent rushed out of Besu's body. In an instant, the Yangshan temple, the sea of blood in the mountain of corpses, and everyone's mind world directly began to rain blood. Millions of heads rolled, and everything seemed to be killed. This time, it was not so careful, nor so polite. A shuttle of sword rain was like a torrential rain, piercing everyone. Not only were faces pierced, but people were also pierced. The worst was the old man in the heavenly palace. He had the most faces on him. He was pierced by several swords, and his bones were broken. The faces were wailing, and the people were not much better. Countless people were trembling, and their minds were pierced by the sword energy. The Tau heart was originally insisting on the faces, but it jumped out here. Fortunately, the sword intent came and went quickly. It was just a moment, and it disappeared. But even if it disappeared, most people came back to their senses from the infection of the curse of the faces, but their expressions were quite ugly, especially the old man in the heavenly palace. The moment he woke up, his face was green. The main reason was that Lee Su's sword intent was too terrible. Although it was not like a virus like the faces, it was really like a steel knife that stabbed to the bottom, destroying the faces and beheading them. Hundreds of thousands of people were shaking on the spot. It was really painful, not only in their hearts, but also in their bodies. Lee Su's sword, what kind of sword is that? The sword of the Shanking Saint is no longer the sword of Juxin, Xiangxin, and Luxian, but the sword of Zuxin. Being killed by this sword intent is no easier than going to hell and walking through the sea of swords and mountains. The flesh melted on the spot where it was cut. You read that right. It was not rotten, nor was it broken. It was melted. It formed a sword hole that was 1 centimeter wide and half a centimeter thick. GG, oh boy, are you killing people or saving people? Without the suppression of the human face, the old man in the heavenly court woke up immediately. After looking down and seeing the situation on his body, he immediately blew his beard and glared, and couldn't help shouting. There were 7 or 8 holes on his body, and each one could see the other side, revealing the white bones and bright red internal organs. Fortunately, he was the Tai Venerable, and his immortality was extremely strong. The main reason was that the opponent's power was too strange, and could not be restrained by the thunder method, but instead restrained him. The others were not much better. Tai, who had come back to his senses, smiled bitterly. This sword really pierced his heart. Although the state of mind formed was not as disgusting as a human face, the intensity was definitely dozens of times that of a human face. Even though the sword intent disappeared, he still couldn't help showing a palpitation. It was too tragic and full of charm. The old man has no time to talk nonsense with you now. Don't be ungrateful. The 2 girls' favors have been repaid. As for the others, you have to settle the accounts in your heart. I will collect them. Lee Su sneered, and he was not polite at all. I'm leaving first. After that, the sword intent dimmed instantly and disappeared from the Yangshen temple. Kinga, you sisters, please sharpen your skills in peace. I guess I won't be able to contact you for a while. Beisu and Kinga, who woke up, were startled. Don't worry, that bastard knew he couldn't win, so he ran away. I guess he was going to steal the authority of the demon subduing hall. I have to chase him. I can't let him take away the authority of the demon subduing hall. The monster couldn't win, so he ran away. Beisu couldn't help but take a breath. As someone who had come into direct contact with it, she knew very well how scary that thing was. It wasn't a matter of realm, but its power was too difficult to deal with. Her own Taoist magic was almost unable to restrain the opponent, and was instead penetrated by the opponent's power. Although she thought about it, Beisu didn't say much, just said, be careful. Kinga was much simpler. Since her brother said so, her confidence came up all of a sudden. She waved her little fist and said directly, brother, come on. Yeah. Lee Su nodded and hung up the call directly. Seeing Lee Su's sword intent disappear, the old man in the heavenly court took a deep breath. Was it because of the skills? Or did the person have already passed it? Forget it. It can no longer be suppressed. The cost of killing him is too high. Once exposed, it will completely offend GGO. Such a stupid thing is not the style of the heavenly court. From now on, it is better to make friends with them. There is no big hatred between GGO and the heavenly court. If such a proud person can make his position lean towards their side, it will undoubtedly be a great blow to the demon court. Asterisk 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 on the other side, in the demon subduing hall. After dealing with the troubles in the Yangshan Hall, Lee Su also took action immediately. That sword solved the hidden dangers of the Yangshan Hall, and also bought him a lot of time. Yes, he did it on purpose. Although he dealt with the problem of the evil human face, he did not intend to let the people from the heavenly court catch up. Therefore, he deliberately pierced their minds with the sword of the immortal execution. If they want to recover, they will not be able to recover for 10 days or half a month. The wound left by the sword of the immortal execution is not so easy to heal. We have to hurry up and get the control before others know the situation of the demon subduing hall. With a thought, he threw all the corpses around him into the ghost realm. Although they were infected by him through the supreme flesh and blood, there was still a lot of evil in them. Not only that, in addition to the evil, the energy contained in them was very high, higher than that of energy bars. After squeezing them dry, he would find a place with good feng shui and bury the remaining corpses, which could be considered a complete end. Start the Royal Guard challenge. As soon as the words fell, a brilliant light covered his body, and in the blink of an eye, Lee Su also disappeared. Chapter 752, Heavenly Emperor Dao Canon. The guard assessment is simple. Just show your own combat power and break through the levels. The more levels you break through, the higher your combat power, and the more your guard status will be upgraded. The first one to appear in front of Lee Su was a heavenly general, an elite heavenly general, which was based on his highest status. After quickly suppressing him, it became 10 heavenly generals. Continue to suppress. 10 heavenly generals, 10,000 heavenly soldiers, set up a formation to surround and kill. It is not the Wild Sky Infinite formation, but a general legion formation, cooperating to strangle. It is a bit stressful. Without using the supreme, relying on your own foundation, it is a bit difficult to suppress it under the Tai realm. After that, the difficulty increased rapidly. The Tai mid-stage heavenly general led the team, and among the 10,000 heavenly soldiers, there were already 1,000 perfect true immortals. The strength of the military formation also began to increase, with the power of the formation, which can enhance each other. The difficulty of suppression increased, and you had to break the formation, and kill people first, and then deal with the Tai mid-stage. Then it became 3 Tai mid-stage. 7 Tai early stage heavenly generals led the team, and 5,000 true immortals. 5 more Tai came, and all the heavenly soldiers were true immortal great perfection. Even Lee Su had to use the supreme realm. The opponent's superposition was too terrible. He couldn't let the opponent continue like this. He had to use the supreme realm to curb the operation of the formation. The opponent became more and more powerful, and it became more and more difficult to kill him. The time was constantly stretched, until the first Tai in the late stage appeared. He had amazing immortality, and there were huge galaxies surrounding his body, which exceeded Lee Su in number. After all, he was still in the Tai realm, the first realm of the galaxy period, and the 13 stars in his body had not been completed. Facing the late Tai, even if it was not the perfect 15 fires, the pressure was still great. It took 3 hours for Lee Su to finally kill the opponent. The opponent was not only immortal, but also had many skills. The one who was projected here was probably also a god, and had learned a lot of heavenly Taoist scriptures. Among the skills he performed, there were many familiar to him. For example, he had telepathy, and this person had mastered it very deeply, and could see through some of his thoughts and respond in advance. This made Lee Su feel particularly uncomfortable when he was fighting. Because of the difference in realm, most of his moves could not be implemented, so that he could not effectively kill the opponent. After passing the level again, Lee Su stopped. For him, the difficulty of the Imperial Guard assessment was not great. After all, even in ancient times, there were still not many geniuses who could surpass Lee Su. Although he did not have a special identity, his talent bonus was too terrible. The reason for stopping was not that he had reached his limit, but that there were 2 problems in continuing. One was naturally time-consuming and laborious. The Taoism passed down by the Emperor of Heaven was really a headache in some aspects, and it was difficult to deal with it. Instead of fighting so hard, it would be better to pause first, complete the first realm of the galaxy period, and learn the skills in the Taoist canon of the Emperor of Heaven by the way, at least so that Lee Su would not be so passive. The only thing that made him worry was the font that carried the skills. He was really helpless about the text of the Heavenly Court. This kind of text was really fucking shitty, directly subverting the meaning of normal text. In fact, although the skills have a certain proportion, the most important thing for Lee Su is undoubtedly the completion of the first realm of the galaxy period, which is very important. The galaxy period is not as simple as having many stars in the body, but also related to the extremely important star map structure. You know, the concept of 1 planet and 2 planets is completely different. Once they form a star body, they will pull each other to form a gravitational orbit and become a larger whole. The power pushed by the running galaxy will be far greater than that of a single star, allowing the lethality to be further improved, almost one level. Take Lisu as an example. As long as he enters the first realm, the lethality that his own mana can cause is basically 1.3 times that of the previous one, far more than 1 times that of himself who has not broken through. This alone is enough to support him to pass the level. After all, he is basically about to reach the end of the level of the guard, and it is not that he cannot persist. The main reason for completing the first realm is still the problem to be faced after becoming a guard. Obtaining the authority of the whole master. This is really cruel. There are 3 levels in total. It is no longer the current assessment, but entering the core of the demon subduing hall, where 3 huge palaces are placed. Each of these palaces represents a checkpoint. The first checkpoint alone is enough to give people a headache. The great array of desolate heaven is not the defective one in the ancient city this time, but a complete one of 100,000 people. Although it is only aimed at the TIE level, Lisu still dare not be careless. Because the assessment of the last 3 levels will kill people. Even if you surrender, there is a 3-fold probability of being killed before the reaction mechanism is formed, and even if you persist until the reaction, there is a 7-fold probability of being severely injured. Not to mention the girl in front of him. Lisu has to guard against that monster alone. He can win, because the surface level of his Taoist power is equivalent to that of the opponent, and he has great resistance, which will form a crushing situation. But if he is severely injured, because of the level, the outcome is not easy to say. Therefore, before going over, he needs to be fully prepared and improve his strength again. It is not just about passing the level assessment, but also about being calm in dealing with all possible accidents. Sitting cross-legged, Lisu focused most of his energy on the finger in the Buddha kingdom, while calling the heavenly emperor Dao Canon through the authority he had just obtained. What appeared in front of him was a huge book. The whole book was golden, with extremely rich Dao rhyme particles flowing on it. The light on it formed golden dragons, which swam on the Dao Canon, as if unique avenues had come alive, as if all the avenues between heaven and earth were immersed in it, and written down by it. Rather than saying it was a book, it was better to say it was the crystallization of Tao and the source of all knowledge. This was an immortal weapon. And it was of a very high level, infinitely close to the quality of spiritual treasures, and its charm was very unique, giving him a feeling of facing the Xinhuo flag. In an instant, even before he actually touched it, Lisu's mind emerged with these 2 words. This thing should probably have been refined by the Lord Haoshan himself, and it possessed some amazing supernatural powers. Unfortunately, at this moment, he only had partial permission to read it, and was not qualified to hold this heavenly emperor Dao Canon, and could not know all its functions. Taking a deep breath, Lisu's expression became much more serious. This book was extraordinary. Perhaps it was lacking in some aspects. It was not as valuable as the fire flag, nor could it be compared to the innate spiritual treasures possessed by the saints. However, it gave him a feeling that if possible, it would be best to get it. It was very important. After a pause, Lisu reached out and opened the Dao Dan. In an instant, he almost dazzled his eyes. Although the number of Dao methods specially prepared by the Emperor of Heaven for the Imperial Guards was not large, with Lisu's current authority, there were only more than 10 volumes in total, ranging from low-grade immortal methods to high-grade immortal methods. However, there were actually many Dao methods recorded in the Dao Dan, which could be said to be as vast as smoke. There were as many as 10,000 volumes of low-grade immortal methods and 5-element alone, which were dazzling and dazzling. As for the middle grade ones, the total number exceeded 10,000, and there were many amazing magical powers in them, recording quite powerful Dao methods. Even in the mythological world, it was enough to gain a foothold in the same realm. As for the top grade ones, there are much fewer, only about a few hundred. But you have to know that the top grade immortal methods can only be created by the Dalo realm. The various Taoist methods in it are so high in the field that some of them even catch up with the saints. Not only that, Lisu found that there were some parts of this book that he could not open. What does that mean? It is self-evident. This scripture records the methods above the top grade. Although Li Su has the 7 Saints Supreme, it does not mean that the top grade Taoist methods are not attractive to him. On the contrary, the attraction is very great. Although he has extremely terrible talents, he also has a great disadvantage, that is, all the practice along the way depends on himself, without a teacher to solve the doubts. As the realm gets higher and higher, when you reach the Dalo realm, when you reach the Saint realm, I'm afraid that it will not be so easy to improve at that time. Although the Saint's method contains the Saint realm, it is different from the Dalo realm method. The Saint road can only be referenced and cannot be imitated. It is said that those who learn from me live, and those who imitate me die. The path of a heavenly saint is not Li Su's path. If he wants to achieve the Saint realm in the future, he must walk his own path, not just follow the 7 saints. Therefore, the techniques recorded in the Heavenly Emperor Dao canon are of great significance to him. Taking a deep breath, Li Su did not rush to look at the upper grade immortal techniques directly, but planned to take it step by step, starting from the lower grade ones. It would take him a lot of time to complete the realm of Nirvana. The higher the realm, the slower the learning of Taoist magic skills. Instead of completing the first realm of the star system period without mastering a single upper grade immortal technique, it would be better to master a few lower grade techniques first. For example, Li Su was very interested in his telepathy, mirror body technique and other auxiliary techniques. During the guard test, these lower grade immortal techniques made him suffer a lot. When he opened it, the text inside immediately made Li Su's face darken, and he gritted his teeth. Damn, it really is the main text of the Heavenly Court. However, I don't know if it's because it records the skills, but he actually understood a lot of the meaning of these words. The interpretation of the text kept popping up in his mind, and he was full of inspiration. In an instant, Li Su smiled. In this way, he didn't have a headache. He took out the life card and flipped through the book on the interpretation of the text of the Heavenly Court in the GGO. He read 10 lines and 10 pages at a glance. In just 3 or 5 minutes, he read and memorized a 1,000,000-word translation dictionary. When he looked up again, he didn't need to think about it himself. When he saw the skills in the Cheyenne Daodian, his mind suddenly surged with golden lotus and the rosy clouds of the sky. He could understand the content of the 1,000-word ancient text, and he translated it clearly. Facing this scene, Li Su couldn't help but smile coldly. You think you can stump me? He couldn't help but look up and look directly at the Heavenly Court text about his current identity, marked on his head. A mere Heavenly Court text, isn't it still easy to get it? Before he finished his thought, Li Su's expression froze, and then he quickly lowered his head. His face was as black as charcoal, and he showed a rare look of doubt about life. Chapter 753, The First Realm, Accomplished. A large number of extraordinary particles continued to pour out, and were quickly turned into firewood by the central 15 fire halls, ignited, and spewed out 15 streams of light that spread out, and were absorbed by the 8 nebulae, precipitated, and turned into hard cores, forming the foundation of the galaxy, the celestial body. Light was jumping. That was the sound of heartbeats, the sound of life, the sound of ignition, and the sound of the avenue. One after another, they appeared in the boundless starfield. As they gradually took shape, huge gravity began to breed, forming one star ring after another. These star rings, they are independent, but they resonate. As the Heavenly Court gradually took shape, they began to grow, and influenced and intertwined with each other. Gradually, a huge spiral structure was formed. This is the star image. After the Tai realm, only after completing the first realm of practice, can one have the unique power of formation. In an instant, the avenue in Li Su's body was pulled by it, and millions of Dao rhymes quickly gathered and merged into the spiral, merging with the grand astrology, turning into dots of starlight, embellishing it, like the real bright starry sky. It is extremely beautiful, gorgeous, and full of mystery. It is extremely strong, with large celestial bodies as the main body. Under the starlight of Dao Yun, all the power is concentrated to form a vast force. This power is boundless and infinite. Galaxy period, the first realm. Success. As the 13 celestial bodies were completely formed, Li Su's surroundings began to vibrate violently. The atmosphere could not stop trembling, and the void was distorted. With him as the center, a huge distortion was formed. Everything was flowing towards him. Dao Yun could not maintain its original normal state. It was affected by his power and opened up a new field. This is unprecedented weight and an extremely huge fate. As an object, just existing can distort reality and rewrite the rules. This is a power beyond the specification. It can no longer be described by individual life. It is truly beyond the 3 realms, not in the 5 element, and has the power of immortality, and begins to breed eternity. Letting out a long breath, even if Li Su was prepared, the improvement brought by completing the first realm still exceeded his expectations. This kind of change cannot be described simply by imagination and words. Only by stepping into it yourself can you understand the mystery inside, and the true meaning of the word Tai. It is not about fusion of Tao, nor about combining Tao, but oneself is Tao. Although this Tao is still very young, Li Su can undoubtedly feel that he has indeed grasped his own Tao, and embarked on the road of creating his own Tao. It is really different. With this step, the whole world's feelings and impact on him have undergone tremendous changes. The world has become more real. It is no longer just feeling and seeing, but can be truly touched and even changed. The rules can no longer bind him. On the contrary, he can begin to bind the rules and rewrite the rules. He couldn't help but clench his fists. The impact was simply indescribable. The Tai realm is far more terrifying and powerful than he imagined. If he had not mastered the 7 supreme saints, even if he could not realize it, in fact, his power already contained some Tai Dao fruit, and those Tai cultivators either had average talents when they advanced or were restricted. The Tai Zhuangsan and the so-called Xiangsan, the so-called Zengsan, would be like a half-grown child facing a fully armed adult with bare hands. With an almost insurmountable gap, he was extremely fortunate that he had learned the 7 supreme saints through the world fragments when he was still in the mortal world. Otherwise he would have died countless times along the way. Silently feeling the terrible changes brought by the stars, Li Su did not get up immediately and continue to participate in the guard assessment, but continued to operate the galaxy in his body to make the formed stars completely stable and consolidate this first realm. Of course, while constantly consolidating, he was not idle. Up to now, he has read more than 1,760 low-grade immortal methods recorded in the Xiandi Dao Dan. Although these techniques have limited improvement for him, they can be collected by the Emperor of Heaven. Some of them are extraordinary, with different cultivators' own understanding of the Dao fruit of heaven and earth, and interpret another perception to him from a third-party perspective. This is very good for Li Su. It makes him feel more laws and feel the magical changes of the world buried under the colorful Dao rhyme. Countless Dao rhymes flowed out with extraordinary particles, some from the millions of pieces of meat he collected in the ghost domain, and some from the Daluo of the Buddha kingdom. At this moment, the number of Dao in his body is growing at an extremely alarming rate. Before the breakthrough, there were 9.99 million miscellaneous Dao. Now it has exceeded 1 million, reaching nearly 1.17 billion. Moreover, this is not the limit, but only through a rough look at the more than 1,700 techniques, new identification, learning, and mastery. As time goes by, as he continues to comprehend, each of these Dao magic will eventually bring him great improvement. Miscellaneous Dao has such an improvement, and the main Dao is naturally unwilling to lag behind. The 7 Saints Avenue has already shown a trend of integration, and has begun to transform from the original 3,000 small paths to a single 3,000 middle paths. This is amazing. Although it is just a concept of small and medium, the difference between them is very huge. Just like a pound of cotton and a pound of iron, although they are the same weight, it is obvious that the quality is completely different. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much time at this moment. With so many Taoist scriptures, if he can be given 1,000 years, no, 100 years, his strength will be amazingly improved, greatly promoting the speed of Tai realm cultivation. Although it is a pity that there is not enough time, Li Su is not dissatisfied with it. When he came to the demon subduing hall, he first broke through the true immortal and entered Tai, and then obtained the heavenly emperor Taoist scripture. He learned more than 1,700 different Taoist magics at once, but this was already a huge opportunity for him. Now he just needs to wait for the realm to stabilize, and then learn more, and read more classics, and then he can start to pass the level. Time passed by little. It took almost a whole day for Lee Su to complete the first stage of the Tai star system. After reading the Taoist magic books, he stopped focusing on the practice. Of course, this kind of stop is not to press the pause button directly. In fact, the practice is still going on, but the mind is not mainly focused on this aspect. The star system in the body is still turning, and the 15 fire halls are constantly igniting the extraordinary particles to release 15 colors of streamers. After the completion of the first stage, it is naturally the beginning of the second stage. Beside the 13 stars, there began to be movement, and a large amount of streamers were constantly accumulated, preparing for the second stage. But this time, it was a little different. Instead of gathering the stars directly from the beginning, it was necessary to wait until the accumulated power was enough to directly breed a star. This process will be very long, mainly because the resources required are beyond imagination. Judging from the resources currently held by Lee Su, it may not be enough, even after squeezing all the remaining meridians in the ghost domain and the Buddha kingdom. He still missed the mark. Even if the stars were formed, they were not complete. They needed to be nurtured, and they would continue to absorb energy. In fact, they would need to spend half as much energy to fully form. Therefore, the resources that he originally thought could support him to the third realm were probably still lacking for the second realm. After all, he was too big. Whether it was Daluo's finger or the corpses of tens of millions of monks, although they contained a lot of energy, they were not pure extraordinary particles. Compared with star crystals, the absorption effect and efficiency were too low, and there were many impurities. Standing up, Lee Su had an idea, and started another test, which was also the last challenge of the guards. Chapter 754, A Glimpse into the Ancient Times. There are 3 Tai late stage, 7 Tai mid stage, and 10,000 true immortals. Just this Lanoop, there is a feeling that they don't want to let people pass the level. Tai late stage and great perfection will be killed directly, and the Daluo realm that is not so good will probably take a lot of effort. Facing this immortal Lanoop, it is obviously much more difficult than before, but it is easier to deal with. The formation of the star map and the mastery of many Taoist methods have at least doubled his strength. The numbers look terrible, but in fact, in Lee Su's eyes, they are full of flaws. Because the height is not enough. Among these people, there is no 15 fire extreme. In the same realm, the difference of 1 fire is very terrible. What's more, Lee Su is a double peerless, not only 15 fire great perfection, but also 7 holy Dao fruit. Although they have not yet completed the Tai transformation, they have widened the distance between the two. Not only that, this large number of people has a huge flaw. The battle formation is too poor. If it was the great array of the infinite heaven, Lee Su would have a headache, and it would be difficult to break through. Although the battle array he used now was also very mysterious, it could not reach the ability of the great array of the infinite heaven to turn decay into magic. It looked like a whole, but the details were still independent of each other. Lee Su directly operated to the highest level, and the power of flesh and blood burst out, forming a bloody field. The heavenly soldiers were affected at the first time. Their flesh and blood were stimulated by Lee Su, and they developed self-awareness, and wanted to break away. However, in a moment, the military formation was in a mess. The true immortal had no capital to face Lee Su. He already had the power of crossing borders, and was 1 realm lower. However, the true immortal of 13 fires, even if he was a great perfection, even if he had many magical powers, was like a joke to Lee Su. After all, the gap between the two sides was not only in realm, but also in foundation and practice. This was not a step difference, but a step-by-step difference. The heavenly soldiers were the beginning of disintegration. As the first Tai mid-stage was severely damaged by Lee Su, the stalemate immediately began to tilt. Although it was still not easy for Lee Su, who was in the late stage of Tai, to deal with him, the gap between the two sides was still difficult to make up for simply by realm. After all, his flesh, blood, and soul had become part of his magical powers, and his immortality was too high. Facing the attack of the late stage of Taii, Lee Su only needed to resolve 5 layers of damage, and the remaining 5 layers could hardly form an effective attack on his body. On the contrary, the late stage of Taii had to resist him with all his strength. The lethality of the Supreme Saint was too strong. Once the damage was caused, it would be extremely troublesome to repair it, and Lee Su naturally could not wait for the other party to repair it. It took almost 5 hours, and as the last late stage of Taii fell, Lee Su could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The realm of Taii was really difficult to kill. It was really lucky to be able to kill several people before. Now he was obviously also Taii. If the other party did not run away, facing the late stage, he could only grind through the Supreme Saint uninterruptedly and destroy the other party's avenue bit by bit. Otherwise, the amazing immortality could not only quickly repair the wound, but also the combat power would not be too serious, even if it was injured. It was completely different from mortals. After resting for almost an hour, Lee Su took another step after his combat power was restored to its peak. This time, he left directly. The guards came here for the final assessment, and they had obtained the full level title, and had greater authority. The surrounding scene changed, and he appeared directly in a new place. There was no doubt that this place was completely different from the previous one. Lee Su appeared, standing on a celestial body. This was a dead star, and in terms of size, it was about 5,000 kilometers, much larger than the moon in his previous life. Looking up, what caught his eye was a huge void, and around him, there were such celestial bodies, which were almost the same size, and all of them were dead stars. Facing this scene, Lee Su took a breath, and was a little shocked. The authority of the guards allowed him to know a lot of content, such as where he was at the moment. The core of the demon subduing hall here is a real center. These dead stars were not like this originally. They were all alive, and each of them was filled with huge energy. Their actual size was much larger than what we saw at the moment, because they were not planetary bodies, but stellar bodies. That is to say, 99% of it can be energy structure. Basically, except for the one under Lee Su's feet, the others are just the residual energy left after burning out. This is a complete galaxy, with a terrifying distance of nearly 50,000 light years. When the Emperor of Heaven refined the demon subduing palace, he directly intercepted it from the starry sky, and refined it into the demon subduing palace as the power source of the demon subduing palace. This is the real demon subduing palace. It is a place created by the Emperor of Heaven to train heavenly soldiers and generals. The real theme of the demon subduing palace is not a single person's practice, or a single person's tempering, but war. A super war carried out with millions of immortals and planets as fortresses. Think about it, it's right. As the only one in the 3 realms, it combines talents from the human teaching, the explanation teaching, the G teaching, and the Buddhist teaching, and it also rules the underworld, the creatures of the 4th seas, and countless ancient beasts. If you really want to train soldiers, how can there be only a single battlefield like before? Although the Desolate Heaven Infinite Array is based on a minimum of 100 people, the maximum can be said to be unlimited. Whether it was a drill or a practical exercise, the small spaces that Lee Su had come through before were obviously not able to be used. Especially in practical exercises, facing the Desolate Heaven Infinite Array, the opponent naturally could not be too weak, and must be quite strong, or extremely terrifying and powerful individuals. For example, the Dalo realm. In those small spaces, a Taii explosion like Lee Su could cause the vibration of dozens of spaces. If a Dalo realm entered one, it would probably be broken by a palm of the hand, and there was no way to bear it. He couldn't help but let out a breath. No wonder when he was outside, the demon subduing hall gave him the feeling that it was infinitely close to a treasure, but after entering it, the layout was obviously not matched. The immortal prison is actually much larger than it. The ancient city alone covers an area of more than 100 kilometers. As a part of the immortal prison, it actually only occupies a small proportion. He looked down at the land under his feet and the surroundings. At this moment, the place where he was standing was just a teleportation array with a diameter of 10 kilometers, which could accommodate and teleport millions of people at the same time. Near him, there are thousands of such teleportation arrays, covering half of the planet. This is the foothold of the demon subduing hall. When the heavenly court starts the war trial, the gods, ghosts and immortals will come here first, and then teleport separately according to their respective identities. Usually, even if it is only a battle of 1 million people, more than 100 million units will come to organize and prepare. Just through these teleportation arrays here, one can already imagine what a glorious scene the demon subduing hall of the heavenly court was in the past, what a terrible scale the drills and actual combats were, and how terrible the ancient heavenly court was. He raised his head and looked slightly into the distance. About 100 kilometers away, there stood a ladder. It was huge, so big that it was unbelievable. It directly spanned the stars, stretched into the starry sky, and was grafted onto a star. No, that's not right. It was not a star, but a palace. A huge palace almost as big as a star. Even after hundreds of years, it was still clearly visible, as if standing on the ground, and looking at the bright moon in the sky. It was huge. Looking at the huge palace, Lee Su couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he also understood why this place was called the Demon Subduing Hall instead of the Demon Subduing Tower. It was not until this moment that he realized what the real Demon Subduing Hall looked like. It was just like a blind man touching an elephant. No, it should be said that a blind man touched the world. From beginning to end, he didn't even see a corner of the Demon Subduing Hall. But now, he finally got a glimpse of the real corner. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, The Metaphysical Level of Ancient Heaven. At the entrance of the stairs, Lee Su couldn't help but look up. The width of the stairs in front of him was 10,000 meters wide, and each step was nearly 50 meters high. This piece of stone weighed almost 10,000 tons. There were strange lines on it, and each one had them. The lines between these lines were not scattered, but formed a whole, a bit like human fingerprints. They were strange, weird, and extremely mysterious. Looking at this huge stone bridge, Lee Su was a little shocked. He knew the material of this bridge. In the Heavenly Emperor Dao canon, in addition to Taoist magic, there are also strange arts, including refining tools, alchemy, talisman making, and formation. Although Lee Su's authority cannot see the specific refining method of this thing, there are related atlases that describe this special stone. This is called Eternal Stone. As the name suggests, it is a stone that cannot be infected by time. Its manufacturing method is amazing. According to the records in the Dao canon, even in the ancient heaven, only the top group of refining masters could forge it. The technique and realm all have extremely high requirements. At least according to the introduction in the Heavenly Emperor Dao canon, it is still difficult for Lee Su to make it at present. This kind of stone has extremely high defense. Even if the Dao realm wants to destroy it, it will be very difficult. There are two reasons for this. First, it is very inert and has a low reaction to all external materials. Once it is practiced, the magic power cannot be infected. Second, the special pattern on it. This mysterious and bizarre pattern is not simple, but its veins. If the realm is sufficient and the strength is sufficient, it can be cut open or broken. You will find that this pattern is not only on the outside, but also on the inside. This vein is very magical. Any form of energy falling on its body will be decomposed by these veins, which will greatly reduce its destructiveness, making its attack like hitting running water or air, and being quickly decomposed and repelled. Therefore, the Eternal Stone has another name, Energy Transfer Stone. Because of its special properties, it can be controlled by techniques to make the lines inside the Eternal Stone form a hole, facing in one direction, and then put it into the huge star body in the starry sky, through which the energy in the celestial body is directly conducted out, forming a nearly permanent power source. After all, the lifespan of celestial bodies is extremely terrifying, basically in units of hundreds of millions of years, which is an unimaginable length. Looking at the stairs in front of him, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath. When he first came in, he was shocked by the hugeness of this place, and at the same time, he also felt that as the only super large organization in the ancient prehistoric world, it should have such a face. Now looking at this seemingly inconspicuous eternal stone in the huge starry sky, the shock it brings to him is far more amazing than the Emperor of Heaven taking down a galaxy to practice magic. Because the meaning is different. Picking the sun and the moon in your hand, and picking the stars is just the power of an individual. Although it is powerful, dreamy, and desirable, it is only an individual after all. The eternal stone is different. It is a mature skill that applies to the entire heaven and the entire ancient prehistoric world, and it means the height of civilization. This is a power source, and a power source of nearly eternal power. What does it mean? Think about it. If a civilization can directly draw the power of the vast stars as its own power source, then what height has this civilization reached? A few minutes ago, Lisu's impression of the heavenly court was that when it rained, the Dragon King had to go to the sky to sneeze. But this second is completely different. The ancient heavenly court not only has powerful immortals, but it is also an extremely terrifying civilization. There is no doubt that in terms of metaphysical height, it can be said that there is no one before and no one after. It's a pity. It's a pity. The ancient destruction was too fast, and the enemy's means directly exceeded everyone's expectations. And as soon as the war started, it was a super war in which the saints personally participated. If the invasion was a little bit, giving the ancient heavenly court time to react, perhaps the direction of the development of this battle would become another look. Taking a deep breath, Lisu wasted 2 or 3 minutes in front of the stairs before he took his first step, stepped onto the huge bridge made of eternal stone, and headed towards the deep starry sky, the huge palace comparable to the stars. Asterisk 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 as the saying goes, a horse will die if it runs too fast. Lisu, who had climbed the ladder, felt like he was running to death just by looking at the palace. How far is it? Now he is Tai immortal, with amazing speed. With a somersault, he can travel 109,000 miles. As a result, he almost vomited, and the palace was still in sight, but he couldn't get in. Could it be that the distance is really a few light years? If so, it would take him a long time to reach the palace. He took a deep breath, stopped running, and used his magical powers directly, Yu-King Supreme, and the power of space. In the galaxy, Yu-King Daogo's pupils opened, and the Pangu banner on his head trembled slightly. Lisu's pupils directly reflected the endless void. Although he did not have the top magical power in terms of speed, it was obvious that the magical power of space could also be used to hurry. He took a step forward, and the next moment, when he appeared again, he was already billions of miles away. Fortunately, the ladder under his feet was long enough, and because of its special fluctuations, Lisu was able to locate in this vast starry sky. Otherwise, he might not dare to operate such a leap, for fear that he would get lost if he took a step over. I dodge, and I dodge again. After dodging for 2 whole days, Lisu stopped his steps, sticking out his tongue and breathing in place. I was tired, and couldn't run anymore. The starlight in my body was so dim. You know what? The palace has really become a lot bigger, from the size of mooncake to the size of a pancake. Sitting on the huge eternal stone, at this moment, Lisu was quite skeptical about life. Suddenly, he had no idea of being shocked by the magnificent ancient heaven. The only idea was to complain, and complain crazily. Uncle, do you think you are bored? Why did you build such a big one? 1 flash per second. 1 flash is almost 50 million kilometers. It took 2 days to run. Do you know how far it is? A full light year away. He has walked more than he has in these 2 days in his life. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that, after running so far, he found that he was only a little closer to the demon subduing hall. You have to know that as Tai, his vision in modern society is like a super telescope. He can see very far away. As long as there is light and no obstructions, he can directly capture it with his naked eyes from dozens of light years away, just like the demon subduing hall, that looks about the size of a pancake. After resting for a cup of tea, Lisu stood up again, gritted his teeth, and hurried on. There is no way. After all, it is related to the authority of the demon subduing hall. The deeper he gets into it, the more he finds that the significance of the demon subduing hall is too important, even surpassing the supreme saint in terms of strategy. The meaning it symbolizes is the arsenal and the Academy of Sciences of the ancient heaven. Getting it is equivalent to inheriting the level of ancient heavenly civilization. It is too important to simply improve the Zaya kingdom. The entire heaven was degraded, destroyed, and suffered from the astonishing evil infection. Only the immortal prison, although it also sealed an alien creature, the damage it caused was very low. Millions of years after the Great Destruction, the sealed monster was still suppressed in place and could not set foot here. At first, Lee Su didn't think much about it, but now he thinks that this is probably not a coincidence. So he must get this thing no matter what. Asterisk 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 at this moment, the huge palace is located. Because it is too huge and the distance is too far, Lee Su, who ran over, did not find that this extremely magnificent palace was vibrating, and energy was constantly being tilted out and flowing along the lines on the palace. That is the eternal stone. And obviously, as a thing that can absorb power and weaken impact, and has kinetic energy to preach, it is undoubtedly very difficult to shake it. At this moment, it was shaking constantly, and shocks were forming inside again and again. It was a battle. There were powerful masters fighting inside, and their realm was not low. After all, such a huge palace was difficult for even a true immortal to shake, let alone a celestial being. Only a Tai who was extremely gifted and had a fighting power beyond that could do that. How could this happen? At this moment, outside the palace, in a corner, an old man was seen, his face pale. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, and a shocking scar appeared on his body. There were bright starlight flowing inside, and waves of destruction were constantly erupting. The constellation, which should have been extremely beautiful, seemed to have been cut by a knife, with a huge crack. Several stars shattered, and the light of millions of diorimes was extremely dim. That was the mysterious old man next to the girl. He was seriously injured. Not only did he hide in the corner, but he also concealed all his own breath. He looked into the palace with a look of worry and uneasiness. He pursed his lips, his eyes full of confusion. Wait, what happened to you? Just when he was extremely worried, not far away, a figure suddenly appeared on the huge stairs in front of the main gate of the palace, and as it approached, an unconcealable evil was spreading. It was the terrifying creature that Lee Su had fired at, and it came over. At this moment, it looked very strange, with many tentacles extending from its tumorous body. These tentacles kept swinging around it, and the tops of the tentacles emitted a blue light. With the continuous back and forth movement, the space it was in seemed to be distorted, forming a collapsed scene. It did not fly directly here, but like a wormhole, it jumped directly here through another channel. After landing, the evil creature did not stop, and rushed directly into the hole without hesitation. Facing this scene, the old man's originally pale face became more anxious. Something happened to his granddaughter. It was already very bad. As a result, the evil creature that should have been suppressed in the ancient city of Xianyu inexplicably ran here. Knowing how terrible that thing was, he became more and more anxious. Damn it, he shouldn't have come here. Why? Hua was clearly found by him in the western region, sleeping in the underworld. So why was it in the eastern region? Something related to the heavenly court that triggered her reaction? Chapter 756. In front of the main hall. Huff. Finally we've arrived. Damn. 23 light years away. Damn. After landing, Lee Su gasped for air. His fiery heart was frozen by running. He had a personal experience of the meaning of the saying running to the mountain is like running to death, and the feeling was really horrible. Not to mention that the energy of the second level stars in his body had gathered almost half. In order to hurry on, the attacking and killing Jade Purity Supreme Way was used by him as a escaping technique. It was really tiring. Jade Purity Supreme Way was not a spatial magical power in the traditional sense, but a method of destruction and creation. It could destroy space and create space. On the contrary, ultra-long distance positioning was another matter. It was not that he could not move quickly, but that he moved too far and consumed too much energy. Using Pangubana could save about 90% of the time, but his condition would become very bad when he got here. Although Lee Su was very confident in his own strength, he was so confident only when he was in a complete state. If the consumption was too great, it would be quite troublesome if he met an enemy. Therefore, he had to act while maintaining his fighting strength. Therefore, this entire distance of 23 light years took him a full month to run. Fortunately, he was constantly improving. With the continuous use of King Supreme, the distance he could reach was getting farther and farther, but the consumption did not increase much. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he could reach the destination in a month. Damn, this distance is too unfriendly. It is simply a torture for the cultivators in the Tai realm. Sitting in the same place, looking at the steps that were less than 1,000 steps away from him, Lee Su's eyes sank slightly, and his expression was a little solemn. The tumor had arrived. Although there were not many of them, the stench of the other party still remained around. The evil stench and the rotten smelled like corpse oil. I have to say, this thing is really disgusting. Even the air can't escape where it passes. It feels like the whole space is dirty, leaving a large area of filth. This kind of residue will last for a long time. Not only that, if a cultivator passes by and has not adapted to the evil infection in advance, once he passes by the place where the other party's smell remains, something will happen. Although he will not be directly evil, he may be cursed by this power and something ominous will happen. Although he came a little late, Lee Su did not rush up immediately, but sat in meditation on the spot and practiced cross-legged. He consumed a lot of energy. If he went up directly, there would be no problem in a short-term battle, but he could not withstand a long-term battle. You know, although the energy contained in the Tai realm is very huge, the rotation of the galaxy alone is almost every moment with an extremely huge force. A random shake is enough to overturn the mountains and seas, but if you face an opponent of the same realm, and whose strength is not inferior to yourself, it is another matter to use the supreme opponent. Now, with the leap of the great realm, the long river opened by entering the world fragments. Before may be huge and sufficient in number when facing a single star, but it is a drop in the bucket when facing a galaxy. At this moment, the enemy in front of Lee Su is not one. There are three. The evil tumor, the demon subduing hall itself, and the girl with extraordinary fighting power. To be honest, Lee Su was very confident about the two in front, but to be honest, he was quite afraid of the girl behind. It was not just that the opponent was powerful, but that the opponent's situation was abnormal. That extremely huge soul was too weird, and its quality was much greater than Lee Su's. Even now that he was in the Tai realm, he still couldn't compare. This undoubtedly made him very concerned, so he had to fully prepare enough power before the war, so that if a war broke out next, he could fight for a long time without a shortage of power. It took half a day, and even the few cultivation resources were used to recover to the best condition. The demon subduing hole was good in everything, but it had no energy and could not directly absorb extraordinary particles, otherwise it would not be so difficult. Lee Su jumped up and acted quickly. He didn't know when the little girl came, but the evil spirit had obviously been here for a long time. The remaining breath outside was already very faint. It was not that it evaporated, but that it was diluted. The whole staircase was filled with that smell. He took a step forward, and this time it was undoubtedly very fast. He walked to the palace gate in 2 steps. This is really incredible. Looking at the huge palace entrance that towered into the sky and had no end, Lee Su was a little surprised. Did the Emperor of Heaven have nothing to do? Such a big door, who is it going to let through? Could it be that the immortals in the ancient heaven all look like titans? 10,000 meters long and 3,000 meters wide? HMM. Lee Su, who was originally planning to go in directly, suddenly frowned and couldn't help turning his head to look at the right side of the palace. About 20 kilometers away, next to the gate of the demon subduing hall, in the corner, there is a person there. It's an old man. At this moment, his situation is a little bad. Not only was he seriously injured, but what's more terrifying is that between his neck, there grew a very small human face, which was extremely weird and ominous. It was the curse of the tumor. The opponent should have been infected by the smell left by the tumor that had obviously entered, causing the evil to enter his body. The opponent was a Tai cultivator, so he should have been severely injured first, and then infected by the evil here. After all, if he had encountered the tumor directly, he would have been gone long ago. Just because Lee Su was easy to deal with doesn't mean that others can deal with it easily. Wait, this old man looks familiar. By the way, I saw him when I got on the dragon boat, and I remember that there was a little girl next to him. Thinking of this, Lee Soo narrowed his eyes and showed a strange look in his eyes. At other times, he would not have guessed so, because the girl who fought with him had a very different aura and body shape from the old man when he went up. The little girl was obviously older, but the one who attacked was smaller. But it was strange that the opponent appeared here and brought a little girl on the dragon boat. This is the place where the guards challenge the qualifications of the palace master. Even outside the gate, the heavenly soldiers and generals, even the elite soldiers, are not qualified to come here. Although Lee Soo didn't recognize the words on the old man's head, he still had an impression of them. He had won it before, and it was a heavenly general. He didn't know the exact level, but it must be less than 30. So, this old man was brought here by someone, and it should be the girl. After all, although there are many people on the dragon boat, Lee Soo, who has personally experienced a round of guard tests, is extremely likely. There are not many people who can pass the level. In addition to him, the girl, and the evil creature, even the old man in the heavenly court is difficult, and the talent requirements are too high. How could he be at the door? And he was seriously injured? If the girl arrived first, he should have gone in and challenged directly. If the evil creature arrived first, he should not have suffered such obvious Taoist damage. If both parties arrived together, facing the girl, the evil creature would undoubtedly doubt his life again. The girl's body is stronger than Lee Soo's, and she has an extremely large soul. If the evil creature's body is here, it's okay. If there is only a small part of the body, it can't be infected at all. Instead, it will make the girl crazy, and the result is completely imaginable. Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but frown slightly. He originally planned to go in directly, but he came to the old man who was seriously injured and infected by evil spirits, causing his mind to lose control. The ghost domain spread out and covered the other party's body. In an instant, the Supreme Soul vibrated and went directly into the other party's soul to obtain information. This old man is a bit interesting. There are restrictions everywhere on the soul. Most of the areas are locked by him, and these locks are not used for counterattack, but for self-destruction. Without the correct unlocking password, once touched, they will explode immediately. In other words, unless the old man himself is willing to say it, outsiders can't think of anything. It can be said that except for the recent content, nothing can be seen. Although this is not difficult for Lee Soo, who has the Supreme Soul, it will consume too much time. However, although he can't read the memory directly, Lee Soo still found the answer from the things he holds on the other party. At least the person who stole the heavenly court herb is undoubtedly this guy. After all, the herb is in the other party's arms at this moment, and there is no doubt that the evidence is as solid as a mountain. Just when Lee Soo confirmed the other party's identity, a sentence that he was very concerned about appeared in the other party's recent memory. "Baby, what's wrong with you?" This sentence is undoubtedly the most content in his recent memory, and it is full of anxiety and uneasiness. It should be that something happened to the tricky little girl. Thinking of what he felt after contacting the girl, Lee Soo's brows immediately frowned, and his expression became very ugly. Damn, won't something big happen? Boom. A loud noise came out from the palace with a diameter, and the terrible impact directly shook the palace. That was as big as a planet. Lee Soo's eyes couldn't help shrinking, and he couldn't help but shouting in his heart, damn. This fucking palace. When he got close, he found that this thing was made of eternal stone. Not to mention that it was very solid. It also had the characteristics of absorbing power and reducing power. Ordinary TIE, with all its strength, can only make the eternal stone of about 10,000 square meters vibrate and emit light at most. Now, such a large hole is actually shaken by the beating. How strong is the power that exploded inside? Taking a deep breath, Lee Soo paused and stretched out his palm directly to the human face growing on the neck of the half-dead old man. The power came out of his body, and he grabbed the human face and pulled it. With a hiss, a large piece of neck meat was pulled off by Lee Soo. AWW. With a scream, the old man, whose mind was suppressed by evil, woke up from the pain on the spot. The veins all over his body popped out, and he almost fainted on the spot. The old man's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of his eye sockets. At the same time, he was in great pain and tears flowed out. He hugged the wound and started rolling on the ground, wailing as he rolled. I took a picture of you. Lee Soo squatted silently in the same place and did not chase the old man who was rolling away, but spoke faintly. Do you know what taking a photo means? It means recording and packaging all your flesh, blood, soul, and AO information. The old man, who had rolled out a long way, froze, and his shrill screams died down on the spot. Lee Soo's expression remained unchanged, and he continued, also, the herb in your bag is really beautiful, exactly the same as the one lost in the heavenly court. After rolling around a few times, the old man rolled back and lay down on the spot where he had just been lying. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at Lee Soo with a miserable face and said, Your Highness Daozi, please forgive me when you can. Lee Soo nodded and said directly, okay, then tell me, old man, what's the situation with your granddaughter? Chapter 757, Mutual Disgust. When the old man heard Lee Soo speak, he looked a little dazed. His mind had been suppressed by the evil face for too long, more than 10 days. As Lee Soo spoke, he quickly remembered what happened not long ago. His eyes suddenly showed a deep sense of uneasiness and worry, but that look only flashed by. If he hadn't been looking at the old man, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. The old man quickly calmed down, with a puzzled look on his face. Your Highness Daozi, I don't know what your highness is talking about. Lee Soo looked at the other party and interrupted directly. Are you pretending to be stupid? It doesn't matter, but I think you should remember that I fought with her. The old man's face rose. Her mind is very blank, like a real little girl, but her soul is very abnormal, so huge that it is unbelievable. Even Tae Dakwan can't have such a strong soul. If it is just pure quality, it is nothing. After all, there are countless ways in the world, and the magical powers are even more varied. There are also ways involving the soul, but that girl is different. That kind of hugeness is definitely not obtained by simple cultivation. It is the accumulation of years and the precipitation of time. Only after experiencing an incredibly long life can such a magnificent state be formed. The old man's pupils shrank. The girl and Lee Soo had fought, so he naturally remembered it. But he never expected that the other party could directly spy on the biggest secret of the girl just by fighting once. For a moment, his mind was like a bolt from the blue, but the old man had lived for a long time after all, and he knew that the more times like this, the more he couldn't panic and be nervous. He was full of surprise, as if he didn't know what Lee Soo meant, and was ready to speak. Are you going to play dumb? Seeing the other party's reaction, Lee Soo sighed and lost the idea of continuing the conversation. He stood up without waiting for the other party to speak. He glanced at the deep and lightless palace, as if it was a giant beast with its mouth opened. Silent vibrations kept coming from it, with an unspeakable chill. Okay, forget it, but your situation is quite bad, old man. There are a lot of evil forces left nearby. Although I have taken down the human face curse for you, if you continue to stay here, you will be evil again sooner or later. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. After the words fell, Lee Soo took a step and walked into the demon subduing hall. Although I'm a little concerned about the situation of the little girl, it would be best to figure it out if possible, so that it can be dealt with. However, there are too many restrictions in the old man's soul, and he is in the Tae realm. If he is unwilling to say it, it is very difficult to obtain it through the Supreme Soul. It's not that the other party really achieved the Supreme Soul defense, but it is too cumbersome and long. You can imagine that memory is like a straight line, and the length of it is calculated as 1 meter. Then the length of the other party's line is about millions to tens of millions of meters, and there is a lock every 30 meters, and then let him find the information he wants from it. Even if the soul is supernatural, this project is too large, and if there is a mistake in the middle, causing the locked memory to self-destruct, all the previous efforts will be wasted, and he has no time to waste a lot of time here. As for whether the girl will have any major mutations, if she is still a true immortal, Lee Soo will really be afraid, but now she is already in the Tae realm, and has a treasure in his hand. Even if he can't beat her, at least he should have no problem running away. After walking a few steps, Lee Soo suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, old man, I saved your life, and then you left a handle in my hand. Remember to pay it back. The old man was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Lee Su to not ask any more questions. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, he actually said to leave without hesitation. Looking back at his 10,000 years of memory, there is no doubt that this situation is really the first time for a country grandmother to come to the city. This kind of behavior is simply incredible in the myth world. After all, secrets mean opportunities, and opportunities mean strength. In the case of the girl, once she knows the situation of her unusually large soul, no matter whether it is a casual cultivator in the lower domain, a sect in the upper domain, or even a monk from a large sect, once she knows her situation, it is impossible not to be curious, let alone not to have thoughts. Watching Lee Su step in, the old man was silent for a long time, and then called the other party and said, "Your Highness Daozi, wait a minute." Huh? Lee Su paused and showed a look of surprise. Is this the more he wants to ask, the less he says, and the more he doesn't care, the more he can't sit still? Born to be a jerk. Your Highness Daozi, since you saved me, I will certainly repay you a favor. Oh. The old man looked solemn, took several deep breaths, hesitated for a long time, and finally, as if he had made a great decision, and was about to reveal a great secret, he whispered, "Please be careful, Your Highness. It's really dangerous inside." Fuck. It was because the other party's reaction was too serious that Lee Su thought he was going to hear a great secret, but it turned out to be TNN. That's it? How could I not know that it was dangerous inside? Lee Su's face was a little dark, and he took several deep breaths directly. The evil fire in his heart surged, and he almost beat the broken old man directly. The old man who finally said it let out a long breath, with an extremely relaxed look on his face, as if he had really told Lee Su a great secret, with an expression of repaying a drop of water as a spring, and was about to speak. Lee Su didn't wait for the other party to speak. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and he said bluntly, "Old man, if you intend to use this secret to repay me for saving you, then this time next year will be your death anniversary. Do you believe it or not?" The old man was stunned and couldn't help but open his mouth. But he immediately closed his mouth knowingly when he felt the other party's determination that was about to overflow. At the same time, his face showed a look of grievance. Although he didn't speak, he was full of "how could this be? This is related to your life safety." Lee Su couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. He had seen shameless people, but this shameless one. He suppressed the evil fire in his heart and disappeared in a flash, heading straight to the depths of the palace. If he continued to stay here, it felt that the old man didn't need to speak. Just by his expression, he wanted to kill him. Seeing Lee Su enter, the old man's expression quickly restrained, and the uneasiness and worry in his eyes remained, but it didn't change because of Lee Su's entry. He was still worried about the girl's condition, but this worry was only about her condition, not about her life safety. That was the girl he found in the underworld. The environment she lived in was 100 times more dangerous than the demon-subduing palace. The old man took a breath. His face changed quickly, and he sneered, "Little thing, your uncle has warned you. It is really dangerous in there. Even if you are talented, have great Taoist magic skills, and are in the realm of true immortals, if you go in, you will die. People nowadays are always like this, doing good for you, but not knowing how to cherish it. I only remind you, because you saved my life. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer in front of you. This is an eternal saying. Do you still want me to repay you? You have to live to come out first." Faced with the girl's big secret, Lee Su did not force him to ask, although it surprised the old man. But who is the old man? How could a 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old turtle, a being that has long become a spirit, simply let down his defense? In the mythology world, where even masters and apprentices would be on guard, how could they easily let an outsider into their hearts? Moreover, although he was not conscious, his cultivation method was very magical. After waking up, he immediately found that his memory had been touched. How could he have a heart-to-heart with Lee Su? Old thing. Just when the old man sneered and thought that Lee Su who went in would not come out alive, Lee Su's voice came from the depths of the palace, which scared the old man directly. He thought that the other party did not go in and came out again. After all, his situation was not good at the moment, and his injuries were extremely serious. He really had little chance of winning against Lee Su. He looked into the depths of the palace for a long time, but no one came out. When the old man was puzzled, a voice sounded in his ear again. It was the sound transmission technique. I have put the favor you owe me on the GGO side. I didn't expect that you, an old man, are actually a celebrity. Not only do you have a bounty on you, I directly put a price of 800 stars. Sure enough, you are still strong and powerful, and your sword is still valuable. Of course, you can rest assured that I'm not a bad person. I have set it up so that the person who buys you can only let you go through life and death, and cannot subjectively kill you directly or indirectly. Standing there blankly, the old man couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the depths of the palace in disbelief. An old face, sometimes blue, sometimes white, and sometimes like carbon, almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Sold? This bastard. In the depths, Lee Su smiled coldly. Old thing, just ask you if you are happy. The girl was able to enter the depths, and she must have known the authority of the Hall Master. The value of the demon subduing hall would make even a saint tempted, and would not be able to help but come down in person. Those who can come here will not quit without experiencing it personally. Kind reminder? Who are you disgusting? Lee Su is not a good person. If he is a good person, how could he intercept the other party's flesh, soul, and even the information of the Great Dao? With these 3 pieces of information in hand, once they are handed over to the cultivators at the Dalo level, there is no place for him to stay in the world. However, Lee Su raised his head and looked into the depths of the palace. He had walked a long way, about 1,000 miles. In the deepest part, only a light spot could be seen faintly, and it seemed that the distance was still very far. But, pulling his collar subconsciously, Lee Su's expression was a little solemn. It was so hot inside. The deeper he went, the more amazing the heat he felt. The great Dao flowing around was also abnormal. The Dao rhyme related to water disappeared, and the Dao rhyme of fire was everywhere. And this heat was not the kind of high temperature of rising flames, but dryness. This power was very extreme. The deeper he went, not only did Lee Su, who was invulnerable to water and fire, feel abnormally dry, but his evil nature also became weak, and was affected by that dryness. According to the information that Lee Su had the authority to obtain, the test of the authority of the demon subduing Hall Master did not have this kind of power. What there should be is only the desolate sky infinite array of 10,000 people and the projection of the legendary goddess. Chapter 758, The Power of Natural Disaster. He exhaled a breath, and as soon as it left his mouth, the water molecules in the air disappeared directly. Very dry. All the water was sucked out completely. It can be said that, if Lee Su was not at the Tai realm, and the material that constituted this palace was a special material created by the ancient heaven, the eternal stone, then, at this moment, there would probably be only a corpse that had cracked into sand and the yellow sand all over the sky. Under the coverage of this power, all life will wither. There was obviously no so-called sun above his head, and no sunlight fell, but he inexplicably felt a sense of anxiety, which made his emotions unstable. Feeling the situation transmitted by himself, Lee Su frowned slightly. This dry power has already affected him, and is infiltrating into his body bit by bit. It is really a weird power, and its nature is also very terrible. Why do you say weird? Because this power is not like a Taoist magic, but has an evil nature. That's right, its infectiousness is terrible, and can also affect a person's mood. The only difference is that the evil nature is mainly to pollute the will of living beings, but this power is not. It kills and makes everything wither and die like a withered flower. He raised his head and looked not far away. He had already walked out of the deep palace. Logically, he should be in front of the first level of the authority assessment of the demon subduing palace master. That is where the desolate sky infinite array is. However, at this moment, the scene there was nothingness. There was nothing, except a conspicuous yellow sand. Taking a breath, Lee Su walked over slowly. However, this step was really like entering a world. In an instant, his flesh and blood body cracked, and the flesh was quickly dried up, and the water was directly evaporated. In many cracked places, he even saw his own flesh and blood, which showed signs of weathering, and turned into yellow sand, and flowed down directly. Dong dong. Astonishing heartbeats sounded, and a terrible breath burst out from Lee Su's body. The breath carried an astonishing will, and instantly filled the space where he was standing, directly driving away the dryness all around. It's really a domain. Looking at his rapidly repaired body, there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. The power that can only be possessed after the Taii realm, once opened, is not to affect reality, but to truly change the rules of reality. It is also because of this that Lee Su's body immediately had problems after stepping into the range. The reality of this space in front of him has been rewritten by the other party, and the degree is very serious. Even the Taii body cannot directly resist it, and needs to operate the stars to form the same domain to fight. Of course, Lee Su can do this. When he was a true immortal, he once revived a nest of snake demons in Biju, and when dealing with evil, it was also the supreme flesh and blood that directly rewrote the rules of reality, allowing the flesh and blood on its body to have consciousness and come alive to fight against it. It's just that the power of the latter and the surface that can be involved is far beyond the true immortal. Although he could do it, the distance was really scary. You know, he didn't see anyone here, which means that the other party should be deeper, and it is very likely that he is directly at the projection of the Nine Heavens mysterious lady in the second level. This is undoubtedly quite outrageous, because the distance between the two levels is very far. After all, even if it is just a large formation of 10,000 people, once it starts, it will make a lot of noise. If there is Taii inside, ordinary stars can't stand it, so the battlefield of the first level is very large. The diameter alone is probably more than 10,000 miles, and this is fortunately that the palace itself is built with eternal stone, which can absorb and decompose the power of Taoism and magical powers. Otherwise, the range of 10,000 miles is not enough, and the first level alone is 10,000 miles, but the opponent's domain covers the outside from deeper depths. So how big is his actual domain? At least Lee Su himself currently can't expand his supreme domain to such a huge extent. At the current realm, energy alone is far from enough. Coming to the center of the yellow sand, Lee Su waved his hand and swept away the yellow sand around him, revealing what was underneath. Buried underneath were pieces of armor, some of which were in tatters, and some of which only had a few fragments left. They were all emitting a faint glow, and there was a little bit of extraordinary Taoism flowing in them, which had become very dim. No wonder there was nothing at this level. These fragments should be the same as the armor in the ancient city, which were the key to the formation of the desolate heaven infinite array. As a result, they were covered by the opponent's domain, and eroded by the power of dryness. Is the first level considered useless? Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and his expression became more and more solemn. The holder of this power, no matter who it is, will undoubtedly be a huge rival to him. He didn't stop for too long, and continued to move forward. Now that he was here, unless he confirmed that he couldn't beat him, he would never let go of the treasure of the demon subduing hall. A distance of 10,000 miles was not far for Taii. It took only a few steps to reach the end. There was a big door there, which had been pushed open. At the door, there was a pool of mincemeat, most of which were organs and tissues. Not only that, there was also a pool of dark purple meat paste on the open door. The evil was spreading, very strong. It should be the evil creature that escaped from Lee Su's hands and was beaten to death here. The flesh and blood, where the body was located, should be the dark purple meat hanging on the door. That guy should have died tragically. Although there was an extremely strong evil in the dark purple meat, it also contained an extremely strong drought, which was constantly burning. At this moment, there was no consciousness on the dark purple flesh, and it should have been completely burned to death. This kind of death, just thinking about it, can't help but shudder. You have to know that the immortality of evil creatures is very strong. As long as the evil is still there, the will hardly be destroyed. Now the evil is still there, but the consciousness inside has completely disappeared. I'm afraid that not only did it die miserably, but in the end it was forced to annihilate the remaining consciousness by itself. Otherwise it would not become like this. Facing this scene, Lee Su was somewhat surprised. You know, the fundamental reason why he was able to fight against the evil nature was that the level of the saint's Taoism was too high, which gave him the power to fight against and even kill the evil nature. Under normal circumstances, cultivators of the same realm are basically overwhelmed when facing the evil nature. Therefore, there is the tragic situation that the ancient and high-end surface layers can obviously fight against it, but the bottom is broken at the touch. Although he looks ugly, you have to admit that the other party is really strong. But the scene at this moment is completely different. The evil nature is suppressed in turn. You know, the owner of the domain is very strong, but he has not reached the surface of Daluo, at least not the feeling of the Daluo that Lee Su has met. Walking directly to the front door, Lee Su stretched out his palm and touched the dark purple meat mud on the door directly. Close your eyes and extract directly from these residues to see if you can get useful information. HMM. There is a picture, but I saw a bright fist with baby fat directly hit his face. With a loud bang, Lee Su's eyes went dark. Unbelievable pain flowed through his body. In an instant, a huge world appeared in the depths of his mind. There was yellow sand all over the sky, corpses everywhere, and an extreme drought filled the whole world. Only desolation and dead silence remained. Inexplicably, a word rose in Lee Su's heart. This is a disaster. A natural disaster that destroys everything. Chapter 759. Xianu Bei? Shaking his head, he came back to his senses. Lee Su's eyelids twitched, and he looked at the gate in front of him for a long time without saying a word. The scene that came into his mind, the scorched earth everywhere, no life, only the yellow sand, undoubtedly reminded him of a certain myth. To the north of Chishu, there is a woman in green clothes, called Bei, who goes out to cover 1,000 miles of red land, and there is a severe drought without rain. Could the girl inside be the legendary goddess Bei? As the thought fell, Lee Su couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his scalp was a little numb. There are many introductions about Bei in mythological stories. The source of the most classic and long popular zombie series in China comes from her. She has made great contributions. Huangdi won the battle with Qiao because of her. She is a great hero, but her ending was not good. Because she could not return to heaven, and because she lived in a place without rain, she was eventually placed in the uninhabited place to the north of Chishu. I don't know if there is really no way to solve it, or if her achievements are too great to shock the master. This woman's identity is also unusual. Some say she is the goddess of heaven, and some say she is the daughter of Huangdi. Lee Su thinks it should be the former. You know, Huangdi lived on the ground at that time. How could his daughter live in the sky? What's more, the goddess of heaven, Bei, was to help Huangdi fight against Qiao's rain master Fengbo, resolve the Fengshu disaster, and let Huangdi kill Qiao smoothly. As a result, because people couldn't go back, they were directly exiled to the north of Chishu. Is this what a father can do? Therefore, it seems that Du Chunshan is just a move to kill the donkey after it has done its work. After all, the relationship between the human race and the immortals was not good at that time. It had not been long since the war between witches and demons. At that time, in order to help the human race establish the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth, Nhuanayang Niang allowed the demon race to act recklessly, forcing the human race to be involved in the war between witches and demons, and become a sacrifice. Without protection, the tragedy of the human race can be imagined. Faced with a situation that even the old mother could not believe, the attitude of the human race towards other gods can be imagined. Emperor Cheo built his residence, Emperor Sui lit the fire, and Emperor Zi founded civilization. After the war between witches and demons, everything the human race had could be said to have been fought for little by the ancestors with their blood and lives. As for the heavenly court, at that time, my great uncle, Lord Haoshan, had no time to take care of the human race. They were just starting a business with nothing, no people and no food. I don't know how much hair they would lose every day. By the time the Yellow Emperor and Caillou fought, the human race had actually become the protagonist of heaven and earth. The so-called war was simply a war within the human race. The fate of the heavenly court at that time was probably not because the Yellow Emperor was destined to be the emperor of the human race, but because Caillou was of impure blood. He was a mixed blood of a human and a witch. If he was to become the master of humanity, how could this game be played? You know, at that time, the Netherworld, one of the three realms of heaven and earth, was managed by the witch clan. Empress Hatu sacrificed herself to establish the six paths. Although it prevented the witch clan from forming the Dushenshensha formation, it also left the witch clan with a glimmer of hope and a place to go. The underworld belongs to the witch clan. If another human witch hybrid comes to the mortal world to block the human king, the heaven will be in trouble. Sure enough, as long as power is involved, you will find that the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are all black. Shaking his head, Lee Su retracted his fantasy of doing whatever he wants and returned to the main topic that must be faced. Is that girl the legendary goddess Bei? Possibly. However, it is obvious that the terrible scene she showed is much more fierce than the goddess Bei in the myth. Just the first level, it is 10,000 miles. If the second level is the same, the area covers at least more than 20,000 miles, and the strength is undoubtedly more than 20 times the previous one. Moreover, with the power of drought, the bones can be turned into sand. This goddess Bei may have been affected by the evil and changed, otherwise she would not be so evil. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su had no intention of retreating, but quietly put on a lot of buffs for himself. Flesh and blood domain, soul domain, Zumi domain. The 3 sets of supreme were directly opened, and he covered himself tightly inside and outside like a baby. At the same time, he threw the Xinhuo flag onto the 15 fire hall, lit the flag, and summoned history. Millions of extraordinary particles poured down, directly filling the Xinhuo flag with value. Once there was a situation that could not be resisted, it would be awakened directly, and the treasure would be used to start the battle. Not only that, the flames on the Xinhuo flag gathered around Pangu banner and King Ping's sword. If one treasure could not suppress it, then 2 would be used, and if 2 could not suppress it, then 3 would be used. This was a person before the Great Destruction, and at that time he was already a goddess, which means that he was at least at the level of an immortal. Before the conferred god, he was an immortal. What realm should he be in now? After more than 10 minutes, Lee Su took a deep breath and stepped in with full confidence. He had prepared a plan for retreat. Not only did he leave a coordinate at the first level, but he also left a piece of flesh and blood and a bit of soul light. Oh, the evil here cannot be wasted, so put it away first. Thinking of something, he reached out and grabbed the minced meat on the door and the half-decomposed meat beside the door, and used the taking yin yang seal, the Yuking space blockade, and the how to 6 paths to suppress it. Go in. He took a step inside, and his figure disappeared outside the gate. On the other side, there was a long corridor with another door at the end. The arid atmosphere here was undoubtedly more intense. Not only that, there were also pieces of flesh and blood that were severely decomposed on the ground in the corridor. Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly, and a miserable picture instantly formed in his mind. The evil that was created by a fist had obviously flown 1,000 miles, and flesh and blood fell all over the ground, and it didn't stop until it broke open the door of the first level. No wonder there are so few flesh and blood at the door. Although the other party gave up most of his flesh and blood when he met him, there are still millions of flesh and blood left. Now he sees it and understands it instantly. Too fierce. No wonder this girl never married in her life. Even if she grew up to be a beauty that could overwhelm all living beings, this punch is enough to extinguish 99.9% of her unreasonable thoughts. No wonder the ancients said that there is a fierce wife in the family. Could it be that the fierceness came from the drought here? Soon, he felt distressed again. So much flesh and blood, that is so much energy, enough for him to build 1 or 2 stars, but now it is all wasted. The desertification is too serious, and the evil nature has become extremely thin, basically of no use value. Taking a step forward, Lee Su did not stop and went straight to the second gate. Blink, arrived. Unlike the half-open gate of the first gate, this one is wide open. Not only that, the terrible heat wave is coming, and the space is distorted. You can see it like waves, one after another, bursting from the inside to the outside. Even Lee Su couldn't help but feel his heart beating violently at this moment. 6 billion heartbeats were bursting out, and a terrible will was emerging between the flesh and blood. The same domain quickly spread out, repelling the drought power that seemed to drain people dry with just a touch. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su looked at the center of the second level. At this moment, there was a thin figure standing there. The blood-red long hair was like a waterfall, blown up by its own momentum. There seemed to be millions of dried souls floating in it, wailing non-stop. The small body seemed to carry dozens or hundreds of suns and stars, forming a red road, with millions of scarlet diorimes rolling inside. The void was affected, and reality was distorted. The huge second level turned into a scorched earth of hundreds of thousands of miles, and all you could see was rolling yellow sand. As if feeling something, the figure suddenly turned back. The blood-red pupils and expressionless face looked straight at Lee Soo. After a moment of silence, the figure moved. With her hands raised, she let out a huge and extremely shrill roar. Roar. That voice no longer sounded like a human voice, but rather like a terrifying beast. The terrifying and violent aura burst out along with her roar. Hatred was spreading. The overwhelming resentment was erupting. The emotion was extremely extreme, as if it could not be reduced, even if all the energy in the world was poured out. Only when everything was destroyed, could this hatred be vented a little. In an instant, Lee Soo got goosebumps, and his heart jumped directly to his throat. He finally understood why the opponent's drought power was so terrible, comparable to evil nature. This hatred was too terrifying, and it almost broke through his supreme defense, and entered his body directly. Isn't this going to turn into a? Please, sister, did you run to the wrong set? Nuba and the drought transformed by zombies are two different species. Facing this scene, Lee Soo couldn't help but complain. The power of drought repair and the thing that was stiff, because of holding a breath in the throat, are they not related at all? Of course, he thought about it, but his pupils shrank, and his face showed an unprecedented serious look. Disappeared. After the roar, the little girl disappeared. It's not that she left, but her speed was too fast, beyond the scope of the five senses. Lee Soo's body shook, and at this moment, 6 billion cells roared at the same time, bursting out with extremely terrifying kinetic energy. The red blood burst out from his body, instantly covering 1,000 miles of land. The sound of flesh and blood instantly filled the void around him. The will directly distorted reality, and then pairs of scarlet blood eyes grew in the blood all over the sky, as if there were billions of beasts lurking inside. Living painting. To take action is extreme. Lee Soo took a step forward, and raised his hand to hit. 10,000 dragons roared, 10,000 phoenixes sang, and the blood and energy of the sea rolled up a raging wave tens of thousands of feet high, shaking the palaces forged with eternal stones around them. Millions of diorimes were bright, and the vast stars settled. The next moment, all the pictures disappeared, and all the power was gathered at the point of his fist. At the point of Lee Soo's fist, the space collapsed, and the huge space of tens of thousands of square meters in front of him was forcibly gathered by his power, and all actively flowed towards Lee Soo's fist. Boom. 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 As the terrible roar resounded, the girl who disappeared at a very fast speed appeared, and was forcibly pulled out by Lee Soo's terrible punch. The girl did not retreat. She also waved her small body when her figure appeared. Her fist with a little baby fat was full of blue veins, and with a red light, she punched directly on Lee Soo's fist. With a thud, the palace of the second level and the extremely long corridor of the first level were covered by thousands of miles of red tides and thousands of creatures. Boom. With a deafening bang, the huge demon-suppressing palace and the solid and boundless eternal stone began to shake completely as the two men collided. Chapter 760, A Match for the Match. Knock, knock, knock. With all their might, Lee Soo could not help but retreat several steps, and the girl was also shocked. She was shocked by his counterattack and her body trembled. She also retreated 2 steps. Roar. As if she had lost her rationality, the girl roared in response. A blazing sun rose up in her brows, and then turned into a big sun and descended here. The red sun, with endless light and terrifying heat, swept down in diameter. The light shot out billions of beams of light in a second, and the heat instantly blew up thousands of feet of waves. Cut. Lee Soo's pupils burst out with thousands of cold lights. In the vast sea of stars, Shanking Daogo jumped up, and endless sword intent burst out. With a clang, 4 peerless divine swords appeared around him. When the divine swords trembled, the mighty sword light rushed into the sky, turning into a sword mountain, and forming a sword sea. The sound of clanging was ringing, and thousands of sword intents formed a circle, and crashed into the bursting light and thousands of feet of waves. Boom. 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 As the terrifying flames gushed out, countless projections of the divine swords were melted, evaporated, shredded by the light, and smashed by the waves. Clang, clang, clang. Under the terrible sword rain, the light was cut, the fire was extinguished, and the sword intent tore through the void and strangled everything. The two people's magical powers directly fought each other. On one side was the ocean of sword intent, and on the other side was the sun's divine light. At this moment, they fought fiercely together, and endless Deo rhyme was beating in the middle. The two terrible avenues were colliding, and billions of extraordinary particles were constantly evaporating. The huge corridor between the second and first levels of the demon subduing hall was like the end of the world. The body was shaking. Whether it was Lisu or the girl, the attacks of the two were obviously beyond imagination, and were extremely terrifying. The extreme attack directly penetrated the magical powers of the two, and landed on their bodies. Boom. 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 There were constant explosions around Lisu, more than thousands of times per second. The light that could pierce everything kept hitting it, and the waves of fire that could burn everything were hitting it again and again. His body was shaking. Lisu retreated step by step. Each step he took made a huge noise, as if it was not a person who was pushed away, but a mountain, a continent, or a star. 3,000 golden sands were all over his body, surrounded by infinite resonance power, with a heavy stance comparable to that of the stars, splashing thousands of feet of sparks, and being shaken. Clang, clang, clang. The same thing happened to the girl. The sword intent pierced through the light, cut off the heat wave, broke the sun, and with the power to cut through everything, one sword after another fell on her body. In an instant, there were thousands, tens of thousands of swords. Each of these sword intents had the power to cut through mountains and rivers, cut through the earth, and shatter the stars. However, when it was cut on the girl, it only splashed a large piece of sparks, leaving a shallow white mark, and then shattered. Her flesh and her skin seemed to be harder than the stars. Seeing that the magical power could not take down Lisu, the girl's hatred deepened, and blood tears began to fall from her blood-red eyes. The tears did not flow down her cheeks, but splashed out, gathered an inch in front of the girl's face, and stopped. The girl opened her mouth and blew, and the tears rose in the wind. At a distance of only 3 or 5 meters, they had already turned into a surging Nujiang River. Another 5 or 6 meters away, it formed a huge ocean. For a while, the rumbling sound continued, like a storm hitting the shore, and the flood of a lifetime poured down. Facing this scene, Lisu was shocked, because this bloody water was not normal. He looked closely, and saw that it was a surging flood. It was simply a dead river formed by the gathering of tens of millions of dried up souls. They were the souls who died of exposure to the sun, starvation, and thirst during the drought. They came roaring with overwhelming hatred and anger. This is human resentment, which has become evil intentions. The slightest infection can make them fall into hell and not be reincarnated. Lisu raised his foot and stomped suddenly. With a click, a gap was created in the ground. Black mud rolled under the gap, and the 6 reincarnations rotated in the black mud. A beautiful figure gently raised the face that turned all living beings upside down. In an instant, thousands of ghost hands stretched out from it. These palms were extremely pale and bloody, forming a red and white river, directly facing the whistling blood sea and dry souls. At the moment of the collision, the void solidified for a moment, but there was no sound at the top, as if it was just an illusion. But if you look down, the scenes will definitely make your soul tremble. The white blood hands were affected by the blood sea and dry souls, showing a large area of charred, skinny, and dead. Similarly, a large number of blood sea and dry souls were grabbed by the hair, pulled by the body, pulled by the hands and feet, dragged out of the blood sea, and pulled to the dark ghost domain. In the silent silence, there was an unprecedented madness. Just one look at it could damage people's minds, and their 3 souls and 7 spirits wanted to leave their bodies. This was an extreme penetration. Both Lisu and the girl were affected by each other's Taoism. In the body, Lisu's soul was shaking, and it directly appeared dry, but his soul Taoism was glowing. The 6 reincarnations above his head kept turning, making a creaking and harsh sound, constantly crushing and grinding the blood light that was infecting. The girl's soul was also penetrated by the ghost hand. One arm after another stretched out, grabbing her soul, and pulling it out of the body. However, the girl's soul was too huge and heavy to the point of being unbelievable. facing the supreme soul of Lee Su. It was difficult to shake it. It was as if it was pulling a huge mountain, and the ghost hand was shaking. The two of them groaned at the same time, and their faces showed discomfort. Even if it was said that they could not be damaged, it was still not good to be eroded by their own power. As their bodies moved, the two changed directions almost at the same time, and began to dodge each other's Taoism. Although they could withstand it, it didn't mean they could resist it all the time. The two were extremely fast, so it was not a problem to move thousands of miles with this. In an instant, they formed tens of millions of clones and fought directly in the second palace. Pure flesh bodies collided wildly at this moment. On one side, the power was overwhelming and carried an endless red color, while on the other side, the Taoism was brilliant and the supreme classics were constantly swaying. Every collision would form an extremely shocking explosion, and the life map and the power of drought would constantly strangle each other. Their realm was too high, and their strength was even more terrifying. Obviously, everyone had left and was fighting on the other side, but the power of the two did not disappear. From the first attack until hundreds of times of fighting, the entire second palace was filled with the power of the two, and they kept strangling each other. Kill, kill, kill. Gradually, the two of them killed with real fire and began to attack without defense, directly ignoring the opponent's attack and directly bombarded the other's body. Lee Su punched the girl on the right shoulder and her clothes exploded on the spot. The living creatures were directly imprinted on her skin, and the countless living creatures hidden inside invaded her skin and attacked her flesh and blood under her skin. In an instant, the part of the girl's right shoulder that was hit by Lee Su twisted directly, and countless blood vessels burst out. Something seemed to be wriggling inside, and there were bursts of dragon roars and phoenix cries inside, as if there were ancient alien species colliding and fighting inside. The girl's body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, but she ignored it and raised her foot to kick Lee Su in the waist. The huge force almost broke Lee Su in the waist. A large piece of flesh and blood collapsed on his abdomen, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had occurred. A crack opened from the left waist to the navel, and the internal organs were exposed, showing a charred black. Lee Su also spit out a large mouthful of blood. His pupils turned red, raised his hand into a sword, and pointed a finger. The scarlet blade appeared, slashing down from the opponent's left shoulder. The four-color sword light burst out with endless killing intent, directly cutting the girl's skin, revealing the white bones inside. The amazing fire rushed up, and the bones were frighteningly hard, as if cutting metal, making a sharp and violent sound. This should have been cut in two with one sword, but it only cut a hideous wound 1 meter long, failing to completely cut the bones. Even so, the girl's internal organs were exposed. The stomach was cut open, and the intestines were cut into several sections on the spot. She raised her hand and punched Lee Su's chest. Her fist squeezed the air, and a round white gas was squeezed out in a short distance. The space collapsed with it. With a loud bang, it directly pierced Lee Su's chest. This punch was very terrifying. Obviously, the fist just touched his chest. The short hand didn't have such a long distance, but with the explosion of power, not only did the chest collapse, but 4 or 5 sternums comparable to golden stone were shattered on the spot. The right lung collapsed on the spot and exploded from his back with the sternum. At the same time, the flesh and blood evaporated instantly. The hip part also burned at the same time, directly forming a black pit as big as a casserole. A little scarlet could be seen faintly, and the rest was burned into carbon. The two of them did not show mercy. In fact, this bloody fight without any room for maneuver took less than a second. Lee Su punched 5 times, chopped 4 times with a sword, and cut 2 hands with a knife. The girl kicked him back 4 times, and punched him 7 times. With a loud bang, both of them flew out, and hit the eternal stone of the second level palace. Instantly, the eternal stone collapsed, because the power between the two was too terrible, so that the space where they existed could not bear it, and was bent down. With a bang, Lee Su's body imploded, and blood burst out of his cavity on the spot. A large amount of blood splashed all over, covering nearly 100 square meters. His face turned slightly pale, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and spurt out a blood fountain that was more than 10 meters long. Similarly, the girl's situation was not good. She was beaten out and hit by Kaiang. Her body was shaking violently. It seemed that there was a dragon turning over inside, and there was a loud noise like the collapse of mountains and rivers. Thunderstorms were endless. After a while, she opened her mouth and vomited on the spot. It was several liters, dozens of liters of blood, and pieces of debris. There is no doubt that both sides suffered a huge blow to their bodies. Not only that, each of them invaded the other's body, and the terrible power continued to explode and burn, determined to kill the other. Sliding down from the wall, Lisu's pupils did not show any signs of fatigue, but instead burst into brilliant brilliance. A huge galaxy appeared, shining with endless starlight. His flesh and blood began to wriggle wildly, and the red drought power was forcibly expelled by him. Billions of cells were also abandoned and burned during this period, but the next second, the flesh and blood swelled up, and the tragic injuries were repaired at an incredibly fast speed. In just 3 or 5 breaths, Lisu's terrible injuries disappeared, and his momentum instantly returned to the peak. Similarly, when the girl landed, the galaxy full of suns in her body also burst into amazing light. Her body was burning, and the cracked flesh and blood flowed with golden flames, directly burning Lisu's sword intent, flesh and blood true meaning, and soul true meaning. With a flash of golden light, the amazing injuries caused by Lisu also recovered. They met a worthy opponent, and they were evenly matched. It was obvious that the two opposing people were terrible to an unimaginable degree in terms of attack, defense, and immortal regeneration. Boom. With a loud bang, the two men moved again, and once again staged a brutal fight that would make even a Tai monk's scalp numb. Asterisk 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 boom. 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 At this moment, outside the palace, in the distance, in order to avoid being infected by the evil again, the old man ran away for a considerable distance. As the loud noise came again from inside, he took a deep breath. This movement should be the little turtle from GGO entering the place where the girl was. At first, he was calm and even had a sneer on his face. As a GGO Taoist, the probability of being beaten to death directly was not high. The other party must have master's treasure. If he escaped in time, the girl would not leave the second level, and should be able to retreat. Of course, there is no doubt that she was seriously injured. The old man was so angry about this Taoist, who actually put him on the line for sale. Enjoy the first miserable defeat since his debut. It's best to break the heart of Taoism directly. He is very confident about his granddaughter. No joke, the place where he found his granddaughter, he still can't help but feel scared when he recalls it. There is no doubt about the strength of his granddaughter. However, as time passed, the expression of the sneering old man began to become more interesting. Because the movement in the palace was getting louder and louder, the terrible vibrations were constantly erupting, and the extent of the impact was getting farther and farther. At first, it was only part of the palace, but in the end, the palace as big as the planet of Temia was shaking. What a joke. This palace is a legendary eternal stone. How could such a large-scale vibration be possible? The old man was shocked. His granddaughter was of extraordinary status and related to the ancient times. What the hell was the situation of the GGO Daozi? How could he hold on for so long? 1 hour. The old man was shocked. 2 hours. The old man's chin began to be uncontrollable. For a long time, the old man's face was like a dying factory. Until now, after 2 days and 2 nights, there was still no roar. The old man was completely numb, from the flesh, to the soul, and to the avenue galaxy in the body. What the hell is the person who is fighting inside, and falling to the ground? Just as the old man was extremely shocked, his face suddenly turned pale, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help showing a trace of fear in his eyes. He couldn't help but raise his head suddenly, and looked at the end of the ladder, the entrance of the palace. The void there was twisting, and with the twisting, a monstrous evil was erupting and pouring out. After a buzzing sound, a huge fleshy tumor that was 30 meters high and 10 meters wide appeared. At this moment, there were countless human faces on it, tens of thousands of them. As soon as it arrived, a terrible will broke out. Roar. He roared to the sky, and extreme emotions poured out. That was anger, extreme anger at being offended by ants. As an evil spirit from outside the domain, after descending to this world, except for the existence in the heavenly court, that was far more powerful than it and sealed it. How could it have been so aggrieved in the past tens of millions of years? First, he was beaten away by a small tie, and then he was punched by a milkweed brat, and flew 1,000 miles away, crashing into the gate and dying. What a shame, what a shame. Damn it, damn it. With a roar, the tumor rushed directly into the palace. The huge anger, boundless hatred, and the extremely strong humiliation made it crazy and even more crazy. This time, it was different. It brought a body 10 times stronger than before, and the evil nature was 100 times stronger than before. Two damn bugs, I want you to die. Chapter 761, Experts Fight. Huff. Li Su is very tired. This fight lasted too long. They fought for 2 whole days without stopping. He had a peerless foundation, while the other had too much reserves. The immortality of both of them was very terrifying. After the repeated attacks on their bodies and souls, one could either grow back directly like flesh and blood, or the other had too much reserves, and could not be pried open. Therefore, although they fought for 2 days and 2 nights, they were exhausted, but the injuries of both of them were not serious, and they were suppressed by the powerful immortality. Although tired, Li Su was very happy at this moment. In fact, as a time traveler, and a Chinese time traveler, how could he not have a martial arts dream? What is martial arts? Is it wandering around the world? Is it to help the weak? Or is it drunken singing? None of them. Grudges and hatreds have never been the dream of Chinese people. The dream of Chinese people is to fly into the sky and hide in the ground, to have powerful and cool martial arts, and to have a peak battle between 2 peerless masters. Vajra is indestructible, 18 palms of the dragon, and 6 meridians divine sword. I remember when I was a kid, after watching a TV series, I would run straight to the back streets and alleys. A few kids would hold a stick as a sword, and stretch out a finger as a finger, and the biggest special effect was their own mouth. Waving in meaningless gestures, and dubbing yourself would make you happy for a whole day. Don't you see? Even the ancients loved to fight. Look at Li Bei, who killed 1 person in 10 steps, and left no trace in 1,000 miles. If this isn't fighting, what is it? So, Li Su actually loves fighting. Besides, how can he practice so many supreme Taoism, and lay such a strong foundation without fighting? However, fighting requires an opponent. It's not good to be too strong. It's easy to become a father beating his son, which is too boring. It's not good to be too weak either. Although there are always kings who like to go to the Bronze Bureau, they just want to vent their emotions. A real fight is a fight between opponents of the same level or opponents of similar level after a certain level. This kind of competition will be very exciting and exciting. From the way of fighting, the grasp of the environment, the mutual understanding of both sides, etc. For example, now, although Li Su looked cold and full of killing intent, his blood was boiling, and his soul was screaming. The passion that had been dormant for a long time was once again mobilized, and his fighting spirit was boiling to the limit. Although this girl was simple-minded and even completely controlled by emotions, her instinctive reaction was too inhuman and her intuition was too terrible. Therefore, after 2 days and 2 nights of fighting, Li Su was still in high spirits, even though he bled more than 3 cylinders. Not only was the battle itself intense enough, but there was also the inspiration generated by the battle. There are some things that you will never understand if you don't use them yourself or fight in the battle. Even if you have a strong talent, you will never understand the mystery inside. After 2 days and 2 nights, he had made an amazing progress in his own saintly supremacy. At least in terms of fighting, the effect was remarkable. The overall combat power was improved by 3 levels, and the consumption of the Taoism was reduced by 2 levels. This improvement is quite incredible. This is also the reason why Li Su did not directly use a treasure to settle the battle. To describe it in one sentence, it's really fucking awesome. Li Su licked his lips, his mouth full of the taste of blood, lowered his head, dodged the opponent's sweep, kicked a leg that could break a planet, and chopped it out with a sword. Ding, ding, ding. The opponent's palm cut on the body of his sword with incomparable precision, opening up the sword intent that he stabbed out. The 2 figures were like wind and lightning, constantly launching fierce attacks on each other again and again. Between the moves, they all rushed to their respective vital points, with a rhythm that would not stop, until they killed each other. The rumbling sound continued, and the huge second level, a space of tens of thousands of square kilometers, became a battlefield for the two people, with no space left. They were not only fighting each other, but also the remaining power after they attacked. At this moment, the entire second level seemed to be fighting with thousands of masters, without any time to breathe. Another hour of fighting. During this period, Lee Su was caught by the girl, and was hit several times in succession. His waist flew out, and half of his face was knocked off. When the girl was pursuing the victory, Lee Su also hit her back. She was chopped several times with swords, and her intestines were exposed, hanging in the air and swaying. Faced with this situation, Lee Su and the girl ignored it directly, and did not even bother to repair the wounds, and continued to fight. Lee Su seized the opportunity, grabbed the opponent's intestines, grabbed them directly, and suddenly threw them up, trying to smash them to the ground. But the girl stepped on the ground forcibly at this moment, and raised her other calf fiercely, kicking him on the neck, and directly cut off his neck with a clang. Not only was it cut off, but Lee Su was also kicked out, but he was also a ruthless man. He did not let go even after his head was cut off. With a hissing sound, he directly pulled off the girl's intestines, along with her stomach and esophagus. Throwing away the opponent's intestines, the body that fell to the ground with a broken leg, jumped to his head, picked it up, and put it on his neck. The right leg that was hit, flew back with two small wings, and stuck to it. The girl was not slow either. She rushed directly to the discarded intestines, and didn't care whether it was dirty or not, and stuffed it directly into her belly. This number fight is really eye-numbing, fully reflecting the fight between masters. It's bloody. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The bodies of the two were glowing, while expelling the power of the other party, that cut into themselves. They quickly recovered from their injuries. In a few breaths, their breath returned to the peak again, and most of the injuries on their bodies disappeared. The moment their eyes met, the high-spirited killing intent gushed out of them, as if it was not their heads that were cut off, and the internal organs that were pulled out just now. Almost without any hesitation, they fought again. Bugs. As the two continued to fight, a hideous figure rushed in. The evil power that was so strong that it made people vomit directly forced its way into the palace of the second level where only two people were fighting. It was the tumor, and it came again. This time, it was very different. It floated in the air, and its body radius was 10 meters. Except for a small part of flesh and blood, 90% of it was its own body. The huge tumor was covered with screaming and wailing human faces. It came again, and it undoubtedly mobilized all the flesh and blood that could be separated, and gathered a power that was infinitely close to the Dalo realm, and above the peak of Taii. As soon as it entered the scene, it showed a difference. The reality of the second palace, which was originally covered by the domain of Lee Su and the girl, changed again. The evil substance was everywhere, and it began to emit waves of evil sounds. The sound was very loud, not the kind of mysterious sound, or whispering, but directly in people's ears and hearts. The sound carried a huge magic power, with the power to distort the soul, and rewrite the mind. This third party who came suddenly was obviously stronger than the two of them. The terrible evil not only occupied the space of the second palace, but also instantly pressed the domain of the two to less than 10 meters of itself, and directly infected it. Several human faces grew directly on Lee Su's face, chest, and thighs. These faces were filled with overwhelming resentment, and their dark eye sockets were filled with blood and tears. Their mouths were open to an inhuman degree, and they kept screaming. The girl's situation was not good either. She was also impressed. Many black spots appeared on her body. These spots were constantly opening, and human faces were emerging from them. In an instant, Lee Su and the girl stopped. Their fanatical fighting spirit cooled down a lot at this moment. They were still full of killing intent, but they turned their heads and looked at the sudden third party. In an instant, the faces of the two became very ugly, showing a livid look, and their blood-red eyes showed extreme disgust and anger. As mentioned before, the confrontation between the strong must be almost the same to be interesting. Now this thing that suddenly squeezed in was obviously over the standard. It felt like a pot of soup with a rat shit in it. It was so eye-catching and disgusting. Asshole. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762 Stab. The head of the extremely angry meat tumor was buzzing. Facing him, who was furious. What was the look in the eyes of the two bugs in front of him? What did they say? It is true that during the attack, it had been in a state of decline for a long time and suffered enough pain to be ranked in the top 2 among the evil creatures. But before that, it was undoubtedly the king, the pinnacle of billions of creatures, with countless believers, pious people, and fanatics. It was the high and mighty king, and the most expensive king. Except for the greatest black, everything must crawl under it, with pious faith, and dedicate everything they have to it. The self-esteem of the meat tumor exploded, especially when thinking of the experience not long ago. Its only mouth bit tightly, and purple black blood was flowing. This was humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation. How dare these two little bugs? Provoked him again and again. I want you to regret coming to this world. I want you to regret being born with wisdom. Mahakala is your witness. You will never be reborn. The evil spirit was completely furious, deeply hurt by the two people's various rebellious behaviors, making it feel unprecedented humiliation. As a natural king, it will never accept this situation, nor will it allow this situation. Die. Die for me. It roared angrily, and the terrible evil spirit was like a wave. Billions of distorted human faces emerged, and endless wails sounded. At this moment, the demon subduing hole was affected, and the eternal stone could not help but vibrate. Cracks began to appear on their bodies that were almost indestructible. You know, the solidity here. But Lee Su and the girl fought for 2 full days, and they couldn't shake it at all. At this moment, it was directly shaken by the evil monster in front of him, which was undoubtedly the power of the Dalo surface layer. Facing this evil energy, even Lee Su, who had resistance, couldn't help but vibrate his body, growing one human face after another, and his flesh and blood were twisted little by little, losing control. The soul was also infected, and miserable human faces grew on it. The ominous curse was rapidly infiltrating the perception of the realm, made even Lee Su, who had the highest level, helpless in the face of this infection. The evil hand was reaching his origin step by step, the foundation of Tai. As for the girl, at this moment, the thickness of her inhuman soul began to shake in the face of this extreme infection. A human face was taking shape. Even if it was said that there was a huge accumulation of years, it was obvious that the thickness of the evil in front of her was no less than hers, which really shook her soul. Faced with this situation, that seemed to be impossible to resist, at this moment, whether it was Lee Su or the girl, their expressions did not change, but just looked at each other very coldly, without saying a word. Among them, Lee Su was the first to react. An extremely irritable voice, as the evil infection continued to penetrate deeper, broke out directly from the depths of Lee Su's body. Damn, who is it? Is it that turtle? With a roar, the world was clear, and billions of evil spirits stopped directly at this moment, as if they were solidified. The tumor was startled, revealing a look of astonishment. The next second, a flagpole stretched out halfway from the top of Lee Su's head, and stuck on his crown. The flagpole swayed left and right, and suddenly the flagpole shook, fixing the tumor floating in the air, and then it trembled rapidly. Of course, that was not fear. Lee Su was startled, because an unprecedented emotion was erupting from his body, and among the emotions, there were also some pictures. There were not many pictures, only a few seconds. It was the Xinhuo flag, fluttering with billions of firewood, hanging high above humanity, and the spirits of the weapons flew out, holding their heads, looking at the Sergio, sleeping leisurely in the long flag. Suddenly, a ray of light, a pale green light, cut through the sky and hit its body all at once. With a clang, a hole was punched in the flagpole of the Xinhuo flag, and it was almost broken. With a scream, the fire flag spirit, which was sleeping peacefully, woke up and rolled on the ground in pain. At this moment, there was a huge hole on its small belly, and the green light inside was creepy. Then a bigger green light attacked, and with a snap, it flew out of the void. When it flew out, the flagpole was cracking, and the fire was swaying. As for the spirit, it was in so much pain that it almost fainted on the spot. Although the atmosphere of power was wrong, the essence was the same. Cap, cap, cap. The vibration sound like grinding teeth sounded wildly, and the fire flag's eyes turned green, and its belly was filled with anger that was enough to create the world. Okay, TNN, I finally found you. Fuck, I asterisk. Hey, come to me, die. Lee Su didn't even need to speak. The fire flag shook suddenly, and in an instant, it almost drained Lee Su dry. It leaped up, and a ray of flame fell, wrapping Lee Su 3 times. Then it aimed the flagpole gun at the evil tumor, and with a bang, it stabbed it. This shot can definitely be said to have used the power of the primitive world. With a snap, the trillions of evil faces were exposed on the spot, and they were all pierced without leaving a single one. Then it stabbed the huge tumor. With a puff, the gun head stabbed in, and with a hiss, it stabbed out again. The 20-meter high tumor was stabbed through on the spot, and a big hole with a diameter of 3 meters was blown out. There was no blood splashing, and no evil collapsed. Everything on the place that was stabbed was directly wiped out, leaving nothing behind. With a scream, the tumor was in so much pain that veins popped up all over his body. Each vein was thicker than his arm, and he was twisting his body in pain. At this moment, an eye suddenly grew out of the body with only a mouth. The mouth was big, and said with horror, "Order artifact." With a shudder, the tumor turned around, and ran without any hesitation. If it was in its heyday, it would be fine. Now it is just a shelf. It can bully the weak. It is no different from a blown up balloon. While running, the millions of faces on its body opened their mouths at the same time, and uttered evil sounds. The words were incomprehensible, but the content was extremely evil, and the evil was visible to the naked eye. It was a curse, forming a black breath, which spread in large areas, heading towards the Xinhuo flag and even towards Lee Su. Even though it was covered by the fire flames, Lee Su couldn't help shrinking his pupils. The black air made him feel a huge crisis. With his realm, if he was contaminated by it, he would have to pay a huge price, and there was even the possibility of death. This thing cannot be touched. Before Lee Su could do anything, the Xinhuo flag laughed out loud, and the laughter was really as cold as ice, and the cold could penetrate into the bone marrow. At this moment, it rushed out, as if it was really a gun, not a so-called flag. Black gas, stabbing. Evil text, stabbing. The tumor, stabbing. In the blink of an eye, the black gas was stabbed away, the evil text was stabbed to pieces, and the huge tumor was directly stabbed and deflated, and was stabbed on the palace wall by the fire flag. Facing the treasure, the eternal stone could no longer bear it. This was obviously a higher existence than its surface. It stabbed in like tofu for a full meter before stopping. The extremely shrill wailing sounded, and the huge tumor twitched in pain. The pain was extremely painful, and the pain was even more regretful. Why? Why is it like this? How can a mere bug have a divine weapon that even it is not qualified to get? Tears could not help but fall. Humans are too cunning and evil. You have a divine weapon. You should have told me earlier, and I knew earlier. It would never leave its body and separate this little bit of flesh and blood. Deliberately escaped to lure it out. It couldn't help but yell, "Despicable bug, if you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. Use the artifact. I don't accept it. I don't accept it." In the distance, under the protection of the flames, listening to the shouts of the evil creature, Lee Su, who was almost drained of his magic power by the Xinhuo flag, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it. This thing, is there a hole in his brain? Fair and upright. You are comparable to Daluo. What about me? In the early stage of TIE, where is the hole? Where is it? As for you not accepting it? Do you think I'm a Walling, and you are Meng Huo? Lee Su rolled his eyes directly, and didn't even bother to answer this guy's question. He could see that this thing only had the self-esteem of a king, but not the faith of a strong man. Taking a breath, he turned his head, and planned to see the girl's situation. After all, the two sides were in a sense sympathetic to each other. After fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, they had more or less developed some feelings. If you really want to die, it's better to be killed by his opponent. What the hell is this? The moment he turned his head, Lee Su was stunned, and his eyes widened. At this moment, in the position where the girl should have been, there appeared a royal sister. No, should it be the queen? She is beautiful, and a look can make you fall in love with her. The important thing is majesty and temperament. That look, that breath, as if the queen who reigns over the world, and the king who commands the army, in a flawless white dress, should have been ethereal, but what came out was a heavy pressure, as if a magic weapon was opened, blooming with supreme brilliance. No, sister, who are you? Where is the baby? Such a big baby? Lee Su was stunned, his mind full of question marks, not only because of the breath of this woman, that he dared not look directly at her, but most importantly, she did not look like a grown-up girl. There was no resemblance between the two. No, it should be said that there was no resemblance at all. She was exactly another person. Feeling Lee Su's gaze, the woman also turned her head to look at him. She didn't have any special emotions, but this one look made his head buzz. It's not that he was attracted by the beauty and wanted to die under the peony flowers, but that thousands of troops and horses trampled directly into his brain. Damn, there are such female fairies in the prehistoric world. The woman moved, and in the blink of an eye she appeared directly next to the Xinhuo flag, without the slightest smell of fireworks, and without any fluctuations in magic power, as if she should be here. She spoke softly, her voice was like the sound of nature. Give it to me. The word came naturally, but there was a sense of reason, which made people believe, as if it should be so. No, you, how could it be, you, how could you be here? Before the Xinhuo flag had time to react, the tumor was extremely excited, and the tone was even more terrifying. Obviously, it knew and understood the horror of this person. At this moment, the Xinhuo flag reacted, and then, it was very unhappy. It was obviously it that nailed the evil spirit to the ground and wanted to kill the other party. But although the other party was afraid and terrified, it was far less than this woman who suddenly appeared and inexplicably wanted it to surrender. Who is Xinhuoqi? The old domineering said immediately. Who are you? Do I know you? Don't you see that I'm taking revenge? Go away. The woman's eyes condensed, and her phoenix eyes were not angry, but it was like thousands of swords and knives, directly scraping Xinhuoqi all over his body and shaking. Hiss. Not far away, Lee Su took a breath of cold air, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead for no reason. A chill came out directly from his bone marrow. He felt something was wrong. There was something wrong with this woman, a big problem. Oh, you dare to attack me? Xinhuoqi laughed, and directly pulled himself out of the eternal stone, without saying a word, and stabbed him with his head. If I don't stab you 7 or 8 big holes, you don't know my temper. Facing the tip of the gun stabbing at her from the fire flag, the woman seemed not to see it. She calmly stretched out her hand, and grabbed the tumor in her hand. The moment the tumor fell into her hand, she did nothing except tremble, as if she had accepted her fate. After catching the evil spirit, the woman turned her head and looked at the fire flag. At this moment, the tip of the gun was already within reach, almost touching the woman's skin. She slowly raised her hand, but the fire flag inexplicably distanced itself from her and stretched out a finger. The woman lightly touched it, and the tip of the fire flag's gun was just touched by her. She smiled faintly and said, "Open the sky." Chapter 763 Mysterious Woman. As soon as the words fell, the dust of the world stopped. The boundless starry sky appeared and turned into a chaotic chicken egg. Suddenly, with a roar, a great figure appeared in the chicken egg. He held a huge axe and directly split the chicken egg that trapped him, and even all the chaos around him. The scene was so shocking that Lee Su couldn't help but lose his mind. It was as if the entire universe was cut open, and billions of chaotic creatures turned into ashes on the spot. They were not weak, but each of them had a power comparable to Daluo, or even far beyond Daluo. However, under this axe, all kinds of magical powers and methods could not pray for any effect, and they could not resist at all. This is not a simple destruction, nor a simple creation. This is the creation of the world, the creation of a new world. Everything old is destined to be reduced to ashes. New sprouts will grow again in these ashes. Faced with this scene, Lee Su himself was numb on the spot. There was only one thought in his mind. Who is this woman? Such a move was simply unbelievable. Even Lee Su, who had a comprehension of more than 250, could not see it clearly. Beyond the supreme At least, beyond the supreme he mastered. After coming to this conclusion, Lee Su's expression was a little green. This was the first time he met someone who mastered a Taoist magic power more powerful than himself. After he came to this world, there was a clang. There was another roar. Not only did the head of the Xinhuo flag spear bend a little, but the metal that made it swelled up directly. It was as if someone had hit it on the forehead with a melon, and it was directly prominent. On the spot, it flew out, and the whole gun sank directly into the eternal stone, very deep, and it could not be seen. The palace made of the eternal stone directly shook, and let out a scream like a whine. While shaking constantly, the second level even had large cracks, which were cracked by the finger of the sky. Damn. Lee Su was shocked on the spot, his face turned green with fear. It was not that the opponent's Taoist magic was amazing, but the power of the opponent's finger of opening the sky was transmitted to him along the connection between the Xinhuo flag and himself. With a thud, even though most of the power was borne by the Xinhuo flag, Lee Su's head was hit by a hammer weighing more than 100 tons. Very quickly, a large bruise as high as 1 centimeter appeared on Lee Su's forehead. Not only his body, but also his soul. The power even fell on the galaxy in his body, and the huge galaxy swelled out. The hall was cracked, but this time it was not bulging, but a large area was sunken. And his 7 holy Taoist fruits, their eyeballs were about to burst out, and they rolled around holding their heads one by one, and their Taoist magic was stopped by the beating. It was too painful. It was more terrible than being cut into pieces. Even Lee Su, who was so mentally strong, couldn't bear it. At a glance, Venus seemed to squeeze into his mind, as if a universe had squeezed into his mind, and he became autistic. With a thud, as if sensing something, the Pangu banner standing in the Lee Su star system woke up. Not only the Pangu banner, but also the King Ping sword woke up. They looked at each other, with solemn and shocked expressions. It was not just the overly powerful force that woke them up, but more importantly, they were familiar with this force, and had experienced it before the Great Destruction. They did not stabilize Lee Su's chaotic brain, but jumped out directly, with great power flowing in their bodies. Once the other party was in a bad situation, they would take Lee Su away directly. You, how could it be you? As soon as it appeared, the Pangu banner was shocked, and the King Ping sword also showed a puzzled look. You know, all the saints who killed the 3 corpses in that battle were targeted, and everyone was busy. Especially the one in front of him. She was too strong, had a great reputation in the prehistoric world, and was also the main sword soldier. She was the god of war in the heavenly court, so she was taken care of particularly seriously. She was targeted by several evil spirits from outside the domain, and eventually died in the extreme west underworld. How could she still be alive and well? Her body should have been completely broken at that time. Hearing the words of Pangu banner, the woman couldn't help but take a look at the 2 treasures. After a glimmer of light flashed in her pupils, she immediately turned back and focused her attention on the evil in her hand. She took out a token, which was very old, with magical patterns carved on it, and it was flowing with a strange brilliance. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was that the token had "Subdue the Demon" written on the front and "Palace Master" written on the back. These 4 simple words have already explained what it represents. The magic power was integrated into it, and the woman said softly, "Pardon." As soon as the words fell, the second palace shook directly, and the scene changed. The ruins of the ancient city that Lee Su and others escaped from appeared directly here. At this moment, the ancient city was shaking extremely. The terrible evil was erupting, and the deep purple flesh and blood flowed directly out of the huge pit. It struggled like crazy, but a flame-burning gun shadow appeared above its body, and countless particles kept flowing on it, each one as vast as a star, firmly suppressing the terrible evil creature there, making it unable to escape. "Get out of here! Get out of here quickly!" The evil creature couldn't help but roar, and it was trembling all over. The faces of the evil people all showed fear. The power continued to erupt again and again, and there was only one thought in its mind, that is, to break away from the suppression, no matter what the price. Although the surrounding scenes changed, the entire ancient city appeared in the second palace of the demon subduing hall. The evil creature trembled, and countless faces widened their eyes, and the color of fear filled its body and mind. Asterisk and asterisk percent hash percent an. It cursed crazily, cursing the existence in front of it, cursing Lee Soo, and cursing the girl. The language, like a warning, directly formed a curse, and went towards the woman, Lee Soo. Facing this scene, the woman's expression was calm. She just stretched out her hand and grabbed it. For a moment, Xinghe bullied it, and Zhao Yu entered her hand. The extremely powerful evil nature had no room for counterattack. It was grabbed by the woman's hand, and was imprisoned in the same place with his clone. After doing all this, the woman reached out, and stabbed into her body in the surprised eyes of Pangu Banner and King Ping's sword. As if pulling something, veins appeared on her face, and a trace of horror appeared on her expression. Facing the change in the woman's expression, Pangu Banner and King Ping's sword were shocked, and the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Zhao Yu gathered on Pangu Banner, and four-color sword intent appeared directly on King Ping's sword, forming the first killing formation between heaven and earth, Zeuxan sword formation. Obviously, even if they knew each other, once the other party made any move that was unfavorable to Lee Soo, they would not be polite just because they knew each other. The woman did not pay attention to the reaction of the two treasures, but took a full few seconds to take out a figure from her body. It was the little girl who disappeared after the woman appeared. At this moment, she was extremely calm, without any life in her body, but with a strong sense of death, terrible in energy, and overwhelming hatred. What is this thing? The two treasures of Pangu Banner couldn't help shrinking their pupils, revealing an extremely shocked look. Corpse coffin. The body was hot, sore all over, and a little painful. The fingers were a little stiff and uncontrollable. I didn't have this situation when I caught a cold before. This feeling seemed to be yang. It was very uncomfortable, so I was not sure about the second chapter. It was mainly because typing was affected. Fortunately, the headache made me think. Chapter 764, Evil to the Extreme. The so-called corpse coffin, as the name suggests, is to use a human corpse, with special means, to make it into a coffin alive, and place it in an extremely yin place, so that the soul in the coffin cannot live or die. After 100 years, you can get a white coffin, which will attack the person who touches it, and put him into the coffin to experience its pain. After 1,000 years, you can get a black coffin, which has a higher level of resentment and buries more than 10,000 people. At this time, the ability is very strong, and several miles are in its net. As long as the coffin is opened, someone will be put into it, and die a bad death. This is very scary. There are very few blood coffins. After all, this thing is too evil. With the years, the more people are killed, the greater the power. When it comes to black coffins, it is not a problem to bury immortals after a certain number of years. Therefore, as long as this kind of coffin appears, it will be discovered immediately, and someone will go to clean it up and destroy it. Therefore, the black-red coffin is the limit. Now, in front of them is a red coffin, and it is a blood-red coffin. They feel the resentment on it is extremely heavy. That hatred has exceeded ordinary thoughts, and can be compared with evil. This coffin is almost reaching the Dalo realm. Once it is broken through, how terrifying will this coffin be? In addition, the material of this coffin is also very different. They feel the smell of drought, which should be the breath of Bei. This coffin, could it be made of the corpse of Cheyenne Bei? No way. After all, although Nuba is different from Hanba, as the ancestor of corpses, her resentment is not something that everyone can bear. However, just when the two treasures were shocked, they saw the woman stretched out her hand and pointed at the evil creature beside her. In an instant, strange runes flowed out from her hands and quickly covered the other person's body. This rune light started from the epidermis and continued to penetrate until the evil creature was penetrated inside and out. The evil creature began to vibrate, and the rune light became brighter and brighter, and began to distort itself, and even distorted the evil creature, causing its body to change little by little, and finally turned into the appearance of a person. The art of creating a human being? Pangu Banner and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. They never thought that the woman in front of them would use the evil art that was completely banned as early as the prehistoric times. With this art, other things are just transformed into people, but you have to understand one thing, that is, the image of a person is formed after the incarnation of the innate creatures. The so-called human race was created by Noah in the appearance of the innate creatures. Therefore, this so-called art of creating a person is actually equivalent to creating innate creatures. It can be said that this spell itself is a great disgrace. Not only that, the person who created this technique had an evil mind. It was after the war between witches and liches ended, and the human race became the protagonist of heaven and earth, that this technique was created. The purpose was to directly transform the monsters into humans, make peace with the human race, and give birth to something that was neither human nor monster, so as to disrupt the fate of the human race. Although it failed in the end, it still gave birth to a lot of hybrids. These hybrids were miserable. 99% of them died before they could make a move. Even if they made a sound, they were regarded as monsters and beaten to death. As a result, they were extremely resentful and could not be resolved. In the end, an immortal gave birth to an evil child who used himself as a contract to swallow all the resentment and turned it into an eternal curse. Anyone who performed the human creation technique would first be cursed by it. As the thought fell, a black dot really appeared on the woman's extremely beautiful body. There were not many, but it was extremely solid, as if it had merged with her. It was the evil infant curse, and it was obviously not the first time that the woman had performed this forbidden technique. As the woman took shape, the blood coffin reacted. Red blood kept dripping down, falling on the evil transformed woman, and taking shape little by little. It quickly turned into a set of bright red wedding dress. This dress was very beautiful and evil, with a heavy yin energy, and countless evil spirits lingering on it. The moment she put it on, the appearance of the evil transformed woman became pale, like jade, and her twisting body stopped. This was not over yet. The blood vessels vibrated again, and 9 1-inch long nails fell from the coffin. These nails are difficult to describe. The tails of them are carved with strange and extremely strange babies, with twisted bodies, constantly dying and even distorting the void. The tip is very black, red in the black, flashing, as if the heart is beating. Although they have never seen it, Pangu Banner and Kingping Sword look more solemn. This thing is a bit like a soul suppressing nail, which has the effect of warding off evil spirits, and is specially used to suppress evil spirits, and prevent them from resurrecting. However, now that it looks like this, it is obviously impossible to be used to ward off evil spirits, so there is undoubtedly only one possibility: nail the living, and prevent them from reincarnation. Picking up the nail, the woman stabbed into the body of the evil woman without hesitation, and each time she stabbed, she would hit it with her fist, making a thumping sound, but she didn't hit it very deep, just on the surface, just touching the bone. The woman moved quickly, 1 nail on the head, 2 nails on both hands, 2 nails on both feet, 1 nail on the stern, 1 nail on the sea of key, and 1 nail on each side of the clavicle. After the nails were inserted, the evil woman, who was still unable to move, even though she was suppressed by the wedding dress, was shocked. Countless blue veins burst out all over her body, as if they were about to jump out. The next moment, the blood coffin opened and swallowed this living person directly. As if she realized something, the evil woman grabbed the blood coffin with both hands frantically, not wanting to be locked in. Unfortunately, although she struggled desperately, she couldn't stand the baptism from the blood coffin. With a crackling sound, the beautiful nails on her jade hands turned over, leaving 10 shocking blood marks on the blood coffin, and disappeared into the depths of the blood coffin. With a bang, the coffin was closed. Thump. Boom. 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 It understood everything immediately, as if something terrible had happened inside, and then it quickly calmed down, and its resentment became even greater. It's really a living pile. It was still an evil method, and it was no worse than the corpse coffin. After all, the most important thing about this kind of magic is who you use, and the area where the magic is cast. If there is only a mortal under the living pile, the threat is naturally not great, but what if it is an immortal? That would be terrible. Some evil magic, seemingly simple, can be used by mortals. In fact, they are very terrible, and the best thing is to gather a little to make a lot. If it is not, that the evil magic will 100% backfire on the user, and sooner or later people will die because of the inability to suppress it. There will be many people who learn it. Of course, all of the above are not the point. The point is what the woman wants to do. The blood coffin, evil. The art of making people evil. Now the living pile is evil on top of evil. For revenge? Impossible. The ancient destruction will undoubtedly cause many people to fall into pain and hatred, and as long as there is a chance, they will want to take crazy revenge. But she won't. She is not that kind of character. But what is the purpose of such a vicious method? At this moment, the woman turned her head and looked at Pangu Banner and the unconscious Lee Su. Unexpectedly, she raised her hand and threw the Fuemo order in her palm. He owes me a favor. Pangu Banner took the Fuemo order and frowned, very hesitant. To be honest, this thing is indeed valuable, but is the favor of the woman in front of him so easy to owe? It will kill people. After a while, Pangu Banner said, I want to know what kind of favor it is. I want a breath of his 9-number yang energy. 9-number yang energy. You. Pangu Banner and King Ping Sword directly widened their eyes, as if their three views were overturned. The so-called yang energy is the breath of a living person. If you have it, you live, and if you don't have it, you die. And it is also very simple to get a breath of yang energy. It is a necessary procedure for raising a corpse, that is, to let the dead get a breath of living people's breath, and then come back to life. As for the 9-number yang energy, 9 is the extreme, the peak of yang, usually referring to the Dalo realm, a breath of yang energy. Of course, the point is not when Lee Su will breathe out to the other party, but that the other party wants this breath. In other words, she is no longer a fairy, but a corpse. Without waiting for the Pangu Banner to respond, the woman jumped up, and the blood coffin opened automatically without wind, and put her in. The terrible evil energy was gushing, and the resentment that soared to the sky was erupting. The blood coffin jumped again, and bursts of shrill wails came out of it, and countless blood flowed out. These bloods were glittering, and the dark breath kept floating. Needless to say, it was still an evil method, called raising evil with evil. And, the most amazing thing is, that she actually used evil to raise her own soul and her own corpse. This is too bold. You must know that evil creatures are already extremely evil. In conjunction with such an evil technique, it is simply evil on top of evil. If there is any omission, there is no doubt that death will occur. After watching the blood coffin vibrate for a moment, the blood color disappeared little by little, and it was replaced by a little girl of 12 or 13 years old, lying there silently. For a moment, Pangu Banner and King Ping Sword could not help but look at each other, indifferent and speechless. No matter who appeared or what happened, it was too incredible. Soon, the two great treasures made a decision to wake Lee Su up first, and as for whether to agree or not, it was up to him to choose. Caught up, you can have a good rest. Chapter 765 Obtaining the Demon Subduing Hall. Lee Su rubbed his head and grimaced. It was too painful. His head was buzzing for a whole cup of tea. At this moment, the Xinhuo flag also came back. It no longer had the arrogance of the past, and it was not arrogant enough to poke a big hole in anyone as a souvenir. Instead, it looked wilted and lay in Lee Su's sea of stars, autistic. Because it had been severely injured, it had lost a lot of memories. For example, the identity of the woman. It did not remember it at the first time. It was not until the other party pointed at it that it suddenly remembered the identity of the other party and what kind of strength it had. The Yankee was so angry that it was smoking. After going out, the Xinhuo flag, which immediately started fighting again, immediately wilted. This revenge cannot be avenged. As for the reason, of course, it couldn't beat the other party. The result of continuing to rush up was not to beat the other party to vent his anger, but to be beaten again by the other party. Moreover, this is the second time. According to the other person's personality and memory, this time you will definitely understand why the flowers are so red. Yes, this woman is like this. If you make a mistake once and fall into her hands, she will teach you a small lesson and then forgive you. But if you dare to make this mistake again and fall into her hands, then she will definitely make you unforgettable and unforgettable for life. It took more than 10 minutes to finally shrink the big bump on his head. After it was not so painful, Lee Su slowly opened his eyes. He did not comfort the Xinhuo flag, nor did he communicate with Pangu Banner and King Ping Sword. Instead, he looked at the Fumo order floating in front of him, and the blood coffin that fell into a deep sleep not far away. Although he was almost in a coma just now, it did not mean that he had completely lost the sense of the outside world. he naturally heard the conversation between the two sides. Use the Fumo Palace Master Order to exchange for his own 9-number Yankee. And the most frightening thing is that the other party is obviously a fairy, but she turned herself into a corpse. And there is also a weird evil method. This female fairy is not just cruel, but so cruel that Lee Soo couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. It's too cruel. However, thinking of the other party's identity as the head of the female fairies, not to mention that the Lord of Heaven has to give her some face, and she is on par with the Queen Mother. Without this kind of cruelty, how can she gain a foothold in the heaven? And she has gained such a great reputation. Shaking his head, Lee Soo patted his face and said, "Uncle Master, there are no consequences for giving the other party Yankee, right? Before, there were. Zombies are living people who are unwilling to die and are born with resentment. They are not normal creatures. They jump out of the 3 realms and 5 element and are not limited by lifespan. Therefore, they are not tolerated by heaven. They are full of resentment and nourish themselves with blood. They kill living beings, causing resentment to disrupt order, and are not tolerated by the earth. From the moment it was born, the first thing it killed was its own bloodline, from parents, wife, and children to relatives and friends. Cholera human relations, and is not tolerated by people. So, the fate of a corpse is extremely bad, and those who touch it will not be at peace. Now, it's hard to say." The voice of Pangu Banner sounded directly in Lee Soo's heart. "There were before, but it's hard to say now. Yes, the heaven has long been destroyed, and the underworld does not exist. Although people still exist, they are struggling in a crisis. In troubled times, laws have no meaning, let alone morality." After pondering for a moment, Lee Soo sat down and made a decision. He stretched out his hand and took the demon subduing token in his hand without much hesitation. This thing is too important. He must get it no matter what. Not to mention its strategic significance, the Heavenly Emperor Deo Cannon itself is of astonishing value. For Lee Soo, it is of great benefit. I agree to the conditions. Looking at the girl not far away, Lee Soo made a promise directly, and then his magic power overflowed, covering the demon subduing token and directly refining it. In an instant, the entire demon subduing hall was open to him. Unlike the treasure, it was refined very quickly. After refining, he directly obtained the corresponding authority and understood its function. It is undoubtedly a magic weapon, but it is different from ordinary magic weapons. It is a regional block structure. The authority obtained is not to directly control it itself, but only to obtain the authority to use it. The demon subduing hall is divided into 3 areas, namely the basic hall, the Deo hall, and the war hall. Among them, Lee Soo has been to the basic hall and passed all the way to arrive here. The Taoist hall is where the Taoist cannon of the Emperor of Heaven is placed. There is not only the Taoist cannon of the Emperor of Heaven, but also the statues of the immortals in the heaven. The Emperor of Heaven asked the immortals of the 3 religions, the Buddha of Buddhism and other powerful people, to integrate their true meaning into those statues. By asking them, you can speed up the learning of the exercises above the Taoist canon of the Emperor of Heaven. It is equivalent to the top teacher, teaching you step by step. Just this point, the value is not worse than that of the basic hall, but countless times higher. Unfortunately, due to insufficient energy and the fact that too much time has passed, those statues have lost their spiritual light and can no longer guide people to practice Taoism. As for the war hall, it is the huge starry sky outside, but it is not just that. It can even replay some classic battles, such as the ancient dragon and phoenix battle, the witch and lich battle, the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Caillou, and the tragic battles in the conferred god battle, which were all recorded by the Emperor of Heaven one by one. Unfortunately, like the Taoist hall, there is no energy, and it cannot be started. Basically, the only thing that can be used in this demon subduing hall now is a basic hall. Lee Soo was not too disappointed with this result. After all, since he entered the war hall, he knew that the really powerful functions of the demon subduing hall might not be able to be used. But it didn't matter. As long as he got the things, sooner or later, he would be able to activate it and restore its appearance in the ancient heaven. Not only that, because he became the master of the demon subduing hall, Lee Soo had the right to partially control the immortal prison. This part of power was very large. It can be said that he could directly appoint anyone except the prison master. And it was obvious that today, after the great destruction, the situation of the immortal prison and the demon subduing hole was not much different. Both were in a state of no owner, which meant that the immortal prison was basically his. Although it was of the same nature as the demon subduing hall, and could not be put away, the immortal prison itself could be moved, and could travel through the other world. This was very important to Lee Soo. It had a large enough space, and could be moved, which was equivalent to a secret mobile fortress. Not only that, once the jailer's authority was obtained, it could be directly teleported back from the outside, which also had extremely high strategic significance. As for imprisonment, Lee Soo didn't take it seriously. A safe enough place is more important than anything else, and it can solve too many of his problems. After feeling the authority of the Lord of the Demon Subduing Hall, Lee Soo did not hesitate, and directly modified the rules of the Demon Subduing Hall. He directly hid all the contents related to the Lord of the Demon Subduing Hall and the guards. After all, he did not forget that the old man in the heavenly court was still here. The old man was obviously not a good thing, and he had to be on guard. The former means that the demon subduing hall can be directly controlled, and the latter means that the demon subduing hall can be entered at any time. No matter which of the above two, Lee Soo does not want to give it to outsiders. If he was not afraid of suspicion, he even planned to expel all the people directly. There is still about half a year before the 1-year deadline. Next, he will undoubtedly think carefully about how to reasonably get everyone except himself out. Then there is this little girl. The little girl is not a problem. The main thing is the old man next to her. He knows the situation here. If the old man wants to go out and talk nonsense, Lee Soo will also have a headache. So, how to deal with this old thing? Otherwise, just kill him. While Lee Soo was thinking, the sleeping girl slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were very strange, as if she had seen all the vicissitudes of the world and experienced countless years. These eyes were not the eyes of a girl. She turned her head, glanced at Lee Soo, and said softly, Chapter 766, Old Man, wait. Damn it, are you sure the dragon boat had a problem here? In the mythical world, the East region, on the East Long River, there were 5 dragon boats parked here, and many monks were constantly looking for something. The reason was that a day ago, a soldier from the Dragon Palace was making a call in Huaguo Mountain. A dragon boat had an accident, and someone on it had made a move, causing the dragon boat to break, and unable to move forward. They asked to send a new boat, to take the people inside away. Faced with this news, the Dragon Palace was naturally furious. After all, the dragon boat was the biggest source of income for the East Dragon Palace. Someone had made a move on the dragon boat, and it had a problem with the dragon boat. This was undoubtedly a provocation to the Dragon Palace. This was a safe shipping that the Dragon Clan had managed for thousands of years, and the dragon boat that had a problem was not a small one, but a super large dragon boat that was extremely rare in the entire East Dragon Palace, which was enough to carry tens of millions of people. This matter was not small, and it was related to the credibility of the entire Dragon Palace. After all, the East Dragon Palace was not the only one on this long river, and it had competitors. The West Dragon Palace, which had defected to the Demon Court, was the biggest enemy. If there is a problem with more than 20 million people, the West Dragon Palace will definitely leave no room for propaganda, and do everything possible to slander them. Therefore, it is not just as simple as rescuing the remaining people. It is also necessary to find out which bastard dared to take action on the dragon boat. It can be said that 5 dragon boats set out directly that afternoon, and the leaders were directly from the Dalo realm of the East Dragon Palace, and there were 2 of them. They came with anger, and soon their expressions became very uneasy. First of all, of course, the dragon boat with more than 20 million people sank directly into the river, and was torn to pieces. Then more than 20 million monks were gone, and there was no body left, and there was no trace of soul residue. When asking for the specific situation, it was known that Taai of the Heavenly Court was also on the boat, and the reason for the action was because someone was going to rob the 3rd level medicinal materials escorted by Taai of the Heavenly Court, which triggered a war and caused the destruction of the dragon boat. It is impossible to take action against a big sect. Before nightfall, the Dalo realm of the heavenly court also arrived with his people. Unfortunately, after a whole night, the land by the river was scraped 3 layers, but there was no clue at all. More than 20 million people seemed to have completely evaporated, without any news. Faced with this result, both the Dalo of the heavenly court and the Dalo of the dragon palace gradually became restless. In the mythological world, basically disappearance often means death, and the longer the disappearance, the greater the probability of death. After almost a day and a night, there is no trace at all, which is actually no different from death. Dead. When thinking of this question, the Dalo realm of the heavenly court looked very bad. One of the 3 elders of the Thunder Department of the Heavenly Court, who has lived for countless years, and has many disciples in the Heavenly Court, is also in it. Not only that, there should be a disciple of the GGO on this ship, and according to the information obtained from the consciousness of the Dragon Palace sailor, the identity of this GGO disciple is also extraordinary, and it is likely that he is the legendary GGO Daozi. Faced with this result, not only the Dalo realm of the heavenly court was numb, but also the people on the Dragon Palace side. If nothing goes wrong, nothing goes wrong. If something goes wrong, they will be hit with such a big vote. If there is no one alive and no body, even the Dalo realm of the heavenly court can't help but twitch his mouth and have a headache. It's okay for the elders of the Thunder Department, but you, the disciples of the GGO, are here to join in the fun. If you really want to take a boat, why don't you take a yacht instead of a ship? Just when there was no trace at all, many people began to doubt whether the person was lost here. Not far away, there was a sudden movement from the huge corridor of the immortal prison standing against the mountain. But seeing a flash of light, a large number of people appeared, as many as 1 or 2 million. Feeling the movement over there, the Dalo realm reacted immediately and flew directly to the corridor without any hesitation. Before landing, the Dalo of the heavenly court and the Dragon Palace couldn't help but take a deep breath, and their nervous mood was immediately relieved. The people of the heavenly court were inside. According to the memory of the dragon soldier, the disciple of the GGO was also in the crowd. But why were there only more than 2 million? What about the remaining 18 million people? And why did they come out of the corridor of the immortal prison? For a moment, countless questions directly circled in the heart of the great Luo realm. At this moment, among the crowd coming out, the old man of the heavenly court couldn't help but take a deep breath when he saw his own great Luo realm. There is no doubt that they don't need to worry too much about their safety. Without hesitation, he started to transmit the sound. In just a few seconds, the old man of the heavenly court directly transmitted what happened to his own great Luo realm. After hearing everything, the expression of the great Luo of the heavenly court was undoubtedly quite wonderful. The immortal prison, the ancient city, the demon subduing hall, and the inhuman GGO Daozi. And the old man of the heavenly court mentioned the 4 words GGO Daozi no less than 10 times. The great Luo of the heavenly court couldn't help but turn his head to look at Li Su. He was standing in the crowd with a very calm expression. When he found the gaze of the great Luo of the heavenly court, he grinned directly, took out a Taoist temple, and inserted it on his head. Heavenly Palace Luo was stunned and a little confused, but when he saw the Taoist temple in the other party's hand, his expression froze, and the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. The next second, he took back all his thoughts without hesitation. Soon, more than 2 million people were taken directly onto the dragon boat, among which Li Su and the old man of Heavenly Palace were arranged on a luxury yacht independently, escorted by Dalo Realm himself. As for the rest of the people, the first thing they did was naturally to collect information from the immortal prison, and then they would undoubtedly check whether there were any companions of the group who had robbed the medicinal materials among these people. The 3rd level medicinal materials were already priceless, not to mention that this matter itself was extremely serious. Heavenly Palace needed an explanation, and Dragon Palace also needed an explanation. At this moment, on the luxury cruise ship, after Xiao and others went down to rest and recover their spirits, the old man of Heavenly Palace looked at his own Luo. His eyes were calm, and he frowned. Did I not make it clear enough? No, you expressed it very clearly. Heavenly Palace Luo shook his head directly. Although he was at a high level, he was extremely respectful. Then why don't you do it? The old man frowned, a little unhappy. He deliberately transmitted the message and repeatedly pointed out Lee Su, which was undoubtedly conveying a meaning to the other party, to take him down, scan his soul, and find information related to the demon subduing hall. The reason why he dared to do so was because he knew the Dalo in front of him very well. Among the secret methods practiced by the other party, he mastered this special skill, which could instantly turn people into stone. This skill was practiced by him to a very high level, and even if it froze a sealed person, it would not be able to detect it. Xianting Dalo sighed, "Teacher, I wonder if you have noticed the Taoist temple above his head." The old man and Xianting was stunned. "I saw it." Xianting Dalo smiled bitterly and said, "You in the Tai realm probably can't feel it, but those in the Dalo realm will be very clear. There is the breath of a saint on it, and it is still activated. Once I take action against him, the saint of GGO will probably sense it immediately." After the words fell, the old man broke out in a cold sweat. Undoubtedly, if he really took action, the problem would be big, and it would definitely not be solved by the death of 1 or 2 people. I was saying, this little bastard, no wonder he dared to come out without hesitation. It seems that his biggest trump card has not been revealed yet. Asterisk 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 old man. His belly is broken. He is definitely a black heart and black lung. I definitely dare not kill him. But he still asked people to take action, probably because he suspected the situation of the demon subduing hall. It was a little different from what Lee Su expected. This old guy was too useless. He did not pass the level of the generals and soldiers, which made Lee Su's careful preparations directly fall through, so he did not make a lot of inquiries when they met. Now this reaction. The other party obviously did not believe what he said. At the other end of the ship, sitting in the luxury cabin, Lee Su sneered while eating an extremely expensive fruit platter. "Do you really think that I will come out without any preparation?" The people on the entire dragon boat disappeared for a whole day. How could the heavenly court not send people over? Since they sent people, they must be Dalo realm with a high probability, and there are more than one Dalo realm. Knowing this, Lee Su still came out. Naturally he was sure that the other party did not dare to take action. "Hey, old man, wait for me. This matter is not over." Taking out the life card, Lee Su quickly logged into the place where GGO was selling the items. The items for sale were very direct. The qualification certificate for the demon subduing hall. "Old man, you didn't expect this, did you? Black Mount insect, not for sale. Heavenly court, 10 times the price. As for the reason, please consult the elders of the Thunder Department." Chapter 767. Dalo Mountain. New type of monk. The peaks of the immortal peaks are dangerous, and the mountains are steep. The slopes are covered with auspicious grass, and the ground is covered with Gynoderma lucidum. The roots are connected to the earth, and the tops are connected to the sky. There are green pines and green willows, purple chrysanthemums and red plums. There are infinite scenery here, but few people in the world know about it. There are countless immortal mountains in the ancient times. The most famous one is undoubtedly Buzzhow Mountain, which is known as the Pillar of Heaven and Earth. With it as the center, many earth-shaking stories have happened. The most influential one is undoubtedly Gang's anger at Buzzhow Mountain, because his actions triggered a series of subsequent problems, such as Nuwa repairing the sky and the resentment of the Black Tortoise. Although Buzzhow Mountain is very famous, it is not it that makes people yearn for it, but 2 other mountains. They are Dalo Mountain and Kunlun Mountain. Why is it so? It's very simple, because the former is one of the 3 pure ones in the ancient times, the founder of the human sect, and the Taoist temple of the Great Purity Saint. The latter is also one of the 3 pure ones in the ancient times, the founder of the Chan sect, and the Taoist temple of the Jade Purity Saint. Speaking of this, some people may not be convinced. After all, there are several saints in the prehistoric times. Why are the mountains of the Taking and Yuking saints famous? Not to mention the Shanking Saint. It is well known that he lives on an island. But what about Nuwa? Isn't there a sacred mountain in the west? First of all, Noah did not establish a religion. Without a religion, there is no inheritance of Taoism. Without inheritance, what is there to yearn for? Then there are the 2 saints in the west. They have inheritance and established religions, but the west at that time was actually similar to the Middle East desert. It was remote, backward, and lacked resources. Not to mention that they set up their own schools and founded Buddhism. Their disciples were basically deceived and deceived. Those who wanted to go there were probably seriously ill. Ahem, I'm a bit off topic. Back to the topic of famous mountains. With Gang Gang's angry touch on Buzhou Mountain has disappeared. And with the destruction of the ancient times, Kunlun Mountain also disappeared. In the mythological world today, the only thing that still exists is Dalao Mountain, the legendary Taoist temple of the Taking Saint. As the dojo of the ancient sage, this mountain is now well known in the mythology world. It can be said that it is a holy place in the minds of most of the world's cultivators. As a holy place for cultivators, there are naturally many people who come to pay homage. In this regard, the people of the human sect did not control it too much. After all, most of them like to do nothing and do not compete for fame and fortune. Therefore, as long as they are not here to make trouble, they can pay homage. The result is imaginable. After all, even ordinary stars have many fans, let alone the existence of the level of the Taking Saint. Although dozens of rules have been set, such as not to destroy any grass or tree in Dalao Mountain, not to make noise, not to fight, etc. As a result, in less than 100 years, Dalao Mountain was full. The disciples of the human sect who came back found that they didn't even have a place to stay in their homes. For a while, even the good-tempered disciples of the human sect couldn't stand it. A slap directly slapped everyone out, and the mountain was closed from then on. It will only be reopened to the public when the alchemy conference held once 100 years is opened. Of course, even if it is reopened to the public, many rules have been set. They can only be raised at the foot of the mountain, and the time must not exceed 1 day. Despite this, every time it is open, there are still many monks coming from the foot of Dalao Mountain. The number is simply numbing, and the queue waiting to enter is almost 8,000 kilometers long. In order to maintain order around Dalao Mountain, the disciples of the human sect are so tired that the alchemy conference is not interesting anymore. At this moment, on the top of Dalao Mountain, here, there are fairy clouds, 10 colors of clouds, and exotic flowers and plants, exotic animals and rare birds everywhere. Among them, the most concerned thing is that there is always a purple air on the top of the mountain. This air is extremely extraordinary, with magnificent vitality and strange Tao rhyme. They permeate the entire mountain top, sometimes like a bell, making a ding-dong sound, and sometimes like a bell, making a ding-ding sound. These sounds are extraordinary, and can touch the avenue, and comprehend the infinite wonderful methods. This is the Hangmeng purple air. Because the Taking Saint has lived here for a long time, the supreme fortune formed can help people comprehend the avenue and break through their own limits. This place is rarely open. Even the disciples of the human sect can only visit it 3 times in their lifetime. Not only does the purple air have the power of creation, but it only gathers to form a 10-foot area every 100 years. It is extremely precious and ranks among the top rare treasures in the mythology world. This place should not be open to the public, but now there are many people sitting on the top of the mountain. These people are all extraordinary. Just their clothes have shown their differences. The 8 major sects in the mythology world, including the Heavenly Court, the Demonic Court, the Chan sect, the G sect, the Buddhist sect, the Inner Ghost sect, and the Black Mountain sect, are all here. Very strong. Although there are only 2 or 3 people sitting on the top of this mountain, there is no doubt that each of them has tremendous strength. They are all in the Tai realm, and all of them are in the late stage of the great perfection. Not only that, their aura is amazing, and there is an amazing fire burning in their bodies, like a series of active volcanoes that are suppressed and have not erupted. The deterrent power is much more than usual. It is above the mythology, and at least it is the kind of 12 fires or more. This group of people not only have a strong aura, but if you look closely, you will find that they have some very special characteristics on their bodies. For example, the leader of the Heavenly Court has a bulge on his forehead with a thin line. That is the legendary Heavenly Eye. It is said that after practicing the Disha transformation technique to the extreme, a gifted person can derive another transformation, and the final transformation is the Heavenly Eye transformation. The woman sitting next to him is also extremely extraordinary. Her body appears and disappears, seemingly real and fake. That should be the method of Xiangang transformation, and it is the ultimate Xiangang technique, entering the realm of elemental immortality. Looking at the demon court, there are also two people. One is noble and shrouded in auspicious clouds. There is an amazing phantom behind him. It is the image of the legendary Killin that has long disappeared. Moreover, this appearance is extraordinary. It is not an ordinary Killin. The whole body is as black as ink, but it is sacred and imposing. It is the Black Killin. The Killin is originally a land beast and the overlord of the earth. The Black Killin controls the water-related magical power, which is even more extraordinary. It's not just them. The disciples of Chanjiao, Foman, Ligiman, Hishanjiao, Jijiao, and even Rinjiao all have it. Some have sacred lines on their eyebrows. Some have mutated mana and are extremely violent. Some are covered with magic weapons and emit cold light. These characteristics are undoubtedly exceptional, equivalent to being above the myth. This situation is extremely rare. Either they practice the immortal method above the best, rely on their own understanding, continuously deepen their understanding of the immortal method, and completely integrate it into themselves to reproduce the transcendent method, or they continue to dig themselves and draw the special blood in their bodies to awaken and obtain the amazing power. In the myth world, it is very difficult to achieve the 15 fires. This is not only a problem of talent, but also a problem of the world itself. Basically, most people with amazing talents can no longer move forward after entering the 14 fires. For this reason, countless monks have painstakingly studied and finally created a brand new path. That is the situation of this group of people in front of them at this moment. They have not reached the perfection of the 15th fire, or even the 14th fire, but through their own talents, Taoist magic, they have accumulated magical characteristics, formed new fire, and pushed themselves into the realm of the 15th perfection. Although the situation is different from the 15th fire, they have undoubtedly entered the extreme ranks. Whether it is life, soul, or their own avenue, they are undoubtedly standing in the extreme, not close to, but truly comparable to the ancient 15 fires. Among this group of people, there are many people that Li Su has seen. They have appeared once in Tangshandao. For example, Lei Yan of the Heavenly Court, Kun Sheng of the Demon Court, Dan Qianxing of the Human Teaching, and Jiuo Yuan of the Chan Teaching are all here, and compared to that time, this group of people has undoubtedly become stronger, their aura has become more perfect, and the characteristics that have already appeared have become more and more obvious. Not to mention, their realm is infinitely close to the limit of the middle stage of Tai. The stars in their bodies are shining, and the middle way is faintly beginning to take shape. This group of people is undoubtedly the most outstanding disciples of the 8 major sects in modern times, and the strongest genius of this era. They are not just the result of the accumulation of 10,000 years, but also the summary of the great sect's cultivation for a whole million years. Through their own way, they have opened up another new world, comparable to the ancient times. No, even surpassing the glorious world of the ancient times. Haha, Jiangfeng, I heard that you have suffered a lot recently. A laugh sounded. It was Yao Ting, the black unicorn. He heard about the Tangshandao. He suppressed his realm, but was beaten by the Jijiao Taoist. Not to mention that he was beaten for more than 10 minutes. He also caused countless people to lose their fortunes. In the past few months, the disciples of the great sect mentioned Jiangfeng and drew curses and wished to eat his flesh and blood. The strongest genius in the past 10,000 years. Bah. You can't even beat others in the suppression realm. How can you be called a genius? Not far away, Jiangfeng's face turned black. Undoubtedly, the battle with Li Su had a great impact on him. After returning, he was rarely punished to the black prison. Although it was less than 7 days, it was only 7 days, but it was already unbearable for him to look back. The black prison was too terrifying. When he was released, he even thought he was dead. After he came out, Jiangfeng practiced frantically and directly challenged the most mysterious field of the Black Mountain sect. After trying his best to survive the danger of death, he successfully integrated a piece of ancient strange stone into his core. After making another amazing breakthrough, he regained his lost position. Thinking of this, his eyes were a little cold, and he couldn't help but look at the position of the Jijiao disciples. There was a person sitting there. Although Jigeo did not pursue Shinjiro and did not require much in the immortal realm, it began to become different after reaching the Tei realm. It was mainly related to the Taoist magic power of cultivation. There were two top-grade immortal arts in Jigeo. One of them was a fragment, which was a map of the immortal killing sword. It was extremely powerful, but difficult to practice. In the entire Jigeo, only the Blood Sword Master mastered it. The other one was called the Lingbao Sutra, which was the true method of the Shanking Saint. It could condense the Dao of the Dao into the divine weapon and fruit, and finally evolve into the spiritual treasure of creation. The Jigeo disciple practiced this technique. He is not a genius. He is the oldest among the group. He entered Jigeo 9,500 years ago. During this period, he was not very famous. It took him 5,000 years to advance to Tei. He can be regarded as a slow bird. But as he entered the Tei realm, he began to get out of control. Not only did he integrate the Lingbao Sutra into his mind and form powerful Lingbao, but he also learned from it, and learned the art of feeding back from the Lingbao Sutra. He collected countless magic weapons and treasures, to nourish himself in return. The more treasures he has, the stronger he is. Thousands of years ago, he easily killed several Tei perfects with one move. He fought against the Daluo strongman for 7 days and 7 nights without being defeated. Since then, he has established his reputation as a giant, and completely stood out. He glanced at Jiang Feng lightly, and in an instant, it seemed as if thousands of swords and weapons were ringing. There were hundreds of thousands, no, millions of magic weapons and magic treasures displayed in the galaxy in his body. Jiang Feng's body trembled, and in an instant, it seemed as if he was pierced by endless swords and weapons. The stars inside trembled, and the mountain of the road couldn't help but vibrate. His pupils shrank, and his face changed slightly. Although his strength had improved amazingly, he did not expect that the other party would give him such a huge pressure with just one glance, as if he was facing not Tei, but Daluo. As if he did not notice that his words had made the atmosphere on the top of the mountain serious, Emokillen laughed and said, "By the way, brother Duobao, will your Daozi come to this alchemy conference? To be honest, I'm quite curious. I want to meet him. There are legends that he is the offspring of a saint, and there are also legends that he is the second golden elixir 15 fires after the legend in the heaven. It is really curious." In an instant, many people's eyes moved. Obviously, the term golden elixir 15 fires has a special meaning. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Emokillen kept smiling. He was really curious. It could make Master Deming so concerned, and he also specifically told him that, if he met him, he should find a way to test him. Unfortunately, Duobao acted too calmly. Judging from his reaction, he should not care. Alas, after all, the opponent's strength is too low, and the people present are at least in the middle stage of Tei great perfection, and Emokillen and his team are aiming for the realm of Daluo. It can be said that the two sides are not at the same level at all. They are already strong, and the Taoist of Jigeo is just a genius who has not grown up yet. Taoist of Jigeo, are you coming to this event? Chapter 768, Deep in the Far East. After changing the dragon boat, the speed was very fast this time. It was not Tei who was sailing, but Daluo. Daluo realm means the complete heaven and earth. The universe is four-sided, and there is a long river and avenue running through it. It is almost not disturbed by the outside world and is self-contained. Even if it is said that this mysterious and special river to the east is difficult to affect it. As it continues to move forward, it gradually passes the upper reaches of the eastern region of the mythological world and heads towards the deepest place. When crossing the Crimson area and stepping into the deep black moment, Lee Su on the boat frowned for the first time, couldn't help leaving his room, walked to the deck, and looked at the scenery outside. How to describe it? Horror. It should be horror. Even if you have achieved the realm of Tei, the scenery in front of you still makes people panic and their hearts and their hands and feet are cold. I still remember the first time I came to the East region, looking at the place where the sun rises. The sky is branded with the wonders of the ancient heaven. Those scenes are sacred and mysterious, and you can feel a sense of eerie in the grandeur. But, undoubtedly, its surface is always bright, which can make people recall the glory of the ancient heaven. But now that the distance is shortened, and we are truly at the foot of that wonder, the scenes before our eyes are chilling. The ancient heaven was bleeding, and the whole thing was black. Behind it, a corpse of an unknown person was kneeling. It was so huge that even the palace of heaven could not cover its entire body. The head of the body was missing, and the chest was split open, almost broken into 2 sections. The blood that filled the entire heaven was flowing out of the body, like a waterfall, flowing endlessly. The blood that flowed out was constantly emitting a black aura. After the aura flew out, it did not disperse, but condensed together again, turning into a series of incomprehensible, ominous, and inexplicably frightening characters. They were all around the entire heaven, forming pages of evil scriptures, which were extremely creepy. In the heaven, there were immortals drinking and singing. They laughed heartily, holding their own wine glasses, to catch the blood left by the headless giant corpse, as if it was the best wine in the world. The bodies of these immortals were rotten, and there were worms eating carrion on their faces and eyes. The bodies that should have been holy and flawless were constantly flowing with colorful thick water. There was a Buddha sitting there, with a hideous face and a big smile on his face. His mouth kept opening and closing, chanting unrecognizable scriptures. There were countless birds and beasts around him, as well as immortals and arhats. They were staggering and scattered around, their bodies twitching again and again. Their bodies were covered with blue veins, blood was flowing from their 7 orifices, and their faces showed an extremely moved look, as if they had been baptized. There were fairies dancing. They walked out in a row, one after another, along the mountain path. As they started dancing, flames began to burn on their bodies. Their skin and flesh sizzled, and the charred flesh was torn apart again and again, and the bloody red blood kept falling out again and again, but they were unaware of it. They just danced and danced until their flesh and blood were burned out, leaving only piles of bones. At this time, they just reached the top of the mountain, in front of the cliff, and then their bones fell down. Below, there was already a sea of bones, with no end in sight. No one knew how long this had been going on, and how long it had lasted. There was a peach tree, and many immortals gathered around it. The fruit tree was full of rotten peaches. These peaches were rotten from the inside out. Once the skin was broken, a lot of thick yellow water flowed out, with bursts of stench, but these immortals seemed not to see it. They picked peaches happily, and couldn't wait to put them into their mouths. As soon as they ate one, the peach tree moved. A branch fell down, and pierced the immortal who ate the peach. Then it was lifted up. There was only a crackling sound, and some blood fell. Soon it returned to calm. A branch quickly grew on the peach tree. The branch looked a little strange, with a human face on it, exactly the same as the immortal who ate the peach before. This scene. Is there any sense of holiness in the ancient heaven? The only feeling is that the stench is overwhelming, and the creepy breath permeates the body. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, what did you see? A voice sounded. It was an old man from the heavenly court. He came to Lee Su at some point and spoke. Lee Su retracted his gaze, glanced at the old man, and said nothing. Old thing, come out and calculate him. Hey, wait for me, you will have fun later. People who come here see different scenes according to their realms. The lower the perception of the Tao, the less they can see. For example, when I first entered this deep place, I saw fairy clouds lingering, the most glorious realm of the ancient heavenly court. I still remember my mood at that time. I was extremely shocked and envious. I wanted to stay here. Lee Su couldn't help but glance at the other party. Glory? This place is 3 times more creepy than hell. Forgive his poor eyesight, he really couldn't feel the other party's state of mind at that time. At that time, I had just entered the realm of true immortal, and had just touched the great Dao. The old man smiled indifferently. When I become a true immortal, and have achieved success in my cultivation of the small Dao, I will look at this place again. It is still full of rosy clouds and brilliant, but I feel something is wrong for some reason, and I feel a chill in my heart. And when I break through the realm of Tai and form 3000 middle ways in my body, those brilliances and dazzling places, in fact, all have problems behind them. They are just covered with a shiny surface. Having said this, the old man paused and said, in the mythological world, whether a cultivator can walk to the depths, whether in the east or the west, he must first meet a prerequisite. That is, whether he can perceive the truth. If not, then entering here, there is undoubtedly only one fate waiting for the cultivator, death without a burial place. The more you can perceive, the less likely you are to be confused by the scenes in the depths and fall into a deadly place. Unfortunately, although this aspect has been warned long ago, many people still blindly run into the depths and die there, even though they know the dangers inside. Lee Su frowned slightly. Although he didn't want to pay attention to the old man, he was a little surprised, knowing the danger and the conditions for entering. Why did you go in and die at all costs? Because there is that value in it. The old man smiled. Value? Although this deep place is terrible and extremely dangerous, everything inside it is undoubtedly priceless and beyond imagination. Oh. For example. The old man smiled and said, for example, increase fire. As the name suggests, if you get it and eat it, you can get one more fire, whether you have 10 fires or 14 fires. Lee Su's pupils shrank. Directly increase one fire? Add it after eating it? You have to know that even the thunder tribulation pill of the heavenly court can only enhance the potential of the human body, and it can't do such a thing as directly increase one fire. That's right. Compared to the fire increasing pill, the thunder tribulation pill is not a big deal. The old man in the heavenly palace said calmly, in addition to the fire increasing pill, there is also a magical item called the 9 days immortal medicine. Once this medicine is taken, one will directly get a chance to resurrect. Of course, this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that after death, he will not be resurrected at the same place, but will selectively resurrect at any place he has appeared within 9 days. And once resurrected, he will enter a countdown. If he stays for 9 days, he can be resurrected again. Therefore, as long as he is not killed twice in a row within 9 days, he can be resurrected infinitely. Then there is the fruit of talent. It is an extremely special fruit that records a special talent. You are a disciple of the GGO sect. You should have heard of the 7 wonders heart, right? Someone once obtained this talent from the bloodline fruit, and since then he has made rapid progress in his Taoist practice, far surpassing others. In addition to the 7 wonders heart, there are many other bloodline fruits, such as the fire talent, space talent, earth talent, etc. Once these talents are obtained, practicing the corresponding Taoist methods is not as simple as getting twice the result with half the effort, but will make rapid progress, as if with divine help. Hearing this, even Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. There are such treasures in this deep place. However, he was a little surprised. Why did the other party suddenly tell him this? Of course, although there are countless good things in the deep place, the danger is also real. Most of the time, 100 people who go in may not be able to come out. The old man in the heaven looked at the strange scene outside the dragon boat and said as if he was inspired, even if it is just the remnants of the ancient destruction, the mythical world is still full of too many unknowns and too many mysteries for everyone. Foundation building, golden elixir, celestial immortal, true immortal, Tei. These are actually just the beginning. If you really want to touch the core of the mythical world, only Daluo, and only Daluo. Daluo Mountain is coming, Your Highness Daozi. I will ask someone to send your things to you. Let's say goodbye here. The next time we meet, maybe in the 10,000 Years War. After saying that, the old man jumped up. At this moment, above the void, he saw that Daluo of the Heavenly Court had already stopped there, and several other people from the Heavenly Court were also around him, covered by his power. When the old man went up, the Heavenly Palace, Daluo rolled up his long sleeves and directly led a group of people into a stream of light, rushing into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Standing there, Lee Su was silent. After a long time, he took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath. And then his face was dark. What an old thing. He still has bad intentions before leaving. He came out inexplicably and sent a series of profound words. It is obvious that he intends to lure people with treasures and ruin my Tao heart. Extremely hateful. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, what's wrong? Above the sky, the old man in the Heavenly Palace was a little confused when he found that the expression of the Daluo realm with him was a little dark. The Daluo realm took a breath lightly and released the voice of Lee Su's muttering below. With the existence of the Daluo realm, the other party could not have been unaware that he could hear it, but he still said it. Listening to Lee Su's muttering, the old man in the heavenly palace blinked and smiled. Teacher, this kid is really abominable. You clearly reminded him that the 10,000-year war was very dangerous, but this kid didn't know what was good for him. The old man in the heavenly palace said indifferently, who said I was reminding him that the 10,000-year war was very dangerous? I was just deliberately telling him that there were good things in the deepest place so that he could find a way to go in and find them. The fire increase only appeared once in 300,000 years, and the 9 heavens immortal medicine was found once in a million years. As for the talent fruit, there are indeed a lot of those things, but with his talent, most of them are meaningless. Did you see what I said? I didn't say a single one. This Dalajing couldn't help but jump his eyelids, looking at his teacher, inexplicably a little chilled. The old man in the heavenly palace said indifferently, that kid is very scary. If possible, I really hope he can die halfway. Smacking his lips, Dalajing said a little dryly, in this case, it's a bit of a pity. What's a pity? The old man in the heavenly palace said softly, for some things, understanding and doing are two concepts. He will definitely go. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769, Inheritance in front of Mount Daluo. Brother. A crisp and cheerful voice sounded. How is your practice going? Lee Su showed a smile on his face. Kinga has passed the 27th level, and my sister is challenging the 15th level of the Heavenly General. Kinga is awesome. I just opened the furnace and made some medicine for you. Tell your sister not to be too anxious. Yes, Kinga knows. Then you should practice well, especially practice more life-saving skills, understand? Kinga understands, and when you come out, you will definitely be shocked by your brother. After hanging up the call, Lee Su couldn't help but smile. This girl, it seems that she is making good progress. The two girls did not come out with him, but chose to stay inside. After all, their strength is too weak now. Following Lee Su will not only not help, but will be a burden. Now there is a good place to practice, just right. Lee Su has no objection to the two girls' ideas. As the master of the demon subduing hall, as long as they want to come out, they will naturally be able to see it. Although it was said before that the requirements of the demon subduing hall are very high, it is not suitable for most ordinary people. But it is not the case for the two women. The two women came from the same place as Lee Su, and also had dual foundations. Although Bei-Su only broke through the 10th fire, the other foundation was infinitely close to breaking the 4th. Superimposed on the 10th fire, it was equivalent to the 12th fire golden elixir. Then her own bloodline was extremely special, with the bloodline of the swallowing python, which was equivalent to 1 fire. Not only that, she and Kinga were 2 souls in 1 body, which was the most terrifying thing. The cultivation between the two could influence and complement each other. Kinga was influenced by her sister, and broke the limit of 10 fires in the golden elixir realm, directly achieving the myth. This in turn responded to her sister, allowing her to get 1 fire. Therefore, although the two women are currently average in strength, in fact, they are basically equivalent to the 14th fire qualification. Even if it is said that the ancient heaven, the 14th fire qualification is not a joke, and it is undoubtedly in the ranks of the heavenly prodigies. Now, with the skills in the Heavenly Emperor Deo Cannon and the dragon transformation technique obtained from the Dragon Clan, relying on the special environment of the demon subduing hall where 1 day outside is 1 year inside, it is difficult to catch up with Lee Su, but it is not a big problem for the strong to catch up with the heavenly prodigies in the mythical world. Not only the two of them, but also several immortals such as Lu Leo and Ming Fangxiu who were taken in by Lee Su in the world crystal were released by him. The two of them were able to become immortals in such an environment, and they were both talented. The other one's foundation was also broken too, equivalent to 11 fires, and it was also considered to have entered the realm above mythology. Although it can't be compared with the two women, it can be regarded as at all range. Unfortunately, except for them, the realm of others is too low, and not suitable for the test in the demon subduing hall. I don't know how the teacher and the others are doing, because the pursuit of the bastard demon one forced him to escape into the fragments of the world, and in order to avoid the other party through causal induction, he had to cut off that part of the flesh and blood connection, leaving only some information about himself. Fortunately, the function of disguising the creatures of the myth world was left. If they succeeded, they should not be so restrained in the myth world next time. Shaking his head, Lee Su raised his head and looked not far away. Not long after the old man from the heavenly court left, a huge fairy mountain appeared in his eyes. Undoubtedly, in this far east area that looked like hell, there suddenly appeared a place full of exotic flowers and plants. Birds and beasts were so leisurely, the clear air from the sky poured down like a waterfall, and the rocks and plants were pregnant with strange lights, forming a piece of Taoist classics. Just looking at it from a distance, there was a kind of cultivation that improved the immortals. For a while, Lee Su couldn't help rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was deceived by the scene in the Far East area. However, as the dragon boat approached, the immortal mountain became more and more obvious, as if it was another world, where countless cultivators stood. Lee Su quickly realized that this should be the destination of his trip, the holy land of the human religion, Dalo Mountain. Looking from afar, hundreds of markets have been formed at the foot of Dalo Mountain at this moment. They are neatly divided, and there are hundreds of millions of cultivators trading there. In those markets, either the Danki is lingering, or the treasure light is continuous, forming a scene of wonders. Among them, the most amazing thing is undoubtedly the Danki. Thousands of miles of clouds and smoke, endless wonders, swelling up, turning into a huge tan-shaped cloud that is 10,000 feet long. In the cloud, there are dots of light, thousands of Tao rhymes, interweaving a magnificent piece, full of divine patterns, looking from afar, like a huge and boundless immortal pill of creation. In addition to the market, with Dalo Mountain as the center, there are countless monks who are pious on the road, bowing every step, heading towards the legendary Zuanman Holy Mountain. There are so many people, like cow hair. It is really the kind of people who can sweat like rain when they raise their hands. But there are so many people, and the order is in good order. From foundation building to true immortals, at this moment, there is only one identity. Zuanman monks, regardless of their realm, just move forward one by one, step by step towards the holy mountain. Not only did they gather into a torrent, but as they approached, their own Dao fruits flew out of their bodies directly, one after another, from streams, to rivers, and from rivers, to the sea. The entire Dalo Mountain seemed to be standing in the infinite galaxy. Countless extraordinary particles were attracted and formed one after another special wonders in the void. There were spiritual flowers blooming, children playing, spiritual deer stepping in the sky, phoenixes flying in it, sacred ancient bells taking shape, and exquisite pagodas appearing. Ding ding dang dang. Hee hee ha ha. Moo moo yo. The sounds of objects, children, and spirit beasts were heard incessantly, touching the soul, and vibrating the fruit of Tao. That was the sound of Tao. Before landing, Lee Su couldn't help but take several breaths in succession. He felt that the speed of the stars gathering in his body had increased. The second realm had almost passed halfway, and it would be formed, as long as the energy was refined. With a thud, the boat finally arrived at the shore. The people of the Dragon Clan did not appear. After Lee Su got off the boat, it started again, and disappeared on the Xiangdan River in a short while. Standing on the dock, Lee Su's expression was inexplicably strange. When boarding the ship, there were several million people, and the number increased to 20 million in the middle, but he was the only one who arrived. Not only that, he also had a lot of medicinal materials on him at the moment. Lee Su blinked his eyes, coughed dryly, and took his steps, heading towards Dalo Mountain. Originally, he had no intention of participating in the alchemy conference. After all, more than 10 million cultivators, including the forces behind them, had accumulated medicinal materials for a whole century, plus what he had collected, so there was no problem in supplying 300 years of elixirs for Xia country. But since he was here, he planned to take a look. After all, Dalo Mountain was the dojo of his teacher, the Saint Taking. It was somewhat inappropriate to come to the teacher's dojo and not enter. By the way, he also waited for the old fox in the heavenly court to compensate him with resources, a total of 7,000 star crystals, plus a habitable planet. With all these things in hand, not only the resettlement of the 2 million people was settled, but Lee Su also had the resources for his next practice. The 1-year period of the world fragments had passed for about 5 months. The galaxy period he caught was not to mention the great perfection, but at least he passed the initial stage, that is, the third realm of the galaxy before entering. After all, the stronger one's own realm is, the higher the improvement one can get after entering the world fragments. While thinking, Lee Su took his own steps and entered the range of Dalo Mountain. When his footsteps fell, he couldn't help but tremble, as if he had a feeling. Taking Daoguo opened his eyes directly, and in an instant, Lee Su's pupils were clearly black and white, as if surrounded by Takai, with yin and yang intertwined in it, and taking Zenai surrounded his body. As if he had a feeling, the special clear air that was unique to Dalo Mountain and permeated around him quickly gathered towards Lee Su. They surrounded Lee Su, as if they had spirits, making a favorite laugh, and rolling on Lee Su's body. The clear air became more and more, and began to gradually penetrate into his body, and merge into his soul. With a rumble, Lee Su's soul seemed to leave his body, and flew directly to Dalo Mountain, and reached the top of the mountain. In the boundless void, a huge old man's soul sat cross-legged. His eyebrows were kind, sacred and kind. When he saw Lee Su, he smiled and said, "Here I am." Without waiting for Lee Su to ask anything, the old man sang and recited the Taoist scriptures. The Tao that can be said is not the real Tao. It seemed like a century, and it seemed like a minute. The body and mind seemed to have been greatly baptized. The old man's Taoist scriptures poured down from him like an endless river. It was not a certain skill, nor was it a certain understanding, but the purest realm of heaven and earth, the beginning of all things, and it ran through Lee Su, taking him from an unattainable height to re-understand the heaven and earth, the Tao, and all things in the world. For a while, Lee Su was inexplicably shaken, and the millions of Tao rhymes and the huge sea of galaxies vibrated with it. In the flashing of the grand golden light, golden characters were formed one by one. These characters did not take shape, and were still extremely hazy. They flowed arbitrarily without any shape. Sometimes it turned into children playing and fighting, sometimes it turned into small animals howling, and sometimes it turned into copper bells ringing. It was indescribable. But he knew in his heart that this was the Tao, not the Tao of taking, not the Tao of yuking, but his own Tao. Taking a deep breath, it took Lee Su a long time to slowly open his eyes. At this moment, he was already in tears, and his pupils were bright, like a golden sea, and in the depths of the golden sea, there was a hint of purple. The realm did not improve, the strength did not improve, and the speed of cultivation did not increase. But at this moment, Lee Su still couldn't help but be shocked. The feeling was like a sailboat in the fog without knowing the direction, and suddenly a beam of light was projected over, illuminating the distance. There, standing as a new world. Chapter 770, Ghost. Awake. Senior brother, how do you feel? As Lee Su came back to his senses, a smiling voice sounded in his ears. Lee Su was startled, and turned his head, only to see a young man wearing the uniform of a human sect disciple standing not far from him, looking at him with a smile on his face. What am I doing? Lee Su pretended to be confused as he asked with a puzzled look on his face. Everyone who comes to Dalo Mountain for the first time will be baptized. The young man smiled and said, "This is a Taoist temple of the great purity saint, and there is the true meaning of the saint." Lee Su acted as if he was suddenly enlightened and couldn't help but take a breath and said, "No wonder I seemed to hear the explanation of the Taoist scriptures in a trance just now, and it directly penetrated my soul. Is it the same for everyone?" The young man shook his head and said, "All of them have different experiences. Everyone has different cultivation directions, and what they see when they enter Dalo Mountain will also be different. Some people see huge trees, some see endless stars, and some see thousands of ancient bells." Lee Su nodded quickly and said with sincere admiration, "It is worthy of being the Taoist temple of the old Taoist taking saint." The young man smiled even more, with a proud look on his face. "Yes, it is worthy of being the Taoist temple of the great purity saint of the human teaching. Almost everyone who enters, even if he is in the Dalo realm, is the same. Just looking at this mountain, you can already get a glimpse of the realm of the ancient taking saint. How vast and broad it is. Brother, are you going to attend the alchemy conference or to visit the holy mountain? Lee Su couldn't help but ask, what's the difference? The other party said directly, it's okay to attend the alchemy conference, just go there. If you want to visit the holy mountain, you need to queue up and register, which takes a long time. But if you really plan to go, I can register for you, which will be much faster. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. Are all the disciples so easy to talk to? They even help him register? But thinking of the view of Dalo Mountain from the dragon boat before, he shook his head. No, I'll just go to the market directly. The feeling just now is enough for me to comprehend for a long time, and it will benefit me endlessly. This is not an excuse. The moment he entered Dalo Mountain, under the resonance of taking Taoism, what he experienced was too shocking. That huge and boundless old man's soul should be the legendary taking saint. With the old man's personal teaching, even if Lee Su has an amazing talent, he can't digest it all in a short time. It's not a matter of comprehension, but also a matter of realm. It feels that, even if he has reached the Dalo realm, the scene just now still has great significance for him. Although the other party is willing to take special care, it is not necessary. For Lee Su, it doesn't matter whether he wants to see the teacher's temple or not. When the young man heard this, there was a touch of admiration in his eyes. There are many people coming to Dalo Mountain. Every time the mountain is opened, countless people will go to the foot of Dalo Mountain to worship. Piety is certain, but the desire for more is also certain. I hope to get the opportunity to comprehend again and experience that kind of wonder again. It can't be said to be greedy, it's more just human nature. But it is also because of this that it often means that the other party can't see himself clearly. The teachings of the taking saint, let alone the Dharma, that cannot be passed on lightly, that is a saint. Even if he gives random instructions, it is enough for most people to digest. Do you still want more? Wait until you understand the teachings of the saint. For example, a disciple of the human religion sect can only hear the teachings once in his life. In the past million years, only a few people have heard the teachings twice. If you pursue more, you will only lose yourself. After receiving the teachings, Lee Su was able to clearly understand himself immediately, which is a very high state of mind. The young man nodded and said, is that so? Then you can go by yourself. Remember that Dalo Mountain is a place for cultivation. If anyone troubles you, please contact my brothers and sisters directly, and they will help. Is that so? I understand, please. Lee Su nodded and smiled, clasped his fists and bowed, then turned and walked towards the market. Take care, brother. After watching Lee Su leave, the disciple of the human religion sect touched his head for a long time. There was a strange look on his quiet and inactive face, and he was confused. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel inexplicably fond of the other party? It's as if I met my own brother. Thinking back to the time when he was planning to help the other party open a special channel, the young man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Who is the other party? Where did he come from? It seems like he doesn't even know it. You know, as a disciple of the human sect, although he is not arrogant, he has pride. Not everyone is qualified to be called senior brother by him. Unless they are disciples of the same big sect, they are usually just called fellow Taoists. As a result, when he met the man in front of him, he called him senior brother right away. This is not just close, but also respectful. Standing there, the young man couldn't help but look confused. You know, he is usually considered a little arrogant in the sect. Although he felt weird at this moment, he didn't resist for some reason, and didn't think that the other party was wrong. Junior brother? Ziozu? The young man finally came back to his senses, and couldn't help turning his head to look at the person who pushed him from behind. Senior brother? The man had a weird look on his face. What's wrong with this kid? What's wrong with you, kid? Brother, you may not believe it, but it's like this. After hearing the young man's words, the visitor frowned, and couldn't help looking at the place pointed by his junior brother. The place where the man had just stayed. His spiritual consciousness moved, and he could directly feel the breath there. Junior brother might have been. This breath, one clear and one turbid, clearly distinguished, flowing alternately, like the birth of Tao, just like the master and them. It feels so kind. The visitor couldn't help but open his eyes, and his quiet and inaction face showed an expression of seeing a ghost. Not only did he not notice anything unusual, but his seniority was also upgraded. For a moment, the two looked at each other, confused. If they didn't know that all the disciples of the Rengyo had returned because of the alchemy conference, and the uncles had finally raised their enthusiasm and let go of their hands and feet in the market to prepare for alchemy, they would have thought that the person who came was their senior brother. What's going on? Report. Report? That brother didn't do anything. Isn't this bad? The young man couldn't help it. The corner of the older man's mouth twitched. I said, you little bastard, why are you so mean? However, thinking of the resistance that arose in his heart after he said he would report, the older man gritted his teeth and said, report. Just say that someone suspected to be my senior brother has returned, and let someone check whether there are any senior uncles in the sect who have gone out to accept new disciples, or whether there are any senior uncles who have passed away and left behind inheritance in the past 1,000 years. The young man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What is this? Hurry up. The older man was a little angry. Judging from the breath left by the other party, the realm of inaction of this senior brother must be extremely high, far beyond them. However, he gave such a feeling. If it is really a disciple lost outside our sect, we must take him back to the sect no matter what. Okay. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At this moment, Lee Su, who didn't know what was happening behind him, was still moving towards the market. He didn't know that the report of the two disciples triggered an unimaginable chain reaction, which eventually led to the two sects, Renji and Jidaruo, cursing and fighting each other in the street, and finally attracted the arrival of the saint, and then the matter was barely suppressed. At this moment, Lee Su didn't know anything, but was ready to go to the market with a happy face, waiting for the old man in the heaven to give him money. Chapter 771. Visiting the market. It's so lively. Entering the market, Lee Su was surprised by the bustle here. He was used to the calm environment of the myth world due to the special environment, so he was a little uncomfortable with the bustle in front of him. Although there were many people on the dragon boat, most of them were in groups at that time. Once someone walked around, they would immediately attract attention. It was completely different from the atmosphere of the market in front of him. It should be, because he entered the territory of the human religion, with complete rules. He didn't need to worry about his life safety like outside. His heart was no longer tense. People walking around smiled, and the hostility between their brows was also much lighter. The structure of the market is very simple, such as the one Lee Su walked into. It is a character GUI. The main road is the vertical line in the middle. At this moment, he just walked to the position of the first horizontal line. The two sides are lined up for about 10 kilometers. The vendors divided the two sides of the street with a line and simply made a bed on the ground. That is, they spread a blanket made of some unknown creature and put the things they want to sell. There is a fee for setting up a stall here. The closer to the main road, the more expensive it is, and the farther away, the cheaper it is. The first road is mainly selling raw materials, including medicinal materials, minerals, and various blood, fur, and bones. The goods are all marked with prices. Of course, if you buy a lot, you can bargain. After all, buying individually is completely different from buying in bulk. However, most of the materials here are first level materials, which are mainly for the surface layer of foundation building. Only a small part is second level, for golden elixir. Lee Su just looked at it for a while, and continued to walk deeper. He didn't think about picking up leeks. Because when he came in, the disciples of the human education who were on duty in this market were very enthusiastic. They not only introduced the situation of the market he entered, but also told him about the situation of the alchemy conference. The overall layout of the alchemy conference is a circle. It is not that the deeper you go, the better. Instead, a separate area is circled for trading. The purpose of doing this is mainly to prevent the buyers and sellers from colliding with the worship teams and avoid mutual influence. Going in, there are 4 floors in total. The first floor is mainly for foundation building and golden elixir, with the largest range. There are nearly 700 such markets, each of which can accommodate about 1 million people and covers an area of about 800 square meters. The second floor is dominated by celestial immortals, and there are only about 200 markets. The third floor is dominated by true immortals, and there are about 80 markets. The fourth floor is dominated by TIE, and there is only one market. According to the above data, this so-called market covers an area of about 784 square kilometers, which is an astonishing scale, equivalent to the land area of a great country in the previous life. And Lee Soo didn't pick up a bargain here. The reason is very simple. Some special things are concentrated in the TIE area in the center. Everything bought from the periphery is clearly marked. And even there, most things are also appraised. It should be clear that this is not an antique market, but a market for cultivators. No one will foolishly sell something they don't understand at will. Some are basically fakes. Of course, there are also stores that specialize in this kind of thing. Just like gambling on stones, they sell a kind of stone taken from the depths of the Far East. What can be opened depends on luck. Of course, according to the words of the junior brother of the NGO, there is a lot of water. 9 out of 10 people will lose money, so it is recommended that he should not go. You ask why the disciples of the NGO are so enthusiastic? Yes, Lee Soo himself was also very surprised, but thinking that this was the home of the human cult, he guessed that the main point of the people's hospitality and attentive service was hospitality. After all, this was the second time. By the way, before leaving, the junior brother also told him that if he encountered someone looking for trouble, he didn't need to argue with the other party, just call the patrol team directly. Facing this scene, Lee Soo really felt at home, as if he had returned home. All the way forward, Lee Soo walked slowly, and the main point was to watch the fun. After all, he didn't want to buy anything. He had been in the myth world for so long, either practicing or fighting. Even if he loved this atmosphere, he couldn't stand it. Not only that, after entering Dalo Mountain, his taking Dao fruit took the initiative to come out, compatible with his mind, and integrated into the atmosphere of Dalo Mountain. Although his mentality was relaxed, his practice did not slow down, but he felt that he was going all out. Could it be that this is the legendary doing nothing and doing everything? All in all, Lee Soo was in a very relaxed mood at the moment, and felt like he was lying on his bed in his own small house. It was so comfortable. After the second horizontal road, there were fewer people selling materials, and they were basically all finished products. There were more shops here, and most of them were opened by disciples of the human religion, who mainly focused on building foundations. Of course, these disciples were not formal disciples, but boys. The alchemy conference was specially opened by the human religion in order to collect a large number of medicinal materials from all over the world. But after all, they couldn't only collect top-grade medicinal materials and special medicinal materials, right? Ordinary medicinal materials, to the human religion, have no value, but to other people in the myth world, it's another matter. Not all sects are like the human religion, where everyone has an alchemy technique, and a pot of top grade or even top grade key gathering pills can be made when the furnace is opened. We have sent so many special medicinal materials here with great difficulty, and you, the human religion, won't you refine some for us? Of course, although the shop owners are all boys, as they were born in the human religion, they may not be allowed to fight, but when it comes to alchemy, the main thing is to make people stunned. Lee Soo was a little surprised by the alchemy skills. The middle grade was just the norm, the upper grade was not rare, and the best grade was not uncommon. The elixirs at the foundation building stage were played by them. Although Lee Soo could make the best grade elixirs every time, that was the realm after all. These children were at the foundation building stage, and the control of the furnace fire depended on their own insignificant cultivation. With this cultivation, they could make the middle grade elixirs. They were all first class alchemists, not to mention the upper grade and the best grade elixirs. However, we don't buy finished products here. Although there are finished products on the stalls, they are all the same. The main purpose is to tell others what I can refine, and what the effect is. The main thing here is processing. That is, you prepare the herbs yourself, and the children will open the furnace for you to refine. After the refining is done, you just need to pay the processing fee. One middle grade elixir costs 3 ancient copper coins, one upper grade elixir costs 15, and one top grade elixir costs 30. It's not cheap. After all, First level herbs are actually no different from weeds, but it's definitely much cheaper than buying elixirs directly. A first grade middle grade pill costs at least 15 ancient copper coins, a high grade pill costs 50, and a top grade pill costs 100. In addition to alchemy, there are other things, such as refining tools, refining talismans, and even sets of formations for sale. The so-called 4-piece set of immortal cultivation is indispensable. However, compared with alchemy, refining tools, making talismans, and even formations are a bit horrible. Especially those who learn from the children of the human education who focus on processing. Lee Su was stunned. Are you sure these people are not here to practice? You know what, there are really people who go. When the refining is successful, both sides laughed. As for the failure of the refining, I said, it may not succeed. You mean at least one success in 10 times? I said, on average, at least once in 10 times. Do you know what average means? At least 10 times in 100 times, at least 100 times in 1,000 times. Asterisk and percent asterisk asterisk and asterisk an. Chapter 772. People teach medicine sellers. It's true that the land and water nurture the simple people. 100 times out of 1,000. Will there be 1,000 times out of 10,000? Looking at the cultivator who was almost furious, Lee Su was sure that, if this was not the territory of the human sect, the other party would not survive for more than 3 seconds. While looking around, he continued to move forward. It has been a long time since I have been like this. With the restriction of force, many interesting things have happened along the way. For example, a foundation building cultivator was sweating profusely as he watched a giant and cultivator fail to make talismans 10 times in a row. He went up and grabbed the other's collar and said, "Do you know how to do it?" There was also a giant who was cheated and came up to make trouble. Because he couldn't do it, he could only curse, and he lost. There was also a poor technique that was simply terrible, but he looked confident. He clearly failed, but he took it for granted and attributed the reason to the materials. He also said in a serious manner that you took it from the north and south, which is slightly different from the southwest. The subtle ingredients are different, so it led to failure. If Lee Su was not familiar with refining, he would have almost believed the other party's words, when it was clearly not forged enough times during casting, resulting in an unstable structure. There are also pimps who rely on their eloquence to help people attract customers. After the deal is done, the bonus is the one who brings people over. They are so exaggerated that Lee Su was confused. The formation apprentice was said to be a formation master. The wall is not convinced, only you are convinced. As you go deeper, such situations are gradually decreasing. The level is constantly increasing, and of course the price is also increasing. Often, people here offer a price that can be made dozens of times outside. Of course, because the level is much higher, the finished products displayed here are also decent. Not to mention the middle grade, high grade, and top grade products can be seen. However, according to the actual level of the other party, it is estimated that the highest attainments displayed in front of the store should be caused by ghosts and gods. It is inexplicable to myself, how can a top grade or top grade product be produced? Therefore, there is still a lot of arguing. Going further inside, Lee Su began to stay longer. It's not that their arguments are interesting, but some quirky things are beginning to appear among the products on display, which are very interesting. For example, in front of a certain talisman making shop, there are several scarecrows. Although the level of making the scarecrows is not very good, the scarecrows are quite interesting. There are scarecrows for poison, for hunger, for dirt, and even for depression. Looking at the introductions put out by the other party, Lee Su was stunned. You are not the one who can really make a scarecrow. But you have to admit, these things are quite interesting. So interesting that Lee Su couldn't help but buy several. For example, he bought one of each of the scarecrows mentioned earlier, and couldn't help but study them. It's not a brilliant product, but it's really interesting. Especially the one about depression. When Lee Su bought it, he couldn't help asking the other party what the meaning of this thing was. The other party saw that he was a big customer service, so he explained it to him. This scarecrow is mainly for the special environment of the myth world. Some places have a great impact on the state of mind and will make people feel extremely bad. Don't take it lightly. Some immortals were repeatedly affected by this and eventually lost their balance of mind. Not only did they kill themselves, but also harmed the team. Not only the scarecrow, but also some very special magic weapons, such as the bell in Lisu's hand. This thing has no offensive function, nor can it defend. It only rings when your mood changes. When you are happy, it is ding-a-dang ding-dang. When you are angry, it is dan-kang-dang-dan-kang. There are 7 or 8 kinds of sounds in total, guaranteed to be different. Don't say, this thing is too expensive, and it is also very popular. In some places in the myth world, it can really save lives. After all, for monks, calmness is the best way to save lives when walking in dangerous places. Emotional changes are very easy to cause accidents. For example, if you see a treasure, because of desire, you often ignore some dangers that should not be ignored, which makes it easy to be killed. Also, a team is in a dangerous state for a long time, and everyone's emotions cannot always be consistent. It is undoubtedly very important to always be aware of the mood of teammates. It took almost half a day, and Lisu finally crossed the foundation building and Jiandan areas and entered the Xiangxin area with 17 or 18 interesting things in his hands. There are undoubtedly fewer people here, and the density is less than 1/10 of that outside. Of course, there are still many Jiandan, but at least half of the people are in the Xiangxin realm. The things here are really expensive. Fraud has become rare here. There is no cheap thing involving Xiangxin. Although the price is scary, there is a saying that you get what you pay for. It is no longer the kind of failure that I can't do anything about, but failure will lose money. However, the trading volume has not declined, and it is still in an endless stream. Of course, things involving Xiangxin take a long time to refine, and the trading speed is often not as fast as outside. Moreover, although the stalls here are still mainly stalls, there is a magic tent behind the stalls. What is a magic tent? To put it simply, it is a tent, but it is fully automatic. It is only the size of a palm when held in the hand. After injecting mana and throwing it on the ground, it will open by itself and become a square house of about 10 square meters. It is mainly made of cloth, with runes written on it and supported by mana. It has a certain degree of defense and is much stronger than stone. Of course, the main purpose is not for defense, but to isolate outsiders from spying. Celestial beings belong to the 3rd level. Whether it is the material itself or the finished product, it has become extremely expensive. Not to mention the production process. Most of the finished products are protected to prevent being cracked and mastered. By the way, there is no 4th level material in the myth world. No, it should be said that there is no special classification of the 4th level. For example, red gold is a material that can only be collected in the Dalo realm, but it can be used in the manufacture of magic weapons starting from the golden elixir. However, although there is no 4th level material, on the contrary, there are 4th level magic weapons, 4th level elixirs, and 4th level talismans. The specific distinction is based on year and amount. Using red gold as an example, between 100 jin and 1000 jin, they are all 3rd grade, and above 1000 jin, they are 4th grade. The quality of magic weapons is divided from here. Only the 3rd grade ones that use more than 100 jin of red gold are qualified to be called magic weapons. The 1st and 2nd grades are called magic weapons. The 3rd and 4th grades are called magic weapons. In terms of the 3rd and 4th grades, elixirs are called spiritual medicines, talismans are called spiritual talismans, and formations are called spiritual plates. The reason why formations are called this is mainly because the formations are not told by the formations themselves, but more by making the formations on the plates. There is no need to understand them, just inject mana into them, and they can be used. This plate is made of wood, gold, and jade. There is no difference between the 3 forms. Basically it depends on the materials. Lisu suddenly stopped his steps, couldn't help but turn his head, and looked not far away. The stall there was set up by a disciple who taught by himself, selling medicine. Take a look at the products. In the first row, there are 36 kinds of body fragrance pills: rose, peony, jasmine, snow lotus. The second row, the physical pills, boy type, girl type, 18-year-old type, enchanting type, cold type, big man type, gentleman type, a total of 66 types. The third row, the face changing pills, melon seed face, round face, general face, scholar face, a total of 22 types. The fourth row, the shrinking pills, 36 consecutive hits, 72 consecutive hits, 100 consecutive hits. The fifth row, the endurance pills. Endurance is a virtue. Men can't say no, fox spirits can't stand it, and dragon girls tremble when they see it. The sixth row, the asterisk pills. Contempt, contempt, But you know what? There are so many customers in front of him, directly along line. The ratio of men to women is 8 to 10, and they all wear masks. The shopkeeper who wants to buy medicine accepts everyone, and the pills in front of him are bought at an incredible speed in Shiangsan Street. Damn, the boy and girl types are sold so quickly. As long as the law allows, morality is nothing. Dog type, snake type. Brothers and sisters, you are really playing with it. 10 bottles and 100 hits. Sure enough, I have seen too little. People must not just stay at home, but also go out to see the world. What shocked Lisa the most was the strength of the disciples of the medicine seller. Isn't this the late stage of Tai? For most of the street, there was only his family, and the other disciples of the medicine seller stood far away, blushing like monkey butts. Of course, Lisa was not shocked for long. There was a huge movement in the sky in the distance, and the masters of the medicine seller came actively with a dark face. Before the person arrived, the Raw had already arrived. Little bastard, you have lost all the face of my medicine seller. The face of the medicine seller changed, and he rolled up, and everything on the stall, including himself, disappeared in a whoosh. But the person who bought the medicine did not say anything unexpectedly, as if he was already familiar with this situation. Damn it, he ran away again. The man was furious. Everyone, go and look for him. I must beat him to death. And check for me, where did that bastard get so many medicines? How many days has he been selling it? It's even more than the last alchemy conference. Standing there, Lisa was speechless for a while. After a long time, he exhaled faintly. I've learned a lot. Sure enough, creatures like huskies can grow firmly, no matter where they are, and then at a certain time, they will directly tear everything into pieces. Hello, senior brother. Just as Lisa was about to leave and go deeper, a soft child's voice sounded in his ears. Lisa was startled and couldn't help but look back, but he saw an 8-year-old child standing behind him. He looked delicate, innocent, chubby, and lively. His eyes twitched. The appearance of the horse naturally couldn't deceive his eyes, so he saw at a glance that the guy in front of him was the medicine seller just now. Chapter 773 Too enthusiastic. It's really strange. Why can't you help but want to get close to me when you see me? The child blinked his eyes and said. His eyes were a little inexplicable, and there was a strange look in them. Lisu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A man who sells magic oil said that he couldn't help but want to get close to him? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Do you want to scare me to death so that you can inherit my property? Looking at the person in front of him, he is completely a Shota. No, because of the mixed relationship of the ingredients, he belongs to the Shota and Lali, so cute that people can't help but have a huge impulse to pick him up and take a bite. Facing the thoughts in his mind and thinking about the other party's true identity, he couldn't help but frown for a while. However, he soon calmed down. After all, as a super pervert, Lisu has one biggest insistence, that is, the gender of the target must be confirmed. Scradina's gender and so on are too heavy and heavy. I don't know, but I can be sure that I should be the junior brother and you are the senior brother. Huh. Looking at Lisu, who calmed down quickly, the child was a little surprised. He knew his appearance at the moment best. At this moment, I have extremely powerful killing power, and I'm in a state of killing men, women, old and young. Those who can see him will undoubtedly be greatly shocked and have a good impression of him. As for why he is so confident, it is naturally because of his appearance. Too cute. Cuteness is justice, cuteness is powerful, and cuteness is the truth of everything in this world. This cuteness can be said to be the result of his hundreds of years of careful carving. collecting the appearance of thousands of children. A cute brother, a cute sister, a cute son, a cute daughter, a cute grandson. This is not just a simple good-looking explanation. The element gathered above can be said to point directly to the depths of thought. It is the most extreme disguise technique. Even evil spirits will be affected and confused by him. The meaning represented by this face is not just a simple and pure emotion. It is a distortion. Justice or evil, it can't be avoided. It will shine directly into the other person's heart, infinitely magnify a certain emotion, impress it, change it, and distort it. If I like it, it will gradually change, and the final formation of this thing can only be my emotion. If it is disgust, it will also change, and eventually form a strong and incomparable impulse to destroy. This is not a simple art of change, but an extreme method of emotion. Sure enough, does this guy also master some kind of art that is similar to his own? He did not approach inexplicably, and he did not approach because of his affection. Instead, when Lee Su stopped to look at him, he felt the other party's specialness. It can be said that he deliberately appeared in front of the other party. The feeling that the other party gave him was very similar to his own, but the difference was that the breath on his body was a kind of nostalgic smell. It was not an emotion, but it was as if he was facing the Tao. Tao follows nature, that's right, this is it. The feeling that the person in front of him gave him was like this. It was an extreme state, incomparable harmony. Not to mention him, all the disciples of the human religion would not be able to help but feel good when they saw it, as if the appearance they had been seeking for a long time appeared in front of them. The child's eyes turned, and as a serious disciple of the human religion, he did it without any hesitation. After all, there was doubt in his heart. Since he had doubts, he had to do it naturally. He wanted to see what kind of magic the other party had cast that could have such a strange impact on him. In an instant, his face became more and more feminine, and the enchanting, charming, and feminine aura was rapidly increasing, and his appeal was increasing at an astonishing rate. Although Lee Su suppressed his thoughts, he still caught the other party's emotions from the first moment of contact and the gaze of both parties. This should be a carnivore. The ambiguous gender will not add points, but will reduce them. To deal with such people, you can only deal with them according to their preferences. In this regard, he is undoubtedly very skilled. He has seen too much and studied too much in his thousands of years of life. Lee Su's eyes shrank, and he felt an extremely strong aura spreading towards him. How to describe it? The person in front of him should have been a little boy, but he suddenly became one of his favorite flavors, such as the 36 emperors, or white and straight, or cold, or elegant, or a little girl. It was like a thousand changing witch who could freely change her temperament and figure, and meet all men's imaginations. However, seeing the most suitable woman appearance in a man, Lee Su almost choked, but he did not move. The other party's behavior was just an influence, not an attack, although the effect was more painful than a direct punch to the heart. The child was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the other party did not choose to fight him. Isn't this equivalent to opening up and letting him in? Although it was strange, the child did not hesitate. He had doubts in the first place. After all, their temperaments were too similar. It was just right to open the outside and take a good look at the true appearance inside. Once he entered, he saw that there were two energies in the sky and the earth. The upper one was clear and the lower one was turbid, with clear distinctions and awe-inspiring order. In an instant, the child was stunned, as if he had returned to the chaotic chicken egg, and his body and mind were purified. Not good. The child's face changed instantly, because he did not influence the other party, but was influenced by the other party instead. How is it possible? You know, when he created this technique with the top mental method of the human teaching, the Wu-Wei Sutra, even his master was shocked, and had worldly desires. For this reason, he punished himself to be in seclusion for more than 300 years, and only came out recently. As a result, today, I was influenced by someone else. It's totally out of line. At this moment, Lee Su took a breath, his expression a little hard, mainly because the senior brother in front of him was really too much. He suddenly felt that his life was so bleak, he lost the motivation to move forward, and everything became boring. He was just about to make a move, but he saw that the child took a breath, and the special breath that escaped was directly gathered. He stopped. Seeing that the other party turned back into the original child, Lee Soo, who couldn't help it, also breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person was relieved. Later, he would delete the eye-catching scene from his mind, and it should be able to reduce the impact. Shaking his head, Lee Soo planned to say goodbye. He didn't want to continue communicating with this weird child, even if he was a disciple of the human religion. It was really not serious. The child seemed to understand what Lee Soo meant, and suddenly said, "This is my original appearance." He took out a gourd from his arms, opened the bottle mouth, and with a burst of wine aroma overflowing, the child raised his head and gulped down the drink. After a while, he said, "I'm a boy of destiny." The so-called boy of destiny is a special fate. The person who has it is destined not to grow up. It will be fixed at the age of 8, and will not change until death, even if he becomes an immortal. This kind of fate is rare. There will not be 1 in 100 million people. Lee Soo was stunned in place. His mind was full of confusion. Did he ask a question? Would you like to drink? The child shook the gourd in his hand and asked again. Lee Soo blinked his eyes. He himself had no interest in wine, and did not intend to communicate with this child, but the aroma of the wine and the other party's gourd was really fragrant. The aroma alone made him feel that his realm was accelerated. Undoubtedly, this wine is very special, not worse than the monkey wine in Huago Mountain. Although the specific formula is unknown, it is probably not less than a lot of powerful medicine, including third-level medicinal materials. Although it is not right to eat things given by strangers, and this is even more wrong, he still couldn't help but said, "Okay." The child nodded, and really threw the wine gourd to him. "Catch it, and pour it out with your head tilted back." Snap, snap, snap. More than 10 pounds in one gulp. The more he drank, the more he drank. The taste was so fragrant, and the medicinal power inside was so strong, that Lee Soo almost wanted to drink it all. Fortunately, he held back and closed his mouth immediately. This thing is undoubtedly very expensive. The third level medicine alone is amazing. The other party should have realized the mistake of his behavior just now and compensated, so he couldn't go too far. He took a deep breath, and all the blood and flesh cells in his body opened up, without even a trace of alcohol left, and he absorbed it all directly, and then handed the wine gourd back. The child looked at him and said, "Don't you want to drink more?" Lee Soo was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "That's enough. Thank you for the wine, senior brother." Okay. After taking back the wine gourd, the child did not stay for long. He waved to Lee Soo and said, "Let's go. If you encounter any problems here, forget it. It will be more troublesome to use my name." As soon as the words fell, the other party disappeared directly. Not only the person, but also the breath, went directly to another place. Watching the other party leave, Lee Soo couldn't help but touch his head. The other party appeared in front of him inexplicably, influenced him inexplicably, and then inexplicably invited him to drink, and then left inexplicably. What's going on? Hiss. The drug began to explode, and the power was amazing. It felt like a large number of extraordinary particles were sprayed into his galaxy for free. There were also some extremely special element in it, which made his stars vibrate and enriched. Good stuff. Lee Soo was stunned. This wine is equivalent to elixir, right? The formula is quite amazing. It actually carries special substances. Can it be used to make stars in the Taii galaxy? This wine, is it not priceless? Thinking of this, his expression became more and more strange. He really couldn't figure out what the other party meant. Is this a deliberate test, and then take the opportunity to give me wine to drink? Asterisk 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 ha. About a quarter of an hour later, the child who was shaking the wine gourd in his hand was about to put it into his mouth, and the next second his little body was directly hard. He woke up. Then he recalled what happened just now. What did I do? He handed the most precious wine gourd in his body to the other party, and let the other party drink more than 10 kilograms of medicinal wine he brewed with great effort. This was specially prepared by him to stabilize his own realm. For this, he went to the market and sold those secular pills. It can be said that he did it to raise money and didn't care about his dignity. After taking a look at the situation in the wine gourd, the child's face turned green on the spot. 13 kilograms, a full 13 kilograms. The medicine sold with 13 days of hard work was all broken. So many medicines. How many years of accumulation? Exclamation mark. As for the reason, of course it couldn't be voluntary. Just kidding. Even if I were the master, I wouldn't let him drink like this. The fundamental reason for this was that I didn't affect the other party, but was manipulated by the other party in the opposite way. I was hunting geese all day, and I got pecked in the eye by a goose. Chapter 774 before the end. Can the kid be willing? Of course not. How can a person who puts down his dignity for the sake of the medicinal wine be willing? If the other party drinks less, he can tolerate it, but 13 pounds, how come you didn't die? In a flash, he ran directly to catch the little thief who affected his mood, and made him pay. It's useless for the King of Heaven to come to this matter, he said. When he came to the place where the incident happened just now, the child's eyes were green, like a hungry wolf. With the height of his business, the speed of making money is calculated in 1 second. 13 pounds is equivalent to the money he drank for 13 days. If you calculate it by 5 red gold per second, it is more than 5.6 million red gold. Although he is Tai, the human teaching is not like the heaven. The elders of the sect will not care about the materials for cultivation. Every penny of the money he earns is his hard-earned money. For a moment, the nothing in the nothingness of the nothingness was forgotten, and it became the law of being. When he returned to the street just now, it was empty. The child chuckled, and the cute expression on his face could be said to be hated by everyone. This was also related to his Taoism. The so-called ugliness and beauty are all in the heart. If the heart is cold, the whole world will be in a winter blizzard. Want to run? No way. He is Shen Bao Bao, who has practiced it specially. He took a breath, chanted something, and a rune appeared in the void, which was outlined by him. This is an extremely special tracking method. If it were you and me, as long as we remember each other's breath, there is also a cause and effect between the two parties. That is, we can find it, even if we hide in the ends of the earth. Looking at the rune glowing and pointing in a certain direction, the child's eyes lit up, and a whoosh, a gust of wind rolled up. Thief, give me back my medicinal wine. Asterisk 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 at the other end, Li Su continued to walk forward. When he walked here, the Xiangsan area was almost at the end. Although it was large, Tai's pace was naturally no joke. Unless it was particularly interesting and could make him stop and watch. Otherwise, it was only a few hundred square kilometers, and he could walk through it in minutes. Entering the last area, which is the place dominated by Zengxin and Tai. Here, the atmosphere is completely different. There are very few people selling materials, and it is no longer the kind of stalls outside. People are standing on the street one by one, and in front of them, there are either one or several completely different auras. There are medicinal materials, minerals, and flesh and blood. A strand was intercepted and locked with spiritual power, floating in front of the body. The things here are basically not clearly marked with prices. They are directly bartered. They hang their own things, and write the things they want to collect on the side. The main point is that only talents come, and no one goes. They are all masters, so it is naturally impossible to bargain like in the vegetable market. At a glance, let alone, Li Su saw a lot of good things. The value is quite amazing. For example, in front of a man with a hood not far away who can't see his face clearly, there are several grasses, all of which are level 3. They are not medicinal herbs, but a kind of extremely strong texture that can break steel. It is about 1 finger wide and 2 feet long. That is straw. That's right, spiritual rice is produced by it. But this one is very different. It's the 3rd level. Judging from the lines on it, the age is probably close to 800 years. Although spiritual rice is produced in large quantities and rice straw is also common, Li Su saw a lot of it when he came in from outside, but this thing is usually the 1st level, and the 2nd level is very rare. As for the 3rd level, it has grown for 800 years, which can definitely be said to be rare. The main thing is that once this thing grows spiritual rice, the nutrients will enter the fruit. Once the spiritual rice matures, the rice straw will die. It has grown for 800 years and still hasn't produced spiritual rice. It is rarer than the giant panda and belongs to a special mutant. And this thing is undoubtedly the best prop for making a straw man. If you master the corresponding means, you can make a straw man to die in place of death, and Tae can use it. The value of a straw man that Tae can die in place of is really amazing. Lee Soo is a little tempted. Although he is not needed, he can be used by Bae-soo and others. And if you add a teleportation talisman, even if the enemy is Tae, there is a high probability that he will run away directly. Unfortunately, the things the other party wanted were unfamiliar. Lee Soo did not have one of the main materials for refining a certain third level elixir. No, it should be said that Lee Soo did not have most of the things here. Although he had robbed a lot, which was enough for several Xia countries, there were not many high level things. There were only 2 third level ones, both of which were ores, and they were not special. One was called King Feng Stone and the other was called Li Ming Stone. King Feng Stone, as the name suggests, is quite a bit. At the 3rd level, the breeze is useless, but it is really a 3rd level stone, full of breeze. As for the Li Ming Stone, it is much stronger, and is born with the power of thunder. Unfortunately, this thunder is not the kind of electricity that strikes down, but sound. Although it also has the effect of breaking evil, and shocking the mind, it has no electricity, and its value has dropped a lot. Confirming that the materials are basically unaffordable, Lee Soo could only shake his head, and continue to walk in. The people inside became more and more deserted. There were really few people, especially when they walked to the location of refining elixirs, refining tools, refining talismans, and formations. There were only a few scattered people. Among them, the most elixirs were from the human sect, an old man and 2 young men. As for the other 3 sects, there were exactly 4 in total. After all, there were no ordinary people who could open a business here. If it involved the 3rd level, they were all masters. If they made a move, it would definitely make the forces in the upper domain tremble and bleed in their hearts. It was too expensive. There were about 100 people here at the moment, but it was very quiet. No one was refining elixirs or refining weapons. It was a bit deserted. There were a few people asking questions at the 2 young people in the human sect. As for the old man, he was lying on a chair and pretending to be asleep, and he didn't care about others at all. Lee Soo didn't leave, although there was a large building deeper in the center of the huge market. The gambling on stones and auctions that the disciples of the human sect introduced to him before might be there. But after walking all the way, Lee Soo almost understood a truth. If he really came across what he wanted, he couldn't afford it in his current situation, and it was the kind that he couldn't afford, even if he sold his pots and pans. Walking to the opposite side of the People's Education School, where the weapon refiner had set up a stall, there was also an old man, holding a book with unknown contents, squinting his eyes and reading it. Well, the contents were indeed unknown, as the old man had wrapped it with his magic power. Not only that, when Lee Soo approached, the old man raised his head directly, with a gloomy expression, and after looking at Lee Soo, he retreated more than 10 feet away, and left the edge of the road. It seemed that the things in his hand were very precious, and he would not allow anyone to approach, even if they were just approaching. Lee Soo ignored the other party, and he was not interested in the secret manuals of the exercises. He walked directly to the opposite side of the old man, and sat down on the ground. He stretched out his hand, and grabbed the only 2 3rd level stones he had, the King Feng Stone and the Thunder Stone. Feeling the 3rd level aura, the old man who was reading the book couldn't help but raise his head. When he saw that they were just 2 ordinary goods, he immediately withdrew his gaze with disdain, as if looking at them anymore would dirty his eyes. Lee Soo took a breath, not angry, not angry, not angry, and looked down at the stones in his hand. So, how can we use these 2 stones to create a cost-effective magic weapon? Of course, Lee Soo did not notice that. While he was thinking, the old man of the human sect did open his eyes in confusion, and the 2 young ones also looked at him in surprise. Strange, this boy, why is his aura so compatible with my human sect? It makes people feel good about him. Chapter 775 Selecting a Plan. Lee Soo took a deep breath. This matter was very difficult. The main reason was that there were many restrictions and there was not enough time. After all, the alchemy conference only lasted for 1 or 2 months, and now almost half of it had passed. So it had to be fast, good, and distinctive. Even if it was said that the supreme attainment of the Lingbao Sutra was mastered, this art of refining was also quite metaphysical, but it was not a delusion art, and it did not mean that you could make whatever you wanted. It had a logical basis and was scientific. There were dozens of subjects involved, including but not limited to materials science, energetics, structural science, material transformation science, and so on. It can be said that even the simplest foundation building magic weapon was obtained through thousands of hammers and refinements. It was the result of the painstaking efforts of countless ancestors, and it was finally summarized. The things used and paid here were definitely not something that could be explained clearly in a few words. Make bold assumptions and carefully verify. Failure is the norm, and success is just accidental. Therefore, Li Su's mind moved, connected the demon subduing order, and opened the heavenly Emperor Dao cannon. Thunder is the main thing. It doesn't have to be an offensive magic weapon. The key is that the effect is amazing. As soon as he thought of it, the heavenly Emperor Dao cannon shook. In less than a second, 7 or 8 kinds of magic weapons with completely different functions and effects appeared in his sight. It is really worthy of being the heavenly Emperor Dao cannon. It covers everything from magical arts to Taoist magic, strange arts, refining equipment and alchemy, and making talismans and arrays. It is like 100 flowers blooming, which makes people dizzy. Even if Li Su makes such an unreasonable request, he can give an answer quickly. Huh? Didn't you make it yourself? I said so much just now, didn't you see? Even a foundation building magic weapon has been tempered and failed countless times before it can succeed. In this short time, there are still so many problems and restrictions. How can you make it? Besides, Li Su only has amazing learning ability, not amazing creativity. Do you think Li Su, who holds the Lingbao Sutra, has not been refining magic weapons after leaving GGO? The value of magic weapons and first and second level elixirs is 2 concepts. In GGO, apart from the standard magic weapons, the others are not expensive, but simply no one sells them. Not only that, in order to prevent others from copying their achievements, most people will immediately apply for intellectual property protection after creating a magic weapon. Whoever dares to copy will be waiting for the GGO law enforcement team to come. Why do you think the magic weapons in the mythology world have been developed for millions of years, but are far inferior to those in the ancient times? Because it's too volatile. Under normal circumstances, if a refiner wants to master 3 or 5 magic weapons, there is only one way, which is to worship someone as a teacher. Once you worship someone, you will not mention it. Be prepared to work hard for hundreds of years. The so-called getting up earlier than chickens, sleeping later than dogs, eating worse than pigs, and working more than donkeys are all about refiners. After realizing the serious internal circulation of the refinery industry, Li Su seemed to see what he looked like when he was working in his previous life. Therefore, after making a little money, he directly threw the refinery into the corner of the mess and didn't mention it. It's impossible to work, not even in this life. Back to the hole. The demon subduing hall is a good thing, not to mention the heavenly Emperor Dao cannon. With his Lingbao Zenjing, he lives in a villa, sits on a cruise ship, and has 7 or 8 beauties around him. It seems that he is waving at him. When he is strong enough in the future, he will log all the weapon refining techniques in the heavenly Emperor Dao cannon on the GGO official website, and do nothing but earn interest. As for why not now? Are you kidding? 1 or a few methods of making magic weapons are fine, but dozens, hundreds, or even thousands? That kind of huge profit, even his own son may not be able to rely on it, let alone outsiders. Focusing on the heavenly Emperor Dao cannon, Li Su quickly read it. The first one, the soul calming bell. A functional magic weapon that can be used for attack or defense, with a relatively complete range of functions. It can break the art of enchantment, and can turn into a ringing sound to shock others. There is no doubt that it is ranked first. Although it cannot be used as a one-hit kill, it has many effects, and even the true immortal cannot be immune. If it can be made, it will be worth a lot of money. He took a look at the technique. It was okay, not too difficult, and the materials used, well, I can pass it. Can't afford it. He only has 2 third level materials in total, but this magic weapon actually needs 5. If he has so many, why does he have to go through all this trouble? The second one. Because of the materials of the first magic weapon, he didn't even look at the name, but looked at the materials first. At least he had to have them, or afford them first, otherwise the effect would be 100 years of resentment, 10 catties, 2 liters of cursed blood, half a catty of unwilling bones, half a catty of evil corpse oil. No, what the hell is this? Lee Su was stunned by the requirements above except for the materials with thunder attributes. Is your magic weapon serious? No. Thunderstone, although it has no electricity, this thing is at least a part of thunder. To describe it in words, it is a clear stream between heaven and earth, and 100 years of resentment, cursed blood, unwilling bones, evil corpse oil. These things are evil things, the biggest turbidity between heaven and earth. This is not a magic practice, not his yin and yang, not to mention that the yin and yang of human beings are divided into yin and yang, not good and evil. These things are mixed together, and with Lee Su's understanding of the art of refining, there will only be one result. Exploding furnace. What kind of netherworld technique is this? Are you planning to kill me so that you can inherit my property? Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath and looked up at the more specific introduction. Name: I'll take your life for 3 years. Nature: deterrence. Effect: after refining, it will merge with its own soul and form a unique mark on the center of the eyebrows. Once killed by someone, the residual soul will turn into resentment and entangle the other party, and thunder will erupt every certain time. This sound has no effect of breaking evil, and the person who is hit cannot hear it, but it is extremely loud, and it can last for 100 miles without stopping. It can last for a full 3 years without stopping, and if someone kills it, this treasure will automatically fall and become an ownerless object. Note: once this treasure is activated, it will automatically become silent when hiding in a special magic weapon, including the cave. It will only explode when it appears outside and determines that the environment it is in is very dangerous. Restricted places for use: none. Usage evaluation: don't even think about killing me. Looking at the effect of the magic weapon, Lee Su was stunned for a full minute and didn't say a word for a long time. This way of thinking is simply a wolf's death. He couldn't help but glance at the creator, wanting to know who created it and what kind of mentality he had. Creator: Wuji. Reason for creation: because his son Wuji was beaten to death. The father didn't know and finally couldn't find the person. Lee Su was silent for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, feelings, whether love or hatred, can always make people shine. Revenge for killing a son, no wonder. Very good, I made it. But I don't know why. I feel that the two names Woody and Wuji are inexplicably familiar, as if I have heard them somewhere. By the way, check if there is a back door first, lest you sell the stuff and end up hurting yourself later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.